Good morning. Hello, everyone. My name is Lacey Jane, and this is Criminally Confident. Today is Tuesday, August 4th. Happy birthday, Sandy, my stepmom. I hope that you are feeling much better today. And welcome to the show. We are on day 6 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. If you are unaware, Lindsay has been accused of unaliving, it's a YouTube thing, her 3 precious children, ages 3, 5, and 18 months or 8 months. And it was a slippery slope of doctor's appointments and desperate attempts to get help, um, for which the system ultimately, and I think without doubt, failed her. Uh, This has been a very heavy trial, and somehow, despite the subject matter, I have I think everyone who's participated in the chat can also say this. We have found a community where we feel safe to talk about the struggles that come up within the genre of mental health, and most importantly, I think that a lot of people see Lindsay, just a little bit of Lindsay in themselves, not the most horrible day of her life, not the day that she suffered from alleged postpartum psychosis. I think people can see Lindsay in themselves in the moments where you go to a doctor's appointment and you don't feel heard. You go to a doctor's appointment and this is your second visit and you say, "You gave me meds last time. I don't think they're working." And they just write another script. They don't take the time to ask the questions. Or maybe it's your own personal struggle with postpartum depression. Um, Maybe it's I don't know, the fact that you also work in labor and delivery like Lindsay did. It's it's been very alarming to watch, but as I've said all along, I genuinely believe that this case that we are watching right now is going to set precedents in the United States when it comes to um, incidents involving someone with mental health, particularly postpartum. Now, some people will look at that and be like, "Oh, that's just gonna be an excuse for doing horrible things." I I think that any policy or laws moving forward, sorry, will be written in such a way that would prevent that. And as someone who used to assist in the law writing process as a lobbyist, I can tell you that's going to be one of the first concerns. So it's finding a way to address the problem without creating a slippery slope or a loophole for people who want to have an excuse. So before we get started or move forward any further, if you could do me a favor, and if you're watching on your phone, please double tap your screen. If you are on your computer, just hit that like button. By double tapping your screen, by the way, that gives this stream a like. And anytime you like a video, it pushes it up within the algorithm and that pushes it out to other viewers. And why would we want other viewers in here? Because we're not an echo chamber. I know it can be challenging at times, but we're not an echo chamber. We appreciate differences of opinion here. And we are loving this chat. The chat has shown me that I have somehow managed to find some of the greatest people on the internet and corral them in here to have a discussion. You guys are just incredible, and I'm so incredibly thankful. I Words can't begin to express how blessed I feel despite this horrific case, because I'm watching it with you guys, and you people seem to get it. And so for that, I'm appreciative. And even for those that may not feel the way that I feel about this case, I'm not dismissing any of that. I'm using that information to try to understand the logic, and um also to make sure that everyone feels heard in here. So I appreciate everyone sharing their thoughts and opinions in a way that doesn't ostracize others or disparage another person's values, morals, or belief systems. With that being said, I do want to give a shout out. I see in my chat so far, we have a few of my members. Memberships are critical to this channel. Why? You're just at home, Lacey. What do you need memberships for? Well, the goal all along has been to leave the house and be able to report on trials in an ethical and moral way. Um, and I've finally been given that opportunity. I received a press pass for a local trial that has gained a lot of national attention, and that has its very first hearing on August 24th. So when we get to trial, we are going to have we're going to be leaving and parking at the parking garage. It's how downtown Columbus works, and the gas. So memberships really do help run this channel, because that money is being put aside for the travel expenses. Another trial that I plan on covering locally, if it goes to trial, is the House of Horrors. That's going to be rough. That's kind of like this one. Like, no one wants to talk about children that have been born into abused situations, or um, tragically had their life ended too short. Um, and then finally, the Caleb Flynn case out of the Dayton-esque area. That's another one that I have the ability to go to. So we're on track here. We're doing the things that I set out to do. This wasn't supposed to always be a sit at home and talk about trials show. This was supposed to be if I have the means, let's go. Let's ask the questions, and let's show that true crime isn't just this gross obsession with death. I think it's appropriate to like true crime, but I think you have to be mindful of the way that you ask questions, the way that you approach extremely difficult situations and victims and families of victims. And you don't see that too often. There are a few content creators that I really look up to. Um, and that's kind of, I've watched what they've done, and it's made me want to take the show on the road and do a better job than I'm seeing here currently. So I appreciate your support. $7 a month. You can cancel whenever. And you also get access to a whole bunch of other things like emojis and uh, members only chats. And you get your comments on stage. So think about it. Okay, let's say hi to some people. Good morning, Magic. How are you? So lovely to see you today. Thanks for stopping by. Angela, if you can see Angela's name is in green, that means that she is a member. Thank you so much, Angela, for being a member. And same to my girl, Sydney. Sydney has been following this trial just about as closely, and so thankful to have her in here. So, hi, Sydney. Thank you for showing up and showing out this morning. If you still want to support the channel and you don't have the $7 a month, if you could just, like I said, make sure that you are liking the stream, you are subscribed to the channel, and if you could hype this video. For those of you who don't know what hype is, where you see the live chat, there should be 3 little dots, and you can scroll to the next option, and it'll say hype, and it'll have, like, stars, and it'll be like, "Hype this video?" And you're like, "Heck yeah," and you press it, and the good things happen. So, it helps push this, like I said, push this out to more people that need to see it. I think as someone who's gravely struggled with mental health in the past, um, having that community wherever it is is everything in terms of getting better. And I've seen just about every condition under the sun listed in this chat, and the kindness and the empathy that I've seen shown towards people has been remarkable, and I'm so thankful once again. Okay, Sydney says, "I come here almost every day. It's definitely worth it. Sending love to all." You're so sweet, Sydney. Thank you so much. She is here almost every day. I have a def I definitely have a, good loyal group of people who have just been remarkable to, get to know, and it's wild that this is this is where we are almost a year later. So, yesterday, some of the biggest things that we learned about regarding this case, we heard from the doctors of Cora's, which was the 5-year-old. We also heard from the doctor that was in charge of the baby. The baby did not pass away immediately. Um, he they were able to restart his heart, and he lived for a couple of days. And so we heard from that doctor. Once again, very heavy stuff, and if you feel like you can't handle this trial, I totally get it. Um, and there's going to be other things, like I mentioned, that other trial that I will be attending in person. Um, we'll have stuff like that in between here and there, so turn on your notifications. Okay, so we also heard from, oh my god, Lindsay's physician at South Shore Hospital, Dr. um, McDonough Kelly. Or if you guys remember, she was the one that she was beautiful, and she didn't have the rest of her arm from like her radius and ulna. So she only had like her elbow. And she walked in there, and I don't know if this trial made her miss a vacation. I don't know if she just had the worst morning ever, but holy crap. The animosity, the anger, the passive aggressiveness that just came with this woman, I bet it was like a wet blanket in that courtroom. It was wild. I just realized I don't have my screen on with the comments. Okay. Just very I don't think anyone, regardless of your opinion regarding this case, can watch the testimony of this woman and say like, "Oh, yeah, I consider this very professional, and this is definitely someone." I can't even say it. This is definitely someone I would want to be in charge of my care. Nope. Nope. Hard no. Hard no. I'm super thirsty this morning. And, we also heard great way to end the day. We, um, we heard her defense attorney reading journal entries that Lindsay had written, and I mean, talk about absolutely heartbreaking. As she talks about it in the journal entries, how she just wants to be well, and she feels like nothing's working. She feels like a burden to her family. And if you've ever dealt with depression, those feelings are so real. Those feelings are so tremendous, and you feel guilty for having them, especially in her case. She has a lovely husband at the time, and, um, 3 beautiful children, a great career in labor and delivery. And so she knew what was going on with her. She knew what was happening, and that's why she tried so hard to get help. And also, if you are unaware, husband, um, her husband and she have gotten divorced since this happened, but but he has been her biggest and loudest supporter. He has, um, asked the general public to please forgive his wife. This is not the woman that he married. He saw her trying to get help, so much help, and she just had negligent doctors, psychiatrists, healthcare systems. You know, those are his words, not verbatim. I'm generalizing, so please keep that in mind. Um, but he decided that he needed to move on with his life, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. We don't judge Patrick for the way that he moved on. He's now married and has a child, and I get the impression that Pat just loved being a dad. And this happening to him must have just been utterly depleting. Ugh, I hate this for him, but he and Lindsay are on a civil suit together against some of the psychiatrists, some of the doctors, and the healthcare systems that she sought help from before this horrible incident happened. Um, for example, Lindsay was hospitalized twice for, um, s YouTube hates these words, they hate real words, so I just don't wanna be penalized for saying these things, but I'm gonna say it anyways because the fact that they don't like this makes me mad. Um, she felt like she was having suicidal ideation. She called the suicide hotline, and they said because she didn't have an active plan that they couldn't help her. Think about that. I'm sorry, You want me to be halfway to committing a horrible, heinous act before you listen to me? Everything is wrong with that. Everything was is wrong with that. Secondly, um, I saw that sounds like something they would say, "Oh, well, if you stick around, one of our viewers is from Scotland, and she called the suicide hotline there, and, they told her to make a cup of tea and take a walk," and I was like, "Off a cliff?" What a horrible thing to say to, like, someone who is battling from depression, the one illness that is so it it prevents you from everything, like, showers, you can't remember the last time you've taken a shower, you don't wanna get up and walk around, let alone go outside and go for a walk. It just, like, what what a slap in the face. Um, she had been hospitalized twice, and she had over 30 prescriptions, uh, filled, changed, taken, uh, and this all happened in, like, a 4-month period. I and these medications are no joke, like, we're talking about serious, serious sedatives, um, things that really sorry, I think I have allergies. Things that really mess with your brain chemistry if if you have bipolar disorder. If you have bipolar disorder, I didn't know this before the trial. You're not supposed to take certain SSRIs, which is like a serotonin um, inhibitor, and it helps equal out the chemicals in the brain. And I mean, it was like Zoloft, Cymbalta, Wellbutrin, all of these medications that if they in my opinion, and I think it might be yours too if you stick around long enough, all of these medications were written for someone with depression, and if the doctors had truly just stopped and heard the words coming from this nurse's mouth, I think they would have noticed that they weren't dealing with depression or the baby blues. I have sorry, I'm asking if I can get a pop before Frank leaves for work. Actually, I don't know if he's gonna leave today. Yeah, so just just really this is really tough stuff to hear, and it's actually been moving quite fast, and I think, it's my opinion, I'm not entirely sure, but I think that we might, um, be finishing up the state's case before the end of the week because they seem to be flying through the witness list. There's no doubt about that. And from what I'm hearing from those in the courtroom right now, and this is not, uh, I'm not a part of this whatsoever. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing from their observations. I'm hearing that the jury of 18 people, by the way, they have a jury of 18 people because there's such, uh this could go long, and when you have longer trials, it's inevitable you will lose a juror, and they wanted to have several ready to go in case that became the case. Uh, what I'm hearing is that these jurors, it seems to be half and half. It seems like half the jury is like mad and upset, looks like they are going to um vote guilty, and then half the jury is very sympathetic, and they're mad, but they're not mad at Lindsay. They're mad that the system failed her. So, with that being said, I I've heard from more than 2 people that this looks like it could very well be a hung jury. Um, the prospect of putting another 18 people through such a horrific trial is just it's unimaginable. Um, Hi, Luxury, good morning. Thank you so much for the jewels. Oh, hi, Chris. It's so good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute. We are covering the Lindsay Clancy trial. She is on trial for unaliving. You know how it is with that. Unaliving her 3 precious babies. And she says that she was experiencing postpartum psychosis. And so the jury is going to decide whether she is taken to a she's also paralyzed because when she did this, she tried to essentially do the same to herself that she did to her children, just different ways, like 3 different ways. She jumped out of a window on the 2nd floor of her house, which you just think about that. You're not gonna die doing that. And so, you have to be not in your right mind. And she had taken a bunch of medication beforehand, but she, uh like, her entire cervical spine just shattered, and that type of break is usually lethal, but she survived. And so she's in a wheelchair now, and she requires some extra help that, I guess, the average inmate wouldn't need. So the jury is going to decide whether or not she goes to um, a mental institution for the remainder of her life, or if she goes to more of a jail type setting. So it's I she almost died, but she didn't. And you gotta wonder, like, excuse me. She's sitting here listening to this is now week 2 of dozens of people critique her inability to escape life while sitting there wishing for nothing other than the ability to escape life. Like, it's just it's really a heartbreaking situation, but like I said before, this is going to be a benchmark case. This is going to be one of those lawsuits that you hear lawyers refer to in future trials, because the decision of this, the outcome is going to be it's going to make a difference. I just don't know how. No one, yeah, I mean, like, a lot of people have this opinion. No one really helped her, they just, like, threw pills at her. I'm glad that you're here. Let us know if you have any questions, and I know that the chat will be happy to help you. Um, there is a lawsuit, though. There's a civil suit. What do you guys have questions on that I can answer? It seems like, oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. This whatever the outcome is, um, both with her civil suit and with this criminal trial, the decisions made will be used as case law moving forward, no doubt about it. Uh, I don't know if that's as much a state law thing as it is a facility thing. I I told you guys last week that I have 3 different friends that have had to check themselves into the Ohio State, um, like, psych ward, and I visited all 3 friends. I've gotten to the point that the nurses would be like, "Oh, it's your nice friend Lacey coming and visiting today." And I was like, "Oh god, I'm here way too often." Um, and they were able to check themselves out. So, I don't know, uh, and only one of those friends actively did something that put her in there. The other 2 put themselves in there kind of like in a situation with Lindsay, um, which is that I got scared, guys. I got scared that trial had started without us again. PTSD from yesterday. Um, I don't even remember what I was saying. We all hate autocorrect. I feel there's no capital punishment, no. I feel like it's been I don't I feel like the last phone and computer update for at least Apple that came with even more tricks than treats. Yeah, that's what my friends did. They were like, "Okay, well, I think I've gotten as much out of this as I'm going to. Uh, I would like to be discharged." And, they'll ask you questions to make sure that you are of sound of mind. Um, they won't even this my takeaway from that situation is that I immediately had to drive my friend to Kroger's to get her meds filled. They didn't even give her meds to leave with. So, like, consider a person who doesn't have a car, doesn't have a ride, doesn't have money, doesn't have insurance. Like, the state Ohio State They they have, like, the only psych ward in Columbus. That's my at least my understanding, because everyone goes there, and, I mean, there might be privatized ones, I'm not really sure, but they they're not given meds to go home with? For real? It's hard for me to change my opinion on her unaliving attempts of herself. My mom took her own life in 1980. I'm so sorry. She overdosed the night before, but it wasn't successful. But was unsuccessful the next morning. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so awful, Sydney. What a horrible thing. Oh, that's that's a whole different level of tragedy, and I'm so sorry. I hope you know how truly sorry I am that that happened to you. You've turned out to be such an incredible woman, and I'm so happy to know you. There is it's the same thing, but YouTube doesn't like us saying the M word because it's censorship like crazy on here, so that's why we have to say unaliving. For those of you who don't know, Chris is not in the United States. Oh, the med filling is another thing. The unit the unit is come from we endured the meds. Yeah. Yeah, Chris. I got in one of the, during one of the Charlie Kirk days, I got demonetized for that stream because of, people saying that and blaming a certain situation on a group of people from a certain country. The goal of discharge is to set people up for success. That's kinda like jail, right? Like, you wanna rehabilitate them. There is not a single thing in jail that I can look at you guys in the eye and say like, "Oh, yeah, this is definitely gonna rehabilitate them. This is not gonna put them on the path to just come right back." But no one wants to spend money on jails, which, if you think about it, no one wants to because it's like the detriment of society. And why would we want to do that when we could have beautiful schools and education and healthcare? Well, healthcare, that's a stretch. Yes, Chris. I like to hear that. Thank you. My experience with and not jail, prison. I am sorry, I didn't say that correctly. My experience, family members that have gone to prison, uh, it's like there wasn't much done to get them off that train and to get them set straight, and it's just disappointing to see someone you love go through that. Ohio State has a questionable prison system. I think I don't know. I've never had to personally experience it, but thank God. Um, it's just I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And I luxury, before we end today's stream, we are going to watch a video about the little boy who was declared um deceased and was alive in the morgue. I said that we were gonna watch it yesterday, and by the time we got to it, I knew you weren't in the chat. So I decided to wait for you. Just so you know, I thought about you. You're very welcome. This is how great my chat is. We support one another. Okay. So here is the if you missed it yesterday. Wait, did I just hear something? Hold on. No. Okay. So here is the list of people in the lawsuit um, brought forward by Lindsay and Patrick. Oh, I think we're going to court. Yep. Of course. Of course. We always do this. Like they couldn't have had this conversation in chambers like 10 minutes ago. Whatever. Okay. I hope you feel better. Really? That's crazy. That's so sad. I'm so sorry for your loss. I know it was a long time ago, like, I get that, but still, to have that happen when you're a child is, it's really I can't even imagine. That never happened to any of my friends' parents, so I didn't, like, experience that through them. Yeah, I believe this. I believe this to be true, 100%. Um, Arizona, this is in Massachusetts. You know what was difficult for me was working with, and this is the name that is given. This is not me being mean or anything. I used to work with extreme emotionally disturbed middle schoolers. And it was always super difficult to know those kids depended on stability from us. And this is after I stopped lobbying. I needed something to do with my time, and I was like, "Why don't I do this? This seems fun." And I mean, it was cool, like, we would go horseback riding, and we would do, like, music therapy and art therapy, but these kids were either on their way to juvie or on their way from juvie, and cops were called, like, once a week, and the reason I stopped working there is because one of the kids, like, attacked me really, really bad. Um, I was it was made abundantly clear to me that I do not make enough money for this BS. Mm, yes. Yep. What's it been like living in Tucson, by the way, with the Nancy Guthrie case? I'm sure that's been wild. And I've made that drive from Tucson to Mexico before. It's not very long at all. And I mention that because I think that's where she went. It's my personal belief. Um, but I also knew I like after day 3, I was like, she's not with us anymore. It's just so sad. What is taking them so long? For real? If you haven't done so already, guys, just a reminder, please make sure to like the stream. If you're on your phone, you can just double tap your screen. That should give you a big thumbs up, and that therefore gives me a thumbs up. And if you're on your computer, just hit the thumbs up button, please. That would be great. Yeah, I've done that drive. Um, I would show a video right now, but yes, I remember. I remember. I don't want to show you a video like yesterday and have it just um, have court come back. But if it takes another 5 minutes, we'll just do that. I'm sorry. I have cold feet. Literally. I'm looking for my sock. Okay, well, I guess I will have one cold foot. Oh, I do. I added them on, well, they added me on Snapchat and I added them back after they graduated. And um I would say like every 4 to 6 months I'll get a snap and they're just they're silly. They're like 21 now. This was in 2018 and 19. I got out of there right before the pandemic, and that was hard knowing that those kids uh were being forced to stay at home in really volatile situations during COVID. Um, like that was hard. No one wants to think about that sort of stuff, but it's the reality. Like, as much as I loved it because I didn't have to leave the house, I recognize it was extremely harmful for um like people who depend on school resources and any outside resources for that matter. Yeah. It really it really taught us a lot about ourselves though, as a country, as humans, as wives and husbands and students. It was an experience that while we never want to go through it again, I think that we can all say that we at the end of the day, we took away at least one benefit from it. I don't know what it is for you guys, um, but I can think of several things that I took away from that experience. In my case, it was, I know never again I'll have the opportunity to live with my mom, and while that was really that was a there were times where I thought the cops were gonna be called because it's not natural for a 35-year-old to have their mom in the house. Um, it I recognize that that's time that we got to spend together that a lot of people don't get to spend. So, you seem really nice. How are you? You okay? Okay. I don't know what's taking so long, so we might just have to pull up that video that I was talking about. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna show you guys, uh no sound? Wait, you guys don't have any sound? Do you guys have sound? Just don't respond. It's fine. That's so bizarre. Okay, hold on. Um, Let me remove it, and then let me add it again. Let's see if this works. The best thing, guys, it's kinda like a fire. The best way to put out a fire is to not give it any oxygen, right? So if someone comes in here, they're obviously having a bad day. It obviously has nothing to do with us. It just if that's what makes them feel better, I have the backbone for it. Alright, let me know if you can hear the sound now. Can you hear it? Okay. Okay, alright. Here's what we're gonna do. I am going to can you hear me? I'll be right back. I'm gonna exit and come back and see if that helps. Okay. Alright, I'll be right back. Hmm. I wonder what that's all about. Court still is at sidebar. This is crazy. Okay. Hopefully you guys can hear this. Let me know immediately, please.
From Super Bowl Sunday back in February. So when I found out about this shortly after, I put in the public records request then. So we have been waiting months and months for this video. We did get it, this week. And the video heavily redacted, the audio redacted, except for a few key exchanges. Yeah. But it's really the police report, that 157-page police report, that really gives us a picture of what happened and raising serious questions about what happened inside that hospital that day when this doctor declared him dead and why.
And I think it's important to know, because so many people have been asking, well, where's the audio for this part? Where's the audio for this part? When you go through the clips of body camera footage that we watch, there are quite a few large moments where there is no audio. We can see things playing out, but the audio, as far as we know, has been redacted in those areas. And so what we had to do was go through the police report, go through the body camera footage,
try to match it.
Yeah, and kind of match it together to figure out what was going on. But we also want to mention that there were multiple police officers when this happened, even family members, who, after the doctor declared time of death, they expressed concerns. They expressed concerns that they thought this child was breathing.
They thought that there were signs of life multiple times, and brought this up repeatedly.
Nurses.
There was one exchange in between one of the officers and the doctor, and I think we kind of just let that exchange play out. But a police report reveals something critical. Two officers say they saw signs of life more than once. One officer wrote that a nurse in another room believed she found a pulse, and when the officer tried to alert the doctor, he claims that the doctor dismissed the concern, writing that the doctor arrogantly told me he was the doctor, he has a medical degree, he went to medical school for a reason, and to let him do his thing. Wow. ABC 15 appears to have located part of that exchange in the body camera video just moments before the doctor declares the baby dead.
I went to medical school for a reason. Okay, let me just clarify. Thank you.
So when we're watching this body camera footage, we're going through the police report as well. We're learning different things, these different exchanges that were made. And let's talk a little bit about, really, there's so many questions with this, but the number one question that a lot of people had was, what about this doctor? Is the doctor still working at this hospital? And what does the hospital have to say? And we've been able to dig into that, not only when we got the records, but we're still digging into that.
Yeah. So when we got all the records this week, we got it in a short amount of time, and we knew we had to get this story out. So we didn't have the opportunity right then and there to background and research this doctor. The police report lists him as Dr. A. Tusi. That's how it's listed in the report. So we actually found that records show he's an osteopathic physician with a license here. On his license, he has his work listed as Chandler Regional Medical Center. And that is actually connected to Mercy Gilbert, which is a Dignity Health. So they're under the same hospital network. So we were able to figure that out. We have reached out to the hospital asking, is he still working there? And they won't answer that question.
And all of these questions that we're asking takes time. We reach out to different people. I mean, think about all the people we've reached out today. Just when we're asking these questions, we have other questions as well. One of the other main question that people had was, how is this toddler doing? And we do have some information about how he's doing.
From the police report, I will say we tried reaching out to the family attorney. They have no comments at this time. I know people really want to know those updates, but the family attorney just will not share anything at this time. But we can tell you that when the medical examiner's office came to the hospital, Mercy Gilbert, they found that he was breathing. He was rushed or flown to Phoenix Children's Hospital, and an MRI said that he had brain damage, and we're told he's going to need lifelong care.
Yeah. A lot for this family to take in, because as you read the police report, it goes over that obviously this was a near drowning. They're at the hospital. They're being told that their baby is dead.
Well,
and
they
then,
had to say their goodbyes. And there is a portion of that on the video. I mean, there are a lot of sections where we just cannot share because it is so traumatizing. We don't want those parents to have to ever re-see those moments on the internet, right? But they said their goodbyes. They left.
Oh my God.
A lot to take in, and we want to cover this story sensitively, but also ask really for that information that we're trying to find.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, getting a call from the hospital. Hey, we made a mistake. Your kid's alive. What a yo-yo of emotions. And I can't believe that doctor said that. I'm the one that went to medical school here, to a bunch of cops that have first aid training and nurses that are by this guy's side, and they're like, sir, no, we feel a pulse.
There's a lot of accountability questions. We have a lot of questions, and we're going to continue to ask those questions. Who is the doctor? How did this happen? The hospital says that, there were protocols put in place. I can pull up their statement really quick.
Yeah, because we also reached out to them before this story ran, hoping to get some information, and we've still tried to get some more from them.
Yeah, so they did say, I'm just going to read it. This is a heartbreaking situation. They say that they immediately conducted a thorough review of all aspects of the care provided to learn what happened and to make meaningful changes to strengthen their care. But then they said that they couldn't say more out of respect for the patient's privacy. We did reach out today asking, is that doctor still working there? And again, they would not tell us that. So we don't have that information at the time.
Okay, so that is the story that I was referring to last week, or not last week, yesterday. Oy vey. About the kid. And the reason why this is important is because they had a sorry, I'm trying to do too much at once. Here we go. Still on sidebar. I have no idea what's going on. So we heard yesterday about the baby having to go through these rigorous protocols with the doctors to determine if he was truly brain dead. And in order to declare him fully brain dead, he had to score 160 on this scale, and he was 159.6. And it reminded me of this situation, like this doctor just saying that the kid's dead, send him to the morgue. They sent him to the morgue, and this poor baby is alive, and all of his problems now could have been avoided if he had received the attention that he deserved when the incident happened. Oh my God, this French bulldog. Do you hear her? She's just like row, 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 scratching her face. She has a lot to say about this, guys. All right, let's check X and see what people inside the courtroom are saying. I'll read it out loud. Okay. Oh, okay. They turned on the white noise so nobody can hear what's going on while the sidebar is taking place. The jury is not in there, which we knew, because we would have heard the hear ye, God save the Commonwealth. So they're just, oh, here we are. I hear it.
I'll say your honor, thank
All
you.
right, thank you. All right,
May I swear in Ms. Clancy?
yeah, what we're going to do at this point, Ms. Clancy, I'm gonna, my understanding is that you, through counsel, have offered to stipulate to certain facts that would be introduced during the course of this trial. So what I want to do is just ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand the effect of stipulating to these facts. So I'm going to just ask you some brief questions at this point, and then we'll kind of go from there. So if you could swear Ms. Clancy in, please.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that you shall bear
If you're not watching this, you need to be watching this.
All right, Ms. Clancy, I have been shown a list or a summary of stipulations. It's been marked as exhibit or J for identification. So it's my understanding that you are requesting or offering to stipulate to certain facts. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And before I accept that, I got to make sure, ask you some questions, make sure that your decision to do so is voluntary, that you understand the consequences. So I'm going to ask you some questions. If at any time you need to speak to Mr. Reddington or you have any questions or have problems understanding what I'm saying, just let me know, okay? All right. Now, do you understand that the Commonwealth, in this case, is required to prove each and every element of the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
He doesn't
Do you
want to listen
understand
to
that,
certain
there are
things.
certain facts that could be introduced during the course of the trial that would support, might support the Commonwealth's position regarding those elements. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you understand that by signing the stipulation, you're agreeing that the Commonwealth does not have to prove these certain facts that are contained in the stipulation. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And do you understand by signing or going along with that stipulation, you are basically relieving the Commonwealth of its burden to prove those certain facts? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. Is that what you want to do at this point?
Yes.
All right. Have you gone over this stipulation or the summary of the stipulations with Attorney Reddington?
Yes, I have.
All right. Need any more time to do that?
No, thank you.
All right. No, by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up some important rights. So I kind of want to go over those with you at this time. Do you understand?
Holy crap.
By law, you're presumed to be innocent of each charge against you, and you do not have to prove your innocence. All right. So instead, at trial, the Commonwealth, as I said to you before, has the burden of proving you are guilty of each element of the charges against you. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up your right to force the Commonwealth to prove the facts that are contained in these stipulations. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, where we are now, you have the right to confront the witnesses that would testify about these facts. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up that right with respect to these stipulated facts. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, if you wanted to, could call your own witnesses at the trial to contest these stipulated facts if you
Look
want.
at
Do you understand
Kevin.
you'd be giving up that right by entering into this stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, have the right to remain silent and cannot be forced to testify at this. You understand, by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up in a limited way that right with respect to just those facts.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you doing this willingly and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
All right. Has anyone forced you or threatened you to enter into this stipulation?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to talk to counsel about this?
Yes, I have.
All right. Are you? All right. I make the following findings. I find that Ms. Clancy is knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily, and willingly entered into the stipulation of the facts that are contained and summarized in Exhibit J for identification. I find that she is competent to enter into this stipulation. I find she understands the consequences of entering into this stipulation. So accordingly, I now accept the proposed stipulation of facts. Thank you.
I just would like, Your Honor, for the record, to again reiterate the fact that we have not been contesting the government's case in chief, if you will, have been agreeing to evidence, and this stipulation basically relieves the government of having to bring in dozens, if not more, witnesses to prove chain of custody of blood, fluids, the bands, DNA, all of that. Rather than have days of testimony, this stipulation will avoid that. So that's why we're stipulating to it.
All right. All right. Commonwealth, anything else you want to add? Okay. All right. So, like I said, I have made those findings. I'm going to accept the stipulation that Ms. Clancy has agreed to and that the parties have agreed to, consistent with J for identification. Counsel, are we ready for the jury then? Any further?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Why don't we bring the jury in?
Okay, so basically what this means is that there are certain things that the state is not going to present now, aka horrific,
Counsel,
terrible
I forgot to ask. Well, wait for the jury. Can I see very briefly?
testimony. I'm my mind is blown. I don't know what the facts are in this case. Yeah. It just sucks because there can be technicalities and it doesn't mean that the trial is over. It's just they're trying to avoid essentially harmful testimony. So Lindsay has stipulated to certain facts that could have been detrimental to her, and we're about to hear more about that now. Oh no, Jen. I've never seen this done halfway through a trial.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor.
We
May I
just like
proceed?
banging that.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague, and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Buzz.
Well, good morning, everyone. Sun's out today, a little nicer weather for us. Hope it was nice for you coming in here today. So what I'm going to do is ask you those questions, as I always do, and then I'll go over a little bit the schedule, and then we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. All right. So the first question, everybody's probably got it memorized by now anyway, but let me ask it. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Last question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, in regards to the schedule, if you remember, I said yesterday that sometimes we have to adjust on the fly, and that's going to be my call. Well, we may have to do that a little bit, all right? So today, we're going to go through some cases. Now, we may break a little bit early today, all right? And then tomorrow, there is a matter I'm going to have to talk to counsel pretty much in the afternoon. So the thought is tomorrow, the plan for you should be pretty much 9 to 1, all right? And then the afternoon, I'm going to deal with counsel in regards to some other issues that will, I believe, keep this case going well on track, and that's kind of where we are. So I just kind of wanted to give you that update. So that's, like I said, the best we could do. Give you as much notice in regards to that, but you will not, I say we, you will not be sitting here tomorrow afternoon. We may be and so with that, what we're going to do is continue with the Commonwealth's case. We're going to go back. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Christina Carpio.
Maybe it's she stipulated to like the fact that she unalived her children, and now we don't have to wait. That wouldn't make sense. We're about to get an indication of that stipulation by hearing what this person has to say. Like if she's a doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right. Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Christina Carpio.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
C-A-R-P as in Peter, I-O.
And what do you do for work?
I am a general surgeon trained in trauma and critical care.
And where do you currently work?
I'm hired by Brigham, but I work at South Shore Hospital.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I completed medical school and then went to general surgery residency for 5 years at Columbia Presbyterian. I then did 2 additional years of trauma and surgical critical care at Yale. And then I've been working for Brigham and South Shore Hospital since 2016.
And explain to us how it is that you work for both Brigham and South Shore Hospital as a trauma surgeon.
Brigham has many physicians of all specialties who are at South Shore Hospital. At one point, I think there was a merger attempted between the 2 institutions. Either way, my salary comes from Brigham, but I work only at South Shore Hospital.
Okay, so that was kind of my follow-up question. Generally, your day-to-day work is at the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth?
That's correct.
And what kind of hospital, what level hospital, trauma level hospital is the South Shore Hospital?
A level 2.
And so if there are cases that come in that need more acute care, are they generally sent over to a hospital in Boston like the Brigham?
Yes, depending. Sometimes we get input from the subspecialists to guide that decision.
And as far as your role as a trauma surgeon, do you actually do surgeries at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Were you working at the South Shore Hospital that day?
Yes.
And what was your role that day?
I was the on-call surgeon. I was physically in the hospital working.
At some point in the evening hours, were you advised that a patient was being transported to the South Shore emergency room as a level 1 trauma?
Yes.
And so when you are advised of that level of trauma, or you're advised of a critical patient coming into the emergency department, what do you do?
There are guidelines for how quickly we have to be present in the emergency room. Because I'm also operating, at times I may be in the operating room when that notification happens.
So in this particular case, when a patient, a female patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy, was coming into the emergency department, were you able to go down to the emergency department as part of the assessment team?
Yes.
And who were you working with from the emergency department in this case?
Dr. Kelly McDonough.
Now, is that a common thing that you collaborate with the emergency room doctors or nurses and technicians in a situation like this?
Yes.
Did you have information that came in through the EMS or the paramedics about the nature of the patient's condition?
I recall that we were told it was a fall of unclear mechanism from a height of about 20 feet.
And were you advised that there was the possibility of maybe neurological deficits or some serious spinal injury?
Yes.
And as a result of that information, did that inform your trauma assessment?
It was already activated as a level 1. That's the highest mechanism when there is concern for a height from a certain level, a fall from a height of a certain level, and with possible neurological injury.
So were members of the neurology department also part of that trauma assessment team?
No.
Okay. As far as your assessment, did you go and physically see the patient, make observations?
Yes.
And did you observe her in the emergency department to be intubated?
Shortly after arrival, she was intubated.
So that was done by the staff at South Shore Hospital, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And did you observe injuries to her neck and her wrists?
Yes.
Did you evaluate those to determine whether they needed an immediate surgical intervention?
Yes.
Did they?
No, they were superficial.
And as far as additional tests to assess whether there's any other surgical intervention that's needed, are you aware that CT scans were ordered?
Yes.
And are you aware what areas of the body they were ordered for?
We did a pan scan, which means we scanned the head, the neck, the chest, and the abdomen, pelvis.
As far as your physical observations of the patient, did you observe any obvious injuries to her head area, like abrasions, contusions, fractures?
There were lacerations to her neck.
Okay, but as far as the rest of her head or around her, like
Not
skull
obvious,
or
no.
face? And so when those CT scans were done, were you able to review the information that came from them?
Yes.
And as far as those CT scans, you're aware that there was a head CT scan or 2 head CT scans, one with contrast and one without.
Mm-hmm.
And were you aware that the findings, were there no definite acute intracranial findings on the non-contrast enhanced head CT?
Yes.
And there were no significant findings on the contrast head CT, correct?
The head CT with contrast was what we call an angiogram head and neck. So it's ordered in 2 parts and has 2 reports. At the time of the documentation that was performed, we had the report back on the head section, but the neck was not completed at that time.
Okay. Was there eventually a completed angiogram of the neck area at South Shore Hospital?
The image images were done, the report was completed. I don't know the timeline of when the report came in compared to when the patient was
Disregard.
transferred.
So as far as your initial assessment in that trauma assessment period, or that wasn't information you had available to you about the neck findings, correct?
Neck.
The angio neck findings, correct.
And that's different from other CT scans on the cervical spine and other areas of the spine. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
As the trauma surgeon evaluating this case, did you identify that there were some serious spinal injuries to the cervical and thoracic areas?
Yes.
Did any of those require you to intervene with surgical intervention?
No.
Do you recall making note that while in the emergency department, the patient became hypertensive and that she was identified as being hypothermic to 82.1 degrees?
I remember that she was hypothermic when I reviewed my documentation. The two numbers I saw in my note were normal values of blood pressure, not high values, not hypertension.
Okay. If I may approach you just with one of the pages from the notes.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Mags.
You could just tell me if I'm misinterpreting.
Oh, no problem. Which part?
It's towards the bottom, the second to last paragraph.
Oh, she was hypotensive, which means low blood pressure, different from hypertension, which is high blood pressure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, not at all.
But as far as the hypothermic, that you recall that she was at a very low core body temperature.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know what was done to raise her body temperature?
We raise the temperature in the trauma room to be able to raise her body temperature. That's usually our first line of intervention.
And do you also have available to you at the South Shore Hospital what's called a bear hugger or some sort of blanket or wrappings that you can wrap around an individual to try to get their body temperature up?
Yes, we have that.
And at some point, her body temperature did come up to 95.2 degrees.
Thank you so
correct?
much.
Yes.
And based on your observations of her, did anything change about those lacerations that you observed once her body temperature was up that warranted some surgical intervention of those injuries?
No.
I agree, Sydney.
What was the ultimate recommendation for the care of this patient?
She had complex fractures in her spine at the thoracic level. We conferred with our neurosurgery colleague who was on call, who recommended transfer to a tertiary hospital.
And so where did this patient go?
Brigham.
Both of you at once? Could it be just a coincidence?
Now, you identified that your hospital is a level 2 trauma, correct?
Yes.
After fully reviewing this patient, did you agree that this was a level 1 trauma situation?
Yes.
Are you able to do surgical intervention for these particular injuries that you observed on this patient at South Shore Hospital?
The spinal injuries require input from our neurosurgical team.
And there was none available to you at the South Shore Hospital?
We did contact the on-call neurosurgeon. Because we are a level 2 trauma center, they are not required to be physically present in the hospital, but they were immediately available and they can remotely review images.
So I guess my question is, why didn't you do any surgeries regarding those injuries at South Shore Hospital? Why did you recommend the care to tertiary hospital?
They weren't a level
The
1.
complex level of spinal injuries was deemed necessary for transfer by our neurosurgery colleague.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, gotcha, Steve. Okay.
King Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
Kevy Kev.
Just a few questions. So South Shore Hospital, and you made reference to as being a trauma hospital, and the injuries suffered by Lindsay were level 1. Is that what it was?
Yes, that's correct.
That would be the highest level. Is that right?
Yes.
As far as risk or concern of the person's safety and health and survival.
Yes.
What time, if you remember, what time approximately was she admitted to South Shore Hospital?
The word admission means that she would have remained there as a patient, so she was never formally admitted.
Okay.
For the time that she was brought in by EMS, I would have to refer to that information from the record.
Do you have an idea as to how long she was at your hospital?
Likely several hours, but again, I would have to see the specifics in the charts of there's documentation with EMS for arrival and for when transfer occurred to Brigham.
Okay. And at some point, it was decided that she would be transferred to Boston, right?
Yes,
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
yes.
And it was decided by someone that they weren't going to put her in an ambulance for that transport, right?
I would have to look at the record for
It
what
would
was the
be
method of
very
transfer.
bumpy.
Do you
That would
know
be
how she was
concerning.
transferred? By helicopter? Med-flight?
I don't know because MedFlight can also, MedFlight covers two modes of transportation, MedFlight ambulance and MedFlight helicopter.
Do you know that she was Med-flight helicopter to Boston?
I don't know that.
And the time that she left was after you all had provided the treatment that you were able to provide to Lindsay as a patient, right?
Yes,
And you reached the end of your rope. She had to be transferred because she needed immediate high-level medical care, right?
she needed higher level of care. Yes.
Higher level of care. And as a result, she was then brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital. Now, the treatment that you had given would include raising her apparently temperature, I guess, because she came in at a low temperature, right?
Yes,
And did you use IV fluids?
I would have to check the record, but that is a
Did
common
she-
intervention.
So your memory would be that you believe that you used IV fluids, but you'd have to have me get out of the box and check the record to ask that question, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. It didn't really work out very well, though, did it? Because you know that when she was brought to Boston after all of the time that she was treated at your hospital, she was still core temperature of 82 when she hit Brigham and Women's.
No, allow it if she knows.
I did not look at the medical record from another institution. I only reviewed my note from South Shore Hospital.
Did you know that your patient had coded shortly after being brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital?
No,
Did you know that she had to have massive transfusions right after being brought to the hospital in Boston?
no.
Did anybody in South Shore Hospital make a determination that she had lost a lot of blood?
There was, the EMS report did not share that there was a large volume of blood at the scene. She was evaluated part of her CAT scans also help us evaluate for intra-abdominal blood loss.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
So
Welcome.
when you raise the issue of the EMS, that would be the ambulance, right?
Yes,
And their report, their run sheet, they prepare, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
there is verbal report from EMS when a patient is brought in and also the run sheet of the details.
Okay. And when the people from the EMS came in, did they speak to you about the verbal report?
They address the entire room, so all the staff in the room is available to hear the details.
And you're able to look at the run sheet, correct?
No, the run sheet is not always immediately available.
So did the EMTs, to your knowledge, as a treating surgeon physician in the trauma center, tell you that there was blood loss?
Not to my recollection.
Did anyone tell you that at the scene where she was being treated after coming out of the window and striking the ground, that there was blood on the snow and on the leaves and in the grass?
I cannot recall if they commented on that.
Is that important for you to know if there's blood loss?
What is wrong with
If there
these
is
doctors?
a large volume of blood loss, yes, the EMS will routinely comment on the patient being found.
Yeah, but that's the EMS. You're the surgeon, right?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
Yeah, and one of the things would be blood pressure, right? What the person's blood pressure is, correct?
Yes.
And she had, if I understand your testimony correctly, low blood pressure.
She initially, when she came in, the note has a normal blood pressure, and then after intubation, her blood pressure dropped.
Okay. Do you know what caused the blood pressure to drop?
There were several factors at play. As we discovered from her CAT scan, she had an injury to her spinal cord in the thoracic region that very commonly causes issues with maintaining your blood pressure.
And do you know what her blood pressure was? I mean, if you don't, that's fine. You need the records.
Blood pressure at which point?
At the point I'm asking
She
you about when
remembers
you noted that she had low blood pressure.
No, I don't remember how hypotensive she was, no.
As far as being hypertensive, did you know that when she finally hit the Boston hospital that she had massive transfusion of blood?
I thought I asked and answered.
Oh, did you?
You asked me before and I answered that no, I did not know that.
Okay. So how about, did you know that they introduced pleural tubes in both sides of her chest and removed many, many cc's of blood from both the right and left
That
pleural cavity?
tracks.
No, I just object to the line of questioning. The witness has already indicated she hasn't reviewed those records. She's not aware of what happened at the Brigham. To go through each and every injury is not necessary.
No, she can answer that.
No, I do not know that about the patient when she was not at South Shore Hospital.
How about the superficial cuts that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Would you suggest or would you agree that on the right,
I think a lot of people agree, are thinking the same thing, Sydney. Just saying. I'm not saying one way or the other, but I think you're not alone.
ulnar area and the left ulnar area of the upper extremities, right and left, that there were a deep cut noted in the skin?
The notes about her wrist injuries said that it was through the skin with exposed fat, but there was no exposed muscle or tendon. So
Okay.
those are more superficial.
So you would not agree that they were deep cuts on both arms? You wouldn't agree with that?
No, I would not.
And again, you're not aware of anything that was diagnosed in Brigham and Women's Hospital, right?
That is correct.
As far as the injury to her spine, what kind of injury was it? Do you remember?
It was at thoracic level T5, T6.
And what type of injury was there to the spine?
The report said that the stability of this, the pattern of it indicated that there was instability of the spine, which is why we conferred with the neurosurgeon.
Right. And nothing much came out of that either, as far as conferring with the neurosurgeon, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by nothing much came of
Well, you
that.
didn't show up to come to the hospital, right?
We didn't. I'm not sure.
Okay, the spine was transected at T5, T6, right?
The person, the team, or rather the input you would need for further commentary on the spine would be a neurosurgery team. I am not a neurosurgeon. I am a general surgeon.
So you're not aware of the transection. You know what a transection is, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And on your CAT scans or on your pictures that you were describing for the jury with no problem for the DA, did you notice that the spine was transected at T5 and T6?
There was compression of the bones. I would have to specifically look at the report to see if it used the word transection.
Okay, how about a thyroid? Did you notice anything about a thyroid?
It said that there was concern, there was edema at the thyroid, concern for contusion or laceration.
And that's the extent of your knowledge. You don't know whether or not the thyroid was destroyed or anything, do you?
Correct.
Okay. How about her ribs? You notice that some of her ribs were broken.
I would have to look at her CAT
Have to
scan
look at-
report again.
Yeah. So coming in here today, you're not aware whether or not she had broken ribs because you haven't been able to look at your records. Is that right?
I did review my records. I would have to specifically state into the record what was the injuries. I would be happy to read from my note, which I know is part of the evidence.
Yeah. So who is it that decides that a patient is going to be med flighted into Boston from South Shore Hospital?
Some of it depends on the level
attorney.
of injury and the transport teams that are available at that moment. Sometimes a med flight ambulance is faster. Sometimes med flight is available. It all depends on the available resources at the time of the event.
So what I asked you is who decides whether or not somebody's getting med flighted out of South Shore Hospital?
It is collaborative between what resources are available for us to transport the patient. The decision to transfer the patient is made between the emergency room team and the trauma team, and
So
the
you
input
as-
from the
Go
subspecialist.
ahead.
Let her finish.
Yeah, no, I didn't know she was still talking.
It'll make me go to
Go ahead.
sleep.
I finished, sir.
All right. So you as the trauma surgeon, would you agree that you had a little bit to do with whether or not she was in dire straits and had to be med flighted to Boston?
I would be part of the decision to transfer her.
Do you remember that decision being made, and do you remember the meeting that you had to make that decision?
I remember conferring with the emergency room team that neurosurgery had said she needed transfer.
And it was by med flight, right? You don't
Again,
know whether it's an ambulance or a helicopter, but you know it was med flight.
it should have been med flight, yes.
Okay, that's all I had.
Okay.
Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just very
It's
briefly, doctor,
bad.
it's very clear to you that this patient was suffering from multiple injuries.
Yes,
And is it the policy of the South Shore Hospital to make sure a patient is stable before they're transported?
yes, that's correct.
And so that's what the emergency team and the entire team that's collaborating on her did, right?
Yes, correct. We would not put an unstable patient in any mode of transport to another facility.
So in the review of all the CT scans, the abdominal scans, the head scans, the chest x-rays, all of the things that were reviewed, it was identified that she was stable enough to be
So
transported.
I'm going to object because I think she's a very
Yes.
hostile witness, and this is leading, which I haven't objected to yet, but at this point I am on this witness.
I'll allow this question. Okay.
Sorry, what was your answer?
Could you repeat the question, please?
So after reviewing all of the imaging, the CT scans, the chest x-rays, everything, you and your team were comfortable that she was stable enough to be transported to another hospital, correct?
Yes.
And I think your testimony was that a large contributor to the decision to transport was the information that you got from the neurosurgery team.
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Anything on that, Ms. Brington? All right, thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah. I have a lightning bolt of pain that like
Commonwealth?
it's like the left cheek and it just goes down my leg and I'm just
The Commonwealth would call Joseph Rabbit to the stand.
the nerve pain has been so bad since my heart surgery. The neuropathy woke me up at 3 a.m. this morning. I've been awake since 3. So if you see me going off screen and like yawning, I'm trying not to do it on screen. I don't know who this guy is, but he's giving me Higgy vibes. Left leg. It's probably this chair
All right,
too.
good morning, sir.
Can't be good. Shout out to Maybe for the chair.
Sure.
It's just like the only thing that will help is medication that is going to make me pass out. So if you see me just jump in pain, I can't do that, Sydney. I'll fall, I'll be like, oh no, I'm late for court. You have to admit that was pretty funny. Yes. Oh, yes. And it ended up hurting my shoulder. And I was in the hospital for a week.
It's a see the one with the, yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Lieutenant Joseph Rabbit, R-A-B-B-I-T-T.
And where do you work?
The Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the cybercrime unit.
How long have you been with the state police?
Since March of 2012.
And I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. What was your assignment then?
I was a trooper assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for Plymouth County.
And do you recall how long you were a detective or trooper assigned to the detective unit in Plymouth County, approximately?
From February of 2017 to September of 2024.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being involved in an investigation in the town of Duxbury that day?
I do, yes.
And do you recall where you went in Duxbury or where the investigation was unfolding out of?
I first went to Jordan Hospital, or Beth Israel Deaconess, Plymouth.
Okay, and so you didn't initially go to 247 Summer Street, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you weren't the case officer in this case?
That is correct.
And
See here.
your experience working with the detectives unit fair to say when a investigation or a death investigation is ongoing, kind of it's all hands on deck and everyone's kind of directed to do different things, correct?
That is correct.
And so in this circumstance, you were asked to go to the Beth Israel Deaconess or the Old Jordan Hospital here in Plymouth, correct?
Correct.
Why did you get asked to go there?
Because 3 children have been transported there.
And so were you assigned to just go and check in on the status of the kids and what was going on at that hospital?
Checking on the status and have any potential victims documented by crime scene services.
Okay. And so while you were at the hospital, you did have the occasion to speak with Patrick Clancy, correct?
I did, yes.
And after you left the hospital, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did, yes.
And are you aware that other members in your unit had obtained a search warrant for that home?
I was, yes.
And so when you arrived at 47 Summer Street, were you there to assist with the execution of the warrant?
I was, yes.
And part of the warrant execution, is it fair to say that everyone's kind of asked to look at particular areas and search for potential evidence related to the offense?
That is correct.
Fair to say this search warrant was executed shortly after the incident occurred?
Fair to say, yes.
And so did you and other investigators have limited information about what had happened?
Yes.
At the home, were you in the kitchen area assisting with the search?
I was, yes.
And I'll show you what's already been marked. Exhibit 144, if you could look at the screen. Are you familiar with that photograph or what's depicted in that photograph?
I am, yes.
And it's at the kitchen area at 47 Summer Street.
It is, yes.
You're there on the early morning hours, I would say, of January 25th.
I was, yes.
And so, fair to say, you made observations while you're there, right?
Correct.
And what was an observation that you noted to other investigators in that kitchen area on the island?
A CVS bag.
Okay. I'm just going to show you exhibit number 40. That's a little bit of a closer view of the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And how about this larger paper bag? Did you observe that as well?
I did, yes.
And I'm going to just approach you with what's been already marked as exhibit 31. Is that also familiar to you?
It is, yes.
Is a receipt that was on with that bag?
Correct.
I don't like that tie.
And fair to say all of these things, the CVS bag, the receipt, were noted and certain things were collected, including the receipt, exhibit 31, and the CVS bag.
Correct.
Do you recall what was inside the CVS bag?
I believe it was a bottle of Pedialyx.
You also observed other areas of the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And so there was a particular cabinet in the kitchen. Did you open a cabinet and discover something that stood out to you?
I did, yes.
And what was the cabinet and what stood out?
An upper kitchen cabinet with medication bottles.
Okay. And fair to say that was pointed out and documented as well.
It was, yes.
If I may approach.
I know, Michael. I'm just pointing it out. I've seen some really great ties during this trial.
It is, yes.
And that's the cabinet that you opened and saw the items inside?
Correct.
And I'm just going to show you a second photograph. Is that fair to say just a closer of those top shelves?
It is, yes.
And what particularly stood out to you about the medication in the cabinet? Is it the spices or the generic medications or something else?
The prescription medications.
I'm going to admit these as the next two exhibits.
I appreciate him talking loudly into the mic, though.
It's the 52 and my 53. So just showing you now on the screen. Exhibit exhibit 152, and that's just the cabinet open, and there's looks to be like an air fryer below it, correct?
Correct.
And now showing you 153, which has those top two shelves. And it's the very top shelf has the prescription bottles, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
What
from the
did you
meds
do
that
with the
didn't work.
prescription bottles?
I placed them on the island and notified other members of that were searching so they could be photographed by crime scene services.
So I'm just going to show you another photograph. Is that fair as to placing those bottles on the island?
It is, yes.
Go ahead and make sure that this is the next exhibit.
All right, it may be admitted.
Exhibit 154. And how many bottles were there?
There were 4.
Horseshoe with a bag. Take a look at what's in the bag. Do those appear to be the 4 bottles that were in the cabinet?
They do, yes.
So in which case, this is the next exhibit.
They may be admitted.
Exhibit 155.
Thank you.
Now, other than pulling these 4 bottles out of the cabinet, lining them up on the counter, and asking crime scenes to photograph them, did you do anything further with these pills as far as inventorying them or examining them?
I did not, no.
And when a search warrant is executed, fair to say there's usually an evidence officer who kind of documents everything and collects everything to take back either to the crime lab or to the state police office.
That's correct.
Now, in addition to assisting with the execution of the warrant on January 20, the early morning hours of January 25th, were you asked to do something else on this case on February 6th of 2023?
I was, yes.
And on that day, did somebody come into the state police office at the district attorney's office with some information or evidence?
They did, yes.
Who was that came in?
Mr. Patrick Clancy.
And was he with an attorney, somebody by the name of David Meyer?
Yes.
And what did they bring to the state police?
Bottles of medication.
How was it transported to the state police, or how did you receive it?
In a CVS bag.
Thanks, Jen.
I'm just going to show you a photograph. Is that familiar to you?
It is, yes.
And is this fair as to the bag that was provided to you on February 6th?
Yes.
It may be admitted.
An older car. Got it.
When Mr. Clancy and Attorney Meyer brought that bag in, did you do something or ask somebody to do something to memorialize what they were bringing to you?
Yes, I asked crime scene services to digitally document them.
And so the photograph I just showed you of the bag, that was done by a trooper from Crime Scene Services that came to the office?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Trooper Rostoffers.
And fair to say that with the crime scene trooper present, you also examined the other contents in the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And there was a blank greeting card, some paperwork, and a kind of insert for CVS. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Just showing you one more photo. Is that the other items that were in the bag other than the medication bottles?
That is correct.
That may be admitted.
And again, as to the medications in that bag, when you saw that there were prescription bottles there, did you present them so that they could all be documented?
Yes,
And did you then
Dana.
inventory or examine each of the bottles?
I did, yes.
And is it fair to say that Patrick Clancy had indicated that the bag was in his truck and that he was bringing them to the state police as a result of everything that occurred on January 24th?
I can't recall where he said he got them from, but that is why he was bringing them in.
Okay.
I noticed that I tend to get flares when I don't sleep well. I think that's just what's happening with my sciatica.
And I'm just going to approach with the previously been marked as exhibit number 2.
Lulu, I agree wholeheartedly.
Take a look at that before we go through it.
It's for another
That
time now.
appear to represent all the bottles that were provided to you on February 6th.
It does, yes.
And that's 9, correct?
Correct.
Now, just as far as each bottle, just give me 1 moment. So when you are tasked with tracking or inventorying particular items like this that come in, what do you do?
Count out how many capsules or tablets are in there, the date that it was filled, and the amount left in the bottle, and the amount that it said should have been there when filled.
Okay, and so referring first to this bottle that's labeled lorazepam, 1 milligram, fair to say it's
Okay, guys, I think that YouTube is caught on that we're talking about things and certain things, names of medications that are otherwise considered a hot topic. I think it's dumb, but I've noticed that since we've been talking about it, we're not getting pushed out as much. So I'm not saying we stop entirely, but we gotta stop for now. Just pause it. And if you've been here before, then you know I'm not mad. Like we just need to take a pause for a cause. Okay. Thank you. I love you guys.
says date filled 10/26/22, correct?
Correct.
And it says that originally it was filled with 30, quantity 30.
Correct.
And you counted what was left in this particular bottle, and there were only 14 pills left in that bottle, correct?
Correct.
And so the next one, the bottle labeled sertraline.
I knew you guys would understand.
Brand name Zoloft, filled on 9/15/22, quantity 30. Did you count how many pills were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And fair to say there's 23 left.
Correct.
Now, buspirone, there were in fact 2 bottles labeled buspirone, correct?
I agree.
That is
Beetle.
correct.
And one of them with a date of 10/26/22, date filled, quantity 30. You counted how many pills are in this bottle, right?
Correct.
And there were 28 pills left in this bottle.
That is correct.
Hydroxine, filled on 10/26/22, quantity 30. You counted how many pills were in this?
That is correct.
And fair to say there were 27 left in that bottle.
Correct.
Clonazepam, filled on 11/25/22 with 14 pills in the prescription. You counted how many were in this bottle?
Correct.
And there were actually 11 and a half, correct?
That is correct.
Fluoxetine, filled on 11/21/22 with 56 in the prescription. You counted how many were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And there were 43.
Correct.
Correct. The second bottle of lorazepam that was 0.5 milligrams, filled on 11/2/22 with, it says 40 on the bottle, right?
Correct.
You counted what was left in this bottle, and it was 18 and a half tablets.
That is correct.
And the second bottle of buspirone filled on 11/9/22, quantity 30. There were actually 30 in this bottle. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
I know.
And trazodone filled on November 16th, 2022, with a prescription for 30. You counted that there were 22.5 pills left in this bottle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then once you identified and counted each and every one of the pills in these bottles, you handed this in for evidence.
That is correct. Thank you.
Well, it's not protected by HIPAA when it
All right,
involves
Cross, Counsel?
her actions.
On the pills that you just counted, or you went through the bottles that you seized, first of all, there's no doubt that you guys were executing a search warrant, right?
That is correct.
And to have a search warrant, you have to have a reason to seize something from a citizen's person or their home, right?
That is correct.
If the probable cause is what it's called, right?
Correct.
And then you have to itemize what you want to have the authority to seize, right?
Correct.
So I take it that when people went in executing the search warrant, that you had authority to seize the medical pill bottles that we've just gone through.
Correct.
And that was set forth right in where it says you're therefore commanded. One of the things that you're entitled to seize would be prescription medication, right?
Correct.
And that would be on January 25 of 13 that this affidavit was submitted to the clerk in this court, right?
Correct.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, warrant was issued on January 25, right?
I didn't write it, but that sounds about right. That sounds right.
All right, but do you recall what time you went into the Clancy home to execute the warrant or serve the warrant?
It was early morning hours, yes.
All right. So early morning hours, you're in there to look for, among other things like computers and things, seize any medication bottles that you saw.
Correct.
So it's not.
Guys, hit the subscribe button, double tap your phones. Let's like this stream and get this out there. Please and thank you.
That it's a random search that some police officer just happened to grab bottles that he or she saw. There was a specific intent to seize prescription medication, correct?
It was on the affidavit, yes.
And that's what you all did when you went in to try to execute the warrant and seize the items, right?
I mean, for myself, what I found in the kitchen is what I seized, yes.
So were you the officer in charge of the warrant execution?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you leave the kitchen and go elsewhere?
I did, yes.
And where did you go?
I believe I went to one of the children's bedrooms because it was somebody informed me there was a Nest camera in there.
A camera?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else, if you recall?
Not that I can recall.
Did you go in the master bedroom?
I can't recall if I did.
Do you recall whether or not anybody in your presence or anybody went into a drawer, a nightstand, and looked in the drawer and saw an Apple Watch, a bunch of pills, things to use to assist your sleeping, things of that nature? Do you remember anybody doing that?
I don't know if anybody did or not.
And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prescription bottles that were seized. Have you ever seen these?
I have not, no.
So you went through the pill count on the bottles for the district attorney, and you did that when you did inventory apparently of these pill bottles that you already talked about, right? For the DA, she asked you to look and tell us how many pills were missing, right?
I did that for the ones that were turned in.
Right. And nobody ever looked at these bottles, right?
I don't know if they have or not.
If I understand correctly, lorazepam, as counsel asked you, the dates that these scripts were written. The lorazepam, as you indicated, was October 26th. The buspirone was same date, October 26th. The hydroxyzine was October 27th. Flanazepam was into November 25. Fluoxetine was November. Lorazepam was the beginning of November.
That's a
November
good point,
2nd.
Deborah.
Buspirine. These were all pills that were issued on prescriptions in about a 3-week period of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, whatever the dates are when they would have been
Okay.
prescribed.
So do I.
Would you say that
Lori.
Patrick Clancy was very cooperative with your investigation? Anything you needed, he was pretty much there to try to help you out?
I mean, I think I only dealt with him at the hospital, but he was very forthcoming.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Commonwealth?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor.
Best way to sum it up. Just heartbreaking for everyone. It ripples further than the family. It ripples into the community.
Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth will call Maureen Hartnett as its next witness.
I think Florida is pretty okay.
Morning. Let me stop right there.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Ian Hartnett.
And how are you employed? What do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the criminalistics unit as well as the crime scene response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you worked for the crime lab?
Approximately a total of 10 years.
And what are your general responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
In the criminalistics unit, I examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, and those items would include clothing, weapons, or sexual assault kits, among other items. I also collect and identify trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I perform damage analysis on clothing and collect gunshot residues.
Do you have to undergo some specific training and education in order to perform those tasks at the crime lab?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology as well as a master's degree in forensic science. In addition, I received approximately 9 months of training in the crime laboratory as well.
Oh,
do you have to take proficiency or competency tests on a regular basis?
Okay, guys, I'm going to let you watch all this and I'm not going to stop it. I'm not going to be looking at the screen this entire time. So, mods, I appreciate you. I need to find something for us to do during lunch. All right, thanks.
Yeah, so a competency test is taken after each module in the training. They address certain things like blood identification, semen identification, and after each of those modules, I took a competency test to move on to the next portion of the training. Yearly, I also take multiple proficiency tests in biological fluid identification, as well as trace identification and crime scene response.
I'd like to talk a little bit first about the crime scene response. So you, as a forensic scientist, are a civilian, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you often work in tandem with a trooper from the crime scene services section?
Yes, generally I work alongside law enforcement as well as crime scene services when processing a crime scene.
And when you go to a crime scene to process with the crime scene response unit, what's the goal or what are you looking to do there?
My focus generally is on biological evidence, such as blood, semen, saliva, as well as documentation through sketches and diagrams.
And the trooper from the crime scene services section that is usually there, the law enforcement, are they also documenting the scene as well and reviewing those same areas, but through photographs?
Yeah, so I can't speak for all of their responsibilities. I do know they take photographs, video, and they also take their own diagrams on occasion.
Now, in addition to locating biological evidence, do you sometimes perform what's called screening tests at crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
And what are the common screening tests that you can do at a crime scene?
I perform screening tests for blood as well as screening tests for semen, depending on the case history and what the forensic relevant evidence is.
And does that help inform you on what to collect from a crime scene sometimes?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to say if there's a large pool of blood on a floor, you can't collect that all and take it back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So how do you collect a sampling of it in order to then later process something like a red-brown stain or some sort of biological spot or stain that you observe?
Depending on the substrate on which the biological fluid is located, I'll take a swabbing of the item, which is generally something like a Q-tip to swab up the stain. Or if it's on a soft surface, I could potentially take a cutting to preserve that biological evidence for future testing.
And in some instances, do you actually take the whole object if it's possible?
In some instances, yes, that's correct. We would take the whole object depending on what it is.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being asked to come out with the crime scene response unit on that day or that evening?
Yes, I do.
And where was the first place that you went in this response?
I responded to South Shore Hospital, the emergency department.
And fair to say that Trooper Rose Stoffers was also dispatched to that location as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you make observations of a person who was identified as Lindsay Clancy at South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe her to have red-brown stains on her body?
I noted red-brown stains on her hands. I did not have the opportunity to examine her entire body. She was mostly covered with blankets and other types of medical equipment, but I did note red-brown stains on her hands.
And clearly she was there for some sort of treatment, right? So why was your focus on her hands as a crime scene response technician and a criminalist?
At that point in time, I was collecting samples from her hands for potential biological evidence relating to the crime. So when I noted the red-brown stains, I collected samples from her hands.
And while at South Shore Hospital, you're also aware that she had come into the hospital with clothing that was cut off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that clothing was bagged up and collected?
Yes, I returned that clothing to the crime laboratory.
Who did you receive the clothing from? Do you recall?
I believe it was Trooper Dan Lawler.
At some point after being at South Shore Hospital, did you then respond to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I did.
Did you have somebody with you that day?
I had a forensic scientist trainee at that time.
Okay. At 47 Summer Street, were you directed to a particular area to examine first?
I first entered the home through the main floor and then was directed into the basement of the home.
And when you came into the basement, or I guess this could be true of when you respond to most crime scenes, is it the best practice to be one of the first in the home to examine the home as it is or the scene as it is?
Generally, crime scene services would enter first to photograph and video so that there's no personnel in those photos or videos. Then I would normally enter, or the crime scene response unit would enter next so that nothing is disturbed and that we can mark and test and collect evidence as is prior to the detective unit coming in.
The Discord
is
for everyone.
Things are marked and documented, then the detective unit would also enter the residence.
So when you came into the basement at 47 Summer Street, did you observe some areas of the basement that were of significance to you as the crime scene response?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe a red-brown stain on the floor?
Yes, I did.
Once you observe it, what do you do with that stain?
I marked the stain using a piece of ruler tape, and I designated that stain as stain A so that I can properly refer to it in my report.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you the photo. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that stain A that you just told us about?
Yes, that's correct.
That may be admitted.
158.
Thank you.
I'm showing you now on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit 158. Obviously, this appears to be on carpet, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do to collect sampling of that? Well, I guess, what is the first thing you did with that stain?
So once I marked it, I then requested it be photographed, and that is the resulting photograph from that request. I then performed a screening test for the presence of blood on that stain. The screening test was positive, and at that point, once I documented that result in my notes, I then took 2 swabs of that stain for further testing.
Now, when you're at a scene and you see something that is a red-brown stain, you don't refer to it as blood, correct?
That's correct.
And even after a screening test, you don't refer to it as blood, do you?
That's correct.
Those preliminary tests are just screens, and so what do you do to then later confirm it?
Once the swab is collected and then submitted to the lab, later when I'm assigned to the case in the criminalistics unit in the lab, I'll then perform a confirmatory test on any swabs that they're interested in that need to be tested further.
And so as it pertains to the stain A, how do you take the swab? What do you do?
I apply deionized water to 2 Q-tips and apply it to the stain, and then the red brown stain is then transferred to the Q-tips. I then package those, seal them, and enter them into our laboratory system and store them in a cold storage unit until they're ready to be further tested.
And fair to say with this particular investigation, the swabbing from that stain A on the basement floor was labeled as item 3-3 for this case.
That's correct.
Did you also go to another area of the house?
Yes, I did.
And what other areas did you go?
I went up to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the house.
Did you observe additional red-brown stains in that master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And so again, when you observe stains, you then note them, mark them, document them, correct?
That's correct.
And how many stains did you document in the master bedroom?
4.
Okay. And again,
The blood stain
like
was
the
her
stain on the
own.
basement where you labeled A, do you kind of start over with the stains in the other bedroom, or do you continue to label them in sequence?
I continue to label them in sequence as they were B through E.
Okay. So first, referring to stain B, do you recall where that was in the master bedroom?
That was on the floor of the master bedroom in between the bed and the mirror.
I'm going to show you the photo. And is that fair to say stain B?
Stains, yes, true, correct.
Maybe admitted.
I forgot to press send on the Amazon order for my stepmom's birthday.
159 on the screen. Fair to say that's not one stain that was observed, correct?
That's correct.
But what did you do to collect, if anything, or screen this particular area of red-brown stains?
Sure. So in this particular case, based on the stains size and distribution, I consider them a related group of stains. So I tested one of the stains, performed a screening test for the presence of blood. That was positive. So then I collected 2 swabs from that stain, just like the other one as before.
Just showing you kind of another photograph of that area.
Oh! AirPod flew away. Sorry. Whenever it dies, it always stops the stream. Okay.
Is that familiar as well?
Yes.
Why is it?
The next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
And again, now showing what's been marked as 160, you've now testified that there was a grouping of stains. And so based on your observations of the grouping, you were able to identify that they appeared related?
That's correct.
How about stain C? Where was that located?
Stain C, I believe, was located on the mirror.
And just going back to 159, just for reference, can you see the bottom legs of the mirror in this photograph?
Yes.
So it was close to that cluster of stains.
That's correct.
Showing you another photograph. And does that depict the stain C that you noted on the mirror?
Yes, it does.
This is the next exhibit.
right, that may be admitted.
Melanie,
What's now been marked as 161.
she was in and out of those
Again,
places.
is,
Awful.
would this be kind of a cluster of related red-brown stains?
Yes, based on their location and their shape, I collected one stain from that area.
Did you perform that same screening test?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result?
It was positive.
And did you then swab and collect from one of those stains as well?
Yes, I did.
Now, stain D, do you recall where that was in the bedroom?
That was on the windowsill.
Show you two more photos.
Why would there be blood on the windowsill? Well,
And do those represent where you identified as stain D?
Yes.
I would ask these to be that as two, please.
They may be admitted.
And showing you 162 first. Fair to say that's the inside of the windowsill, correct? Inside the bedroom?
Yes, that's correct.
That night that you were there, did you make any observations of any stains on the outside of the windowsill?
Yes, each of those were documented through photographs.
Did you collect any swabbings from the stains on the outside of the windowsill that night?
No, I did not.
And just kind of showing you for the jury, 163, that's just a further close-up of some of the stains. And is that fair to represent the area that you tested for the screen and then later swabbed?
Yes, that's correct.
And stain E, do you recall where that was located?
That was located on the nightstand next to the bed.
Another photograph. Is that familiar to be stain E?
Yes, that's correct.
there's a lot
That
coming.
may be admitted.
No.
And I'm just showing you another photograph of the outside of the house. Do you see staining that you observed that night on the outside?
Yes, I do.
And I would move to make this assessment.
All right, that may be admitted.
Flower, did you not see I showed you where? Thank you.
So first, exhibit 164. You observed several stains in that location.
Yes, I did.
And did you do the same thing as some of the other grouping of stains? Screen one area, collect a swab from one area?
Yes, that's correct.
And just now showing exhibit 165, if you can see at the top. There's a stain on the outside of the windowsill. Did you observe that on January 24?
Yes, I did.
But you did not swab or screen that stain, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
Generally, we don't collect every single stain from a scene. I organize the stains based on location, size, shape, distribution, and collect it from multiple areas. And in this particular case, I knew there was a single bleeder in that area, so I collected from numerous stains, just not that particular one.
And in addition to that stain on the windowsill, fair to say you did observe some other staining on the outside of the house as well, further down the window and on top of the first floor window frame.
Yes, I did.
While you were out in the backyard, did you also observe staining or red-brown stains in the yard?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that same procedure of marking it, screening it, collecting a sample from it?
Yes, I did.
Just going to show you one more photograph. Just going to show that to you. Is that familiar?
Yes, it is.
I'm afraid to say that was then documented as stain F.
Correct.
Move to assessing it.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 166. As far as the work that you did on the scene at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, fair to say it was limited to documenting these areas, swabbing these areas for the most part?
Yes, and I also collected a pair of pajamas and a pink bathrobe from the basement.
Were all of the swabbings and those items collected brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes, they were.
Are you aware that there were other items that were collected within that home on January 24th that were also brought back to the State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes.
Moving to January 25th of 2023, did you go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital as part of the crime scene response, again, to see Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And you observed her at that location as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you take further samples from her?
Yes, I collected samples of swabbings from underneath her fingernails.
And then as far as your duties on this case with crime scene response, did you return back to 47 Summer Street on January 15th of 2023?
I believe I returned on June 15th.
I'm sorry, June 15th. Thank you.
Yes, I did.
And when you returned to the home on June 15th, did you go in the nighttime, the daytime?
I went during the day.
And again, with a crime scene response trooper or a crime scene services trooper?
Yes, correct.
What was the purpose of going back to 47 Summer Street on June 15th?
I was informed that additional testing was being requested on some of the red-brown stains that were noted on the exterior of the house up on the shingles they had not previously collected from. So I went back to see if I could potentially collect samples from those.
Is that something in your training and experience is possible to collect biological substances from something like a shingle months after the incident occurred?
It's possible. So if it's requested, we'll certainly go out and attempt to do that.
And in this particular incident, you went out and first made observations of the rear of the home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then made closer observations of underneath that second floor window?
Yes, correct.
Did you observe any obvious staining in that area?
There appeared to be a reddish brown stain underneath the windowsill.
So what did you do once you observed those stains?
I marked that stain as stain A, and then I also marked additional stains further down on the side of the house on the shingles.
Where was stain A?
That was right underneath the windowsill, of the window that was farthest right, what would have been the master bedroom on the exterior.
Okay. I'm going to show you this photograph of the rear of the home. Does this photograph at least show the area where you observed stain A?
Yes.
Okay. And can you point out to me where that was?
Sure. It's sort of on the left side near where this orange, it seems to be some sort of window insulation. So it was right underneath there. So I did perform a screening test on that.
And what were the results of the screening test?
That was negative.
I would move to admit this photo.
That may be admitted.
167. Again, on June 15th, when you were there, 2023, showing you now Exhibit 167, kind of closing in on underneath that window. There's that orange ball that you described. It appeared to be some sort of insulation.
Correct.
And that was negative. That stain you observed was negative. So you didn't do anything further with that.
That's correct.
As far as the other areas, you have stains B, C, and D, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that a fair representation of stain B?
Yes, that's correct.
And while I'm here, stain C and D.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And again, stain B is kind of in between that top floor window and the first floor window.
Correct.
And stains C and D are just above the first floor window.
Yes, that's correct.
I would ask for your consent.
All right, those may be admitted. Council, it's just about 11 o'clock. Why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right, so we're going to take the morning break at this time,
All right.
members of the jury.
Well, that worked out.
All right. Sure. Close the door, please. Make some monkey chairs, please.
Oh no, this is like that paranoia that sets in. Sorry, I missed some of the conversation. I wanted to get the thing up, and it dawned on me to write some
Council, anything we
information.
need to talk about before the break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
What stands in recess?
Okay. All right. So first and foremost, I know you guys are going to think this is a weird thing to start this off with, but if you are enjoying is such a, it's not the right word to use. If you are getting something out of this stream, whether it be the community, learning more about this case, learning more about mental health, or you've enjoyed meeting the people that you've met in this chat during such a difficult conversation, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you to consider becoming a member. $7 a month, and you get access to a whole bunch of things, including all of your comments on screen, and you get to see members only streams. So we need to discuss that as well. But if you're unable to do that, this is where, if you can't do that, that's okay. Can you please stop what you're doing and double tap your screen if you're on your phone? That's all. It gives me a like. And while you are doing that, if you could make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, that also helps. We started off yesterday with 2,569 subscribers. We are at, wow, 2,666 subscribers. We are 3 people away from 100 subscribers in one day. You guys are just absolutely slaying this and helping get the word out. And I do believe that we're having important conversations. And not only that, we are destigmatizing the discussions around mental health by being open about it and having a safe place to discuss it outside of a mental health facility. And by sharing our experiences, we're actually empowering others by letting them know, like, just so you know, this is what happened to me. I had this outcome. If I could do things different, I would do XYZ, or et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's been very, very difficult. Good. I almost said difficult. Okay. Let me share my, the thing that for you to become a member. And then I thought that we could go over any questions first and foremost. And if you guys don't have any questions, you can just hang tight while we pull up some real court in process right now. Okay. Become a member here. They're not all done. They're just taking a break. This is live. We're live. Here you go. I thought they'd not let you record. I don't know what you're trying to say. You're allowed to record trials in America as long as you get permission and the judge is okay with it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which is like another thing about this trial that I have coming up. I keep saying trial, it's a hearing, a pre-trial hearing on the 24th that I'll be traveling to and taking you guys with me. And the judge has given me permission to record and broadcast. You are not allowed to do that with your phone. I only use my phone. So I need to find a camera that I can live stream from. And I mentioned this on one of my streams not too long ago. I think I found one. It's like a Sony. And it's one of those cameras like you can make last for your entire life. But if you guys own like a camcorder, is that like such a boomer word for me to use? If you have any recommendations for okay, Texas has nothing to do with anything. Nothing to do with anything. I don't know why people are talking about Texas. This is not Texas. This is Massachusetts. I'm not in Massachusetts, thank God. I'm in Ohio. But we're not talking about Texas. Oh my God, Steve. Is it Steve? It's Steve. Steve is our resident troll. And once he gets into your head, he knows he's there and he'll start messing things around. So Nancy said, I just joined this case. What is it about? So this is the trial of Lindsay Clancy. She is a woman that had 3 children. And in January 2023, she and her family alleges that she experienced a bout of postpartum psychosis. And during this event, the voices in her head were telling her to unalive her children. I have to say unalive because YouTube will ding me if I say real words. It's obnoxious, to be honest. In the process of unaliving her 3 children successfully, she tried to do the same to herself, and she did 3 different things to try to make that happen. She fell out of her window head first. She took a bunch of medication. I have to watch what I say. And the next thing I can't say out loud because I definitely will get dinged. But if you're in the chat, I'm sure you're probably saying it. Horrific situation. She ended up paralyzing herself. And now she is on trial to see where she will go. If she'll go to a jail meant for inmates, not jail, prison. If she'll go to a prison meant for inmates like with disabilities such as hers. Or if she'll go to a state institution where she'll receive the mental health care that I don't think anyone in the chat is disputing that she was experiencing a mental health crisis around this time. The debate that people have, not me, but people in the chat have, is whether she was actually going through this psychosis, whether she actually meant to hurt herself because she lived. And if the system really failed her, and I think to the last point, there's overwhelming evidence that the system absolutely failed her. And that is why, as Americans, I always tell people the system will always fail you. Never try to find yourself in a position where you have to rely on the government for anything, because they will yank the floor from underneath you so fast you'll be spinning for 2 days. But it's there for, emergencies, and if you need it, then God bless, and I hope that you're able to get the help that you need. Okay, and then my request for the rest of the day today is that we don't name names of certain medications, because our viewership is down, and it was up, and then we kind of, and blame it on me. I asked a person in the chat about sciatica issues because I'm dealing with that today, and it kind of drifted into a conversation about pain medication, and I think that YouTube is seeing that and thinking that we're up to some nefarious stuff when we're not. But it's like all AI and bots, so they aren't able to suss out what the context of the conversation's really about. And if I know that my regulars understand this. Like I know that my people that come in here day in and day out, and our members, I know that you guys know what's up when I say this, and I'm not mad. I'm not mad. You'll know when I'm mad. I just have to say it. Oh, yeah. Did she send Patrick, her husband, out to pick up a medication for their daughter and take out only so that she could have enough time to unalive her children and herself? That is also, that's a better way of explaining what I said earlier, so thank you. And let it be known that Patrick is her husband at the time. They have since divorced. However, Patrick has been one of Lindsay's staunchest supporters. He has helped with the fundraiser. The fundraiser was on GoFundMe, and they were able to pay for the funerals of the 3 children, and they were able to create a park in this city for it's like in remembrance of the kids, and addresses mental health struggles. But back to Patrick, he has publicly, very publicly said, please don't blame my wife. Please forgive her. This is not the woman that I married. She was struggling. She tried so hard to get help, and the system failed her, and something's got to change. So the fact that the father of her children, who, if you see the history and if you saw last week the videos and the photos, this was a very loving family. These parents loved their children more than anything. It was a depression that just further intensified, and it's like she was abandoned. Oh, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Yay. Thank you very much. What are we referring to here? Okay. All right. All right. I see where this is going. We're not going to do whatchamacallit, politics. Yeah, Deborah mentioned this earlier, and I thought that it was a good point. A very good point. Okay, guys, we can't say the name of drugs anymore. If I need to, I'll put it on the screen. And it's probably just because we were having these conversations, and it was a whole bunch of people commenting with certain medications all at once, because it didn't hurt us the other day when we were having these conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really weird. So I think it was just like the timing, and that messed it up. So, Nancy, the system did her wrong because she went to several different doctors over a span of 4 months. She was either prescribed, filled, refilled 30 plus different medications. It turns out to be like 13. Let me rephrase that. So 13 different medications were fluctuated over 30 times within a 4-month period. And she called the suicide hotline. They told her that because she didn't have a plan in place at that moment, that she couldn't receive in hospital treatment. I absolutely do. I absolutely do. Yay, she's a member. Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. I got to show you guys the video. I got to show you guys the video. Hold on. I scared my dog. I got all worked up. Okay, here.
I'm a Massachusetts social worker, and I also worked on the exact inpatient unit at McLean for nearly 8 years that Lindsay Clancy was a patient at. Very important. I was not there when she was there, but I literally worked there for 8 years. We need to correct the misinformation that this prosecutor is saying about McLean and what the stay there is like. So I'm going to break down everything for you and tell you the truth. Let's preface this with identifying what the prosecutor's approach is with the McLean stay in particular. The prosecution is trying to say that if Lindsay really wanted to get better, why didn't she engage in treatment more? And then the prosecutor specifically talks about McLean, what's offered there, and identifies things that Lindsay did not participate in. And we need to correct that. Let me tell you how it actually works. So the first thing the prosecution brings up with Patrick Clancy is that he has stated that he felt like she didn't really get any treatment while she was at McLean. And one of the things that he was under the impression of was that she didn't really see a doctor while she was there. Now, the prosecutor then says to him, well, are you aware she actually saw a doctor each day and she saw a resident? Are you aware of that? And he says, no, I wasn't under that impression. Let me tell you exactly why that is. In general, there are around 23 patients on the unit at a time. And because of that, there are usually around 4 to 5 physicians in charge, we call them, 4 to 5 psychiatrists who split up the patients so that there's not just one doctor seeing 23 patients. Each doctor has usually around 5 to 6. They vary a little bit, but they are limited. And that 23 patient population is divided up and it's split amongst doctors. When a patient is admitted to the unit, they are specifically assigned 2 clinicians. One is a psychiatrist and the second is the social worker. You are literally told as a patient, this is your treatment team. This is your doctor. This is your social worker. With that being said, legally, every patient needs to be seen at least once a day by a doctor. So on the weekends and on the holidays, when the physicians in charge, the regular physicians who are working there, are off because they work weekday hours, on the weekends and on holidays, the patients still need to be seen by a doctor. How that works is that there is one doctor who comes on the weekend and holidays, and he or she sees every single patient on the unit, okay? And if you think about it, there's a reason that the doctors who are there during the week are only assigned 4 to 5 patients, because you cannot spend a long amount of time as a doctor with 23 different patients. So the job of the weekend doctor, as we call them, the holiday doctor, is literally to just go quickly check in with every patient. It is not a lengthy meeting by any means. So this idea of the prosecution saying, well, she actually did see a doctor, so that was kind of a lie. She saw a doctor. She didn't see her doctor. Now, moving on to the next part. The prosecutor also says to Patrick Clancy, well, are you aware that there is actually one-on-one therapy offered on the unit every day? This is what really pissed me off. There is absolutely no one-on-one therapy offered on that unit. What this prosecutor is referring to is what we literally call check-ins. And you know who does those check-ins? It is unlicensed individuals. This is a job where you only have to have a high school degree to get it. And I can say this because I did that job for 5 years. I was the clinician who was performing one-on-one therapy in her mind. No, I was doing check-ins. I did that job. So I promise you, this was not one-on-one therapy. I love my coworkers, and this is no disrespect to them. We were not people who were licensed or qualified in any way to give therapy, and we did not. And within these check-ins, I'm going to tell you what the conversations are. How's your day? How'd you sleep? Have you been able to eat today? Have you been able to go to groups? What's your treatment plan? Have you talked to your family? What's your doctor saying? There are brief questions at the end where we say, are you feeling safe? They aren't safety assessments, let's be honest. You do check that little box, but I'm telling you, that's the line of questioning. It is not one-on-one therapy. Now let's talk about something the prosecutor brought up today. She brings up and tells Patrick Clancy, are you aware that, Lindsay was also checked on every 15 minutes by staff? Let me tell you what she's referring to. We literally call this checks, okay? And it's when we would go around on the unit every 15 minutes, staff has to go around the unit. And you know what your job is on 15-minute checks? You make sure everybody's alive. You make sure everybody's not, people try to commit suicide on the unit. And the 15-minute checks is not conversations. We're going around and we're literally checking off on a board. We saw this person. You put a check. You put an A if they're in bed awake, and you put an S if they're asleep, and you put an O if they're off the unit. That's it. You're just going around. This isn't like check-ins. You're just visually putting eyes on them to legally indicate that they are okay. But this is not a check-in. It's just, hello, I see you. So another thing the prosecutor brings up today, and again, I think this is from the idea of like, clearly Lindsay was well enough. She brings up how, are you aware that Lindsay was granted permission to, go off the unit, like go outside, right? And Patrick's like, well, yeah, I was aware, like she went for a walk, and the prosecutor is kind of like, so she was allowed to go out. And again, I think she's trying to be like, if she was allowed to go outside, clearly she was okay. And I'm going to tell you guys something. 75% of the patients who are admitted to the unit, within 2 days, get granted that permission. Sometimes it's the day they get there. The only patients who don't get granted that permission, and especially quickly, are the ones who are acute safety concerns. Those are patients who can't be trusted, in a sense, to not try to harm themselves if they leave the unit. There are patients who are flight risks, and they can't be granted the permission to go off the unit. So this idea of like, well, Lindsay was granted that permission, it really doesn't have much meaning, because if I'm being honest, everybody is granted that position unless you are really actively doing something to yourself. So like, this isn't that deep. Now the prosecution starts talking about the discharge piece at McLean, and it does sound like Lindsay asked to be discharged. And the obvious thing to like think about is like, why would she want to stay on the unit any longer when she's not getting any help? It is logical to ask to be discharged. And she was discharged, she wanted to go to one of her children's birthday parties. And her asking to discharge to be able to go to her kid's birthday is a completely normal thing that people get discharged for. Birthdays, graduations, funerals, bigger events that people want to be a part of, that is good for them to be a part of. If the person is deemed safe, which I'll get back to, the team is usually happy to allow that. So her asking to be discharged for her kid's birthday is not abnormal. It's very normal. And I also think it is indicative of her wanting to be a mom, which, is the opposite of what this prosecution is trying to say. All right, now my last and most important part. Even though Lindsay asked for discharge and it was granted, McLean failed her. These outpatient, I'm sorry, Dr. Jennifer Tufts. I mean, I'll say, we know the name, but I think that woman needs to lose her license. I'm going to be straight up. McLean needs to be held accountable. They did clearly not do their proper assessment when they granted her discharge. I'm going to be straight up, okay? And I'm going to say that as somebody who's worked on that unit and had to approve discharge. You are a well-trained mental health professional. You know, when you are assessing a woman with postpartum mental health, you need to be doing a damn good job of making sure that she's not going to go hurt her kids because of where she's at in her mental health. And I don't think McLean did a proper assessment. I don't think they asked any questions about the kids. A lot of times when you're discharging from this unit, it's about, are you going to go hurt yourself? And she was suicidal. So she should have had a suicide assessment. But knowing that this is postpartum, I do believe that McLean failed her by not doing a better assessment about where she was at with her kids. I don't care that I worked there. I don't care that I respect the hospital. I respect a lot of the clinicians there, but no program is immune from clinicians who aren't doing their job properly. And her asking to discharge, it's on the clinicians. They let her go. We are held to a specific criteria to let patients go. They failed her. I know this is a long ass video, but I felt it important to give like literally firsthand perspective. I'm watching this case, listening to this prosecutor just lie and gaslight. And I'm like, I'm enraged at the lies that you're telling. I mean, in general, but specifically at McLean, I'm like, I know that what you're saying isn't fucking true because I did it. I was there for 8 years on that exact unit. Like I said, how are there 2 female prosecutors prosecuting this case? It's beyond me. It's sickening. It's traumatizing. This woman doesn't want to be alive. And all that this case is doing is further traumatizing. If you guys don't care about Lindsay, fine. I do, but let's look at the other people. This is traumatizing Patrick Clancy further. This is traumatizing an entire jury. Can you imagine? These are just civilians doing their,
I said that.
civilian duties and doing jury duty. And there's such a thing as vicarious trauma. And that's when you're traumatized by somebody else's trauma. And this shit is dark. The prosecutors need to show these onesies, and we know the kids are not here anymore. All it is like torturing, this family over and over again. And I think it's abomination. I think it is awful. And I don't know how these prosecutors sleep at night, if I'm honest. The only positive reframe I can think is that this better be a marker in history. Shit needs to change with women's mental health. And I think everybody's waking up with this. I know there's a lot of people who are just kind of assholes and they're just like, she's a monster. But I've seen a lot of a switch of people being like, what the fuck? So these healthcare, clinicians need to be held responsible. It's them at the end of the day. And this is a fucking tragedy.
That I saw that 2 days ago and I was like, I have to show this. Like that's bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. And I loved the fact that she had worked at that facility. So she had that firsthand experience. Otherwise I wouldn't have shown it. Thank you, Sizzle. I'm so glad that you came back today. I know that you left yesterday. It was a little heavy, but we ended up wrapping up right after you left. And if you guys want to know what I was doing, why I left in a hurry, there's a group of, I'll call them older gentlemen. They're like early 70s, 80s. And when I wasn't sick, I used to go to a pub with them every Monday afternoon, and we would eat French fries, and they would play Keno and get a thing of beer, like a pitcher. And it dawned on me yesterday, I didn't have treatment. It was my first Monday without treatment. And they usually get there around 3:30 because they're gone by 5:30. So I was able to see them for the first time since my heart surgery. So I went and saw them yesterday. So thank you guys for being patient with me and not doing a debrief yesterday after the stream. I just needed to see them. I mean, and these aren't even people that are like in homes or anything. These are guys that are married and they play cards on Wednesdays, and one leaves for a 3-week trip to Europe on Thursday. He's on a cruise. So they love having me around, and it's nice to hang out with them and laugh. I laugh with them a lot. Oh, we're back.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant excluded.
Read this comment on the screen because this person, Andrea Yates, that was the trial that started on September 11, 2001.
The jury.
All right. Counsel, ready to recall?
Yes, would you like the witness back on the stand?
Yeah, please, and then we can bring the jury in.
Oh. It's all about hearing different perspectives, you know? It's not about arguing who's right and who's wrong. It's about hearing each other out not ostracizing one another and not battling. Just be civil and kind and treat people how you want to be treated, you know?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Steve is awesome. Hey guys, don't forget to like. Ooh, the jurors aren't in there. Don't forget to like, and if you could share, that would help. We dropped tremendously. Oh no, what's wrong, Kevin? Oh, he was on his phone. He's probably checking the tweet I sent him yesterday. It's very nice. I hope you get better. We hope to see you soon. I know.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, we will now return to the case on trial. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Ms. Hartnett, I just want to go back for 1 second to the night of January 24th at 47 Summer Street and show you one additional photograph, if that's okay.
Sure.
Is this familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And is this an area depicted in the bedroom of the home at 47 Summer Street, that area where you noted later with tape stain E?
Correct.
Okay, and you observed on that particular night the knife that was located on that nightstand?
Yes, I did.
All right,
Oh,
that may
man.
be admitted.
And showing you now on the screen, it's been marked as Exhibit 170. You're aware that the knife depicted in this photograph was collected from 47 Summer Street on January 24th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, going
Thank you.
back to where I think we left off before the break, we were talking about returning to the home on June 15th of 2023. And that you examined some stains on the shingles on the outside of the house. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
In addition to marking the stains, did you collect anything from the area of the rear of the house on June 15th related to stains B, C, and D?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to...
Stacy, are you in here?
Take a look at the items that are in those bags.
Let me take them out of the bags.
If just so that you can examine them.
I really made YouTube mad. So this is going to go into like the chain of custody aspect of the case and like making sure that everything was handled correctly, labeled correctly. They had warrants for what they took, etc.
In these bags, first the one labeled shingle with stain B, then the one labeled shingle with stain C, and then the third shingle with stain D. Are these the shingles that you observed those stains on June 15th, 2023?
Yes, they are.
I would attribute these 3 items as the next.
All right, they may be admitted.
Hello. I know.
And Ms. Harden, fair to say those shingles were then collected, brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes, I also collected swabs at the scene from each of those shingles, in addition to collecting the shingles themselves.
You're not bothering us.
Now, turning to your other role at the lab, working in the criminalistics unit, did you also perform criminalistics testing in relation to this case?
Yes, I did.
And fair to say, for items that were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, 2023,
Welcome.
You did some confirmatory testing on several of those items.
Yes, that's correct.
And what items did you do confirmatory testing on?
I performed confirmatory testing on some of the swabs that were collected from the home. I believe those swabs collected from stain A. I would have to check my notes specifically for the stains.
That's okay. Let's just kind of go through some of the areas of the house first. So as far as the stains that we discovered or that we talked about previously, stain A on the basement floor, that was item 3-3, stain B on the bedroom floor, that cluster, that's items 3-4, correct?
Correct.
Stain D from the bedroom windowsill, that was labeled as item 3-6, correct?
Correct.
And stain F, which is the snow on the backyard, or the stain on the snow in the backyard, item 3-8. Those were all confirmed at the laboratory to be blood.
That is correct.
And again, we talked briefly earlier about the fact that there's always a screen, and then that you can't make a determination of the substance until a confirmatory test is done, correct?
That's correct.
And so that is a process that you do at the lab.
Yes, correct.
And as far as the knife that we just were referring to, the knife that was recovered, what's in Exhibit 170, you were able to examine that further, or swabs taken from that knife at the lab.
That's correct.
And confirmed that what you say was stain A on the blade of that knife was confirmed to be blood.
Yes, I performed the screening test as well as the confirmatory test for blood on stain A at the laboratory.
Now, once you are in the laboratory and determine that blood is confirmed on these particular items, or that there is biological substance present, do you do anything to prepare those items for further testing in a different unit of the lab?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
For the swabs that I collected and for the swabbings that I took of the knife, I then cut them up, give them a separate item number, and preserve those for potential DNA analysis. Half of the samples also preserved for any future analysis if necessary.
And fair to say it's a different unit at a different part of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab that conducts DNA testing, correct?
That's correct.
And so if some of the items that you examined are selected for further testing, those swabbings or further snippets would then be sent to the DNA unit.
That's correct.
Now, as it pertains to some of the other items that were collected from 47 Summer Street, you also did some work on 3 exercise bands, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do in relation to the 3 exercise bands that were collected?
After
I'm not
documenting
lagging.
them in the lab, I took samples from each of the ends of the exercise band.
Are you guys lagging on the stream? That's actually really important to know.
As well as a separate sample from the center of each of the exercise bands.
Okay, and so the first band,
Poor Steve.
which is identified as a yellow exercise band, had previously been identified as item 2-2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so did you take samples from both the ends in the middle of that item?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to approach with a photograph.
Oh. Yeah, they all passed away.
Yes, it is.
And in addition to actually taking the swabs, you also document the item that you're analyzing and reviewing, correct?
Yes, prior to performing any kind of collection or testing on an item, I'll photograph it.
And so this particular photograph, is it fair to say this is a photograph from your work at the laboratory with the yellow exercise band?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit this was the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
What do you guys think the doctors thought when they saw that Lindsay, their patient, had done this to her children? What do you think her doctors thought?
All right, thank you.
So, Ms. Hartnett, now showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 174, the yellow exercise band. You indicated that you took swabbings from around the handle areas, correct?
Correct.
And then the middle of the band.
That's correct.
Why didn't you swab the whole thing?
The purpose of the collection was to potentially determine who was holding or had contact with the ends of the band and who potentially had contact with the center of the band, potentially those being two different individuals. So I collected samples separate from the ends as in addition to the center.
And was your approach on each one of the bands the same?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the second band, which is the black band that was identified as item 2-3, you took samples again from the ends and the middle?
That's correct.
And I'm just going to show you another photograph. And is that the black band you examined?
Yes, it is.
This is the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
175. And finally, the blue exercise band that was recovered from the home at 47 Summer Street, that was identified as item 2-4. Did you examine it in the same fashion, swabbing the ends in the middle?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Is that a photograph of the band when you were examining it at the lab?
Yes, it is.
Next.
All right, that may be admitted.
Everyone pray for Steve. He's having a horrible day.
And as far as the swabbings that you took of each of these 3 exercise bands, what did you do with the swabbings after you swabbed the items?
I allowed the swabs to air dry. I gave them each a item number, and then I preserved half of each of the swabs for additional testing in the DNA unit.
And as far as your knowledge of some of the additional testing, you're aware that the exercise band swabbings were sent forward to the DNA unit for additional analysis, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Ms. Hadnett, you initially went into the home at 47 Summer Street. At what time that day? Was it in the evening, early morning hours?
It was the early morning hours of January 25th.
Okay. And you had somebody that was learning underneath you that was with you at that time?
That's correct.
And you went into the various areas of the house. You went down to the basement, right?
Yes.
You talked about the stain that you had taken swabs of that was on the carpet down in the basement, right?
That's correct.
And you went upstairs, and then ultimately you ended up in the bedroom, and you made observations of a number of blood drops, or red, brown, as you put it, drops on the floor, right?
There were numerous red brown stains on the floor, yes.
On the clothing, the bedclothes that were on the bed as well, right?
I do not believe I documented red brown stains on the clothing. It may have been there. I don't know if I have that in my notes.
How about on top of the nightstand, there was the knife that counsel had talked about, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then you look at the window, and there was a red-brown stain on the right-hand side of the window as you're looking outside from inside in the bedroom, right?
Yes, correct.
And you made observations of some of the markings on the shingles that were directly below the window, directly above where the red-brown stains were found in the snow underneath.
Yes, that's correct.
Your confirmatory tests, and first of all, what you do is you have your screening tests. Back in the day, they used to, you use the orthotolidine. Do you still use that?
No, not at this time.
Now you use what, crystalline? What do you use now?
It's called Tasselmeyer.
And the Tasselmeyer, basically, as I say, back in the day, it used to be that you would have vegetation that could give you a false positive, right?
Correct.
Certain chemicals could give you a false positive.
Correct.
Animal feces could give you a false positive, right?
Depending on what's in them, possibly, yes.
The test now that you have, the confirmatory test is a lot more accurate, if you will, but still, nevertheless, I said confirmatory screening, but nevertheless, you still have to do a confirmatory test, right?
That's correct.
And back in the day, it used to be Takayama test. What do you do for confirmatory now?
We use a test card, a human trace test card, which is something similar to a COVID test or a pregnancy test, where you just put the liquid in the beginning of the card, the liquid runs up, and if there's 2 lines, it's positive, and if it's only 1 line, it's negative.
That's not the Teichmann test, is it?
No.
Okay, so the confirmatory test that you use, that's a color test though, right?
Nice.
It's a immunographic test. It's an assay, so it's not really a color test where you add the drops to the swab and it's going to change color.
Okay.
It's a reaction that's happening within the test card between antibodies and antigens that produce either 2 lines or 1 line.
So let's take, for example, in the bedroom on the floor, the council had shown you a number of drops that were in the floor between the bed and that mirror, right? You did confirmatory testing on that?
I did back at the lab. I screened it at the scene and then, confirmed it back at the lab.
And that confirmed that it was human blood?
It confirms that it's blood and it indicates human blood. There is
You have to do a precipitin test or something to determine if it's animal blood or human blood, right?
So the test card that we use indicates that it confirms that it's blood. It indicates human blood because it may react with primate blood. So it's not specific to human blood.
But the bottom line is that you, as a chemist working for the Mass State Police investigating this case, are confirming that the stains that are on the floor of the bedroom, all the blood, all those stains are in fact human blood, right?
I'm confirming the single stain that I collected from is blood.
All right, and when you say the single stain, that would be you use the Q-tip and you swab it, and that would be from all of the stains that were all over the place on the floor, right?
I did not swab each individual stain. I took a swab from each collection of stains.
Okay, and that was human blood confirmatory, indicating it was human, right?
It was confirmatory for blood and indicated human blood.
All right. Now, one of the exhibits that the district attorney had pointed out to you was the mirror. Exhibit 161. You remember that, the mirror?
Yes, I do.
Hey, you see those drops that appear to be going down from above in a downward direction? See those drops? You tested those?
I do see the red-brown stains, and yes, I performed a screening test on one of them at the scene.
Okay, and you're comfortable that in fact is human blood, correct?
I did not perform a confirmatory test on that specific stain back at the lab, so I just screened it at the scene, and that stain was not tested any further at that time.
It was what?
I performed a screening test at the scene. I did not perform any confirmatory tests on that specific stain back at the lab.
Well, there's no doubt that the stains that are depicted on the full-length mirror that we can see in Exhibit 161 and the stains that were on the floor next to the bed and the stains that were on the floor in front of the bed heading towards the door, all with the same consistency, right?
I didn't make any determination whether or not they were all the same consistency.
Human blood?
I did not make a determination that they were human blood, so based on the scientific results, I cannot say that they were human blood.
As a chemist and involved in crime scenes many, many times, would you agree that the substance that's on the floor and the substance that's in the mirror and the substance that's in the doorknob and the drops that are heading out of the bedroom, those in fact, more probable than not, would be human blood, right?
I do make certain assumptions based on the color of a stain, the size, the shape of the stain, that it could potentially be blood, and that would indicate what I might want to test further. So I don't make an assumption off the bat that it's going to be human blood. That's why we perform scientific testing to screen for blood and then to confirm it's blood.
Okay. So this here, you indicated was some type of insulation?
That's what it appeared to me. I mean, I'm not an expert, but it looked like some sort of foam insulation.
And it's a little difficult to see with the, see that there? Above the little orange, looks like a little balloon, but let's say it's insulation or let's say it's something for bugs. You see the red substance on that object?
I do.
See the red substance, red-brown stain on that window ledge or windowsill?
Yes, I do.
You tested that?
I did not test that specific stain, no.
Yep. So do we know if that was blood?
No, not at this time.
Pretty obvious that it was, though, to you, right?
It appears to be a red-brown stain on the exterior of the windowsill, but I did not do any testing on it.
Okay. And did I hear you correctly that It was 5 months later that the state police investigators decided that you would get the shingles off the house?
I don't know when that decision was made, but that was the day that I was requested to go out.
And then the district attorney showed you the shingles and envelopes. You opened them up and looked at them. And you did a confirmatory test on those?
I did not. I performed a screening test on each of those stains at the scene. I did not perform a confirmatory test on those stains due to the fact that the red-brown stain color was no longer visible. So potentially
It was degraded because of the weather, right?
at some point the red-brown stains appeared darker. They were no longer red-brown. So I thought that the material could be less. So I didn't want to use any additional material for confirmatory testing.
School, as a chemist, you learn how to testify, don't you?
Yes.
One of the things they tell you is look at the jury. When the lawyer asks a question, you look at the jury and you answer the question, right?
That's correct.
Right. So can you just look at me when I ask you just a little bit a question? Would you agree that weather affects, degrades blood if in fact it is on an object and allowed to stay outside?
Absolutely.
All right. And then you can look at them. And then you'd agree with me that what you noted appeared to be dark.
Yes.
It would almost be like bat guano for that matter. We don't know what it is, right?
No, I cannot make determination what it was. Like I just performed a screening test, so I cannot confirm it was blood. They just screamed positive for blood.
Do you remember there was a red-brown stain on the doorknob of the bedroom from the inside of the bedroom going out? Did you notice that?
Potentially I noticed it. I don't believe I didn't collect from that.
We don't know if that's blood either.
Correct.
And how about the drops, the red-brown drops that were by the door directly underneath the doorknob? Did you test those with your swabs?
No, I did not.
That's all I have.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, you were attempting to explain why you did not perform confirmatory testing on the shingles. Can you explain that to the jury?
Because I could no longer see the red-brown stain, it just appeared more of a darker stain, a lighter stain that I previously saw at the scene. Given that material, whatever it was on the shingle, may have been limited, performing a confirmatory test is using up additional material to perform that test. So given that was already potentially limited due to the conditions and the time that had passed and the fact that I could no longer see the red-brown stain, I simply performed the screening test, and once that was positive, I took a swab and just preserved it. I did not perform any more testing in the lab on that swab.
And is that because you would need something to forward onto DNA if you wanted additional testing to be done?
Correct. I would have had to use up a portion of that sample to perform the confirmatory test, and I didn't think that was in the best interest of the case, given the fact that the material may already have been limited.
And you indicated that you had previously seen those red-brown stains in those same areas that you swabbed and the shingles were collected back in January, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? All right. Thank you. Please step down. Thank you. All right. Ms. Buckingham?
The Commonwealth would call Jonathan O'Loughlin.
Good afternoon, sir. I'd like you to raise your right hand and clear.
Good afternoon. We solemnly swear that the testimony you give is the truth, the court, and the jury will not have Commonwealth that the defendant should be Thank you, sir. You may take a seat.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Yes, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yes, my first name is Jonathan. My last name is O'Laughlin.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Oloughlin.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper?
Hired in October of 2011.
And what is your current assignment with the state police?
Right now, I work in the Division of Field Services, and I'm assigned to the State Police Logan Airport Barracks.
Going back to January of 2023, what was your assignment with the state police then?
I worked in Crime Scene Services section.
And how long had you worked in crime scene services?
I started in February of 2020.
And when did you move to your new assignment?
I left crime scene in October of 2023.
So do you undergo specific training as a trooper to work in that crime scene services section?
Yes.
And what kind of training do you get?
So we did an internal training in the lab, the crime lab. A lot of it was, the beginning was reading about crime scene processing and fingerprinting, and then it would move on to doing mock cases, following other crime scene services members around to observe. And then it went on to do a competency test where you would process a mock scene, develop fingerprints, and analyze them. It kind of pulled it all together. And then that would go on to a quality assurance program within the lab, and they would determine if you were qualified to be on call.
And what things do you do as a crime scene services trooper? What are your responsibilities?
So we respond to all different types of crime scenes. At every single crime scene, the main thing you do at every scene, no matter what it is document the scene with photographs. Depending on the type of scene you're at, you may also document the scene with video. You may also sketch the scene by hand. Then also you may collect items of evidence to be processed later, or you may even process items at the scene. What you're processing for is fingerprints. You try to develop fingerprints. If there are any, you can do fingerprint analysis and try to determine whose fingerprints are on the items of evidence.
And that can be done at a crime scene, but it also can be done back at the crime laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Depending on the item and where it was located.
Yes.
As far as your response to particular scenes, do you often go out to crime scenes in tandem with or with a crime scene response unit investigator, forensic scientist?
Yes.
And you indicated that one of the first things and one of the main things you do is document scenes. Is it best practice to be kind of that first in after a scene is secured to document the scene as it appeared?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So when you respond to a scene, usually the town that you respond to, the local police department will secure the scene, which means they don't allow anyone in to disrupt the scene until you get there. Then you start with photographing the exterior of the residence, and then you walk in and just document the entire scene room by room as it is.
And after that's done, do you kind of go back through and highlight or identify in any way particular things that may be relevant to the investigation of
Yes.
the crime scene you're responding to?
Yes.
And how do you identify in the documentation items that might have some relevance or evidentiary value?
So some items might kind of be obvious if they're involved in the crime that are still there. Those you want to document further. And sometimes a detective unit or a member will ask you to document another piece of evidence that they would like collected or they would like further looked at.
And you indicated that with crime scene services, you respond to all different kinds of scenes and all different types of law enforcement. So sometimes do you work with the local city or town departments?
Yes.
And in investigations where a death has occurred, who are the primary law enforcement that you're working with?
So there will be local, and there will also be the county state police detective unit will also respond for any death investigation.
Now, when you are processing a scene or documenting a scene, do you do anything to identify and highlight the items that have been either pointed out to you or that you've seen that could have value in the case?
Yes.
What do you do?
So with those, we put what's called placards, and placards are pieces of plastic that have numbers on them. That way, when you're going through the photos, you can refer to them as placard 1, placard 2, and so on and so forth.
And as far as further processing the scene between yourself and the crime scene response, are some items sometimes collected by either yourself or the crime scene response unit?
Yes.
And when you collect an item, do you identify it in some other way?
Yes, when you collect an item and it's put into evidence in the lab, it's given a lab number. The lab number doesn't have to match up with the placard number. The placard's simply for your photos, and then the lab number is the number that will be associated with that piece of evidence all through the crime lab process, all the way through the trial.
And when you go to crime scenes for inside houses, for instance, is it oftentimes the case that you are processing the crime scene at the same time investigators are getting into a location with a search warrant?
Yes.
And so when that's the circumstance, do you photograph and document everything that you can?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sure, I can.
Repeat that?
That's a bad question. When you are with kind of the local
He's like,
law
yeah.
enforcement,
Yeah, it is.
do you document things oftentimes that maybe you don't collect and take back to the lab, or the forensic scientist doesn't, but might have value or relevance to the police?
Yes.
And in those instances, they're not assigned those same item numbers, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall going or being called out to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I do.
And what was your role on that scene?
So the role was the Plymouth State Police Detective Unit had been called out to what was reported as a homicide at that address. So we were called out to document the scene and collect any items of evidence that needed to be processed.
Now, in relation to this particular investigation, when you arrived there, had the state police and the Duxbury police already secured the home?
Yes.
And again, in this situation, were you arriving and going into the home at the same time that a search warrant was being executed?
Yes, we waited for the search warrant to be signed, brought to the scene, and then photographed the search warrant, and then we started documenting the scene.
And fair to say, in this case, there were a number of items that were identified by your unit by the placards.
Yes.
And if I tell you that you documented 8 specific placards at the crime scene on that particular day, does that sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Including a brown belt, some exercise bands, 3 in particular, a pair of red pajamas, a pink sweatshirt or a robe, a pink piece of clothing, a knife with a black handle, and a phone. Does
Yes.
those sound right?
It does.
We didn't
And I
see
will
the
go
knife,
through each
did
and
we?
every item because we've seen several of those items before. But just in particular, as it relates to placards 7 and 8, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at some photos, okay?
Okay.
So I'm showing you a photograph of placard 7. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what is the placard 7? What was that to highlight or depict?
That was a knife covering a red-brown stain found in the upstairs master bedroom.
Right, that may be admitted.
And I'm showing you another photograph with depicting placard number 8. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And that was a cell phone that was also noted in your documentation of the scene, correct?
Yes.
That may be admitted.
Now, as far as collecting of particular items on this scene, you're aware that there were several of the placarded items that were collected by crime scene services to take back to the lab.
Yes.
And fair to say the yellow exercise band at placard number 2, the black exercise band at placard number 3, the blue exercise band at placard number 4, the red pajamas, and the silver knife with the black handle were all collected.
Yes, I believe the red pajamas were collected by the crime scene response unit.
Okay. Do you recall collecting the knife?
Yes.
Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene response? Or excuse me.
There's no objection to any of this physical evidence being introduced.
You just, that's all right. I'm going to allow this line of inquiry just to kind of put things
Okay.
in.
All right, guys. I think we just that objection right there, that gives you some insight into why Lindsay what's the word? I'm lacking today. She worked a deal with her lawyer and the state so that she doesn't have to, the court, including her, the jurors, family members, don't have to hear select parts of the state's case. And it seems to be about the attempt and some parts with the kids. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, we will cover that at lunch.
Perspective. Go ahead.
Thank you. Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene services as opposed to the crime scene response?
So we would collect a knife because that would be an item that would be processed for fingerprints at the lab.
And based on your training and experience, a fingerprint analysis, is that something that should happen before any other biological testing?
Yes.
And why is that?
So fingerprints are extremely fragile. Anything that the forensic scientist would do would destroy any fingerprints that may or may not be, that may be on a item of evidence.
Okay. And so I'm just going to approach and show you an item.
Oh. My stream is featured on YouTube. Heck yeah.
Is that item familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that the knife that you collected that was located at placard number 7?
Yes.
Thank you. I would move to admit this as the knife.
All right. That may be admitted.
Now, that knife
Yes,
was
Sydney.
brought back to the crime lab to your unit?
Yes.
And in addition to the knife, did you also bring back the exercise bands?
Yes.
As far as your analysis of those items for fingerprints, what did you do to try to identify if there was anything on them?
So when we're examining for fingerprints, we're looking for latent prints, which are fingerprints that aren't necessarily visible to the naked eye. Therefore, chemicals must be applied to bring it out to make them visible. Those are non-porous items. So for those, we would use, it's commonly referred to, what was cyanoacrylate ester. It's more commonly known as super glue. And we put them in a chamber with the super glue. The super glue is heated. There's water, so there's humidity in this chamber. The entire chamber fills with super glue fume, so it adheres to anything fingerprint related on those items. Once the chamber is cleared of the fumes, you open it, and then you can now see if there are any fingerprints on there.
Is it fair
And
to say?
that also hardens and preserves the fingerprints on the items of evidence for further testing if needed.
Okay, and is it fair to say that when you touch an item and like leave some remnants of a fingerprint, it's the oils and everything that are on your finger that leave the impression on the item?
Yes.
And so are there things that can affect whether you actually get enough information to analyze a fingerprint?
Yes.
What kinds of things can influence that?
So it could be the texture of the actual object itself. It could also be environmental factors. If there's low humidity, it could be if there's the person touching the item might not have residue on their hands. There's also movement can affect fingerprints. The the strength, the grip on an item also affects that, as well as they could be wiped off because fingerprints, like I said, are very, very, very fragile.
Okay, and so is it oftentimes the case that you analyze for a print and don't find anything of value?
Yes.
And so as it pertains to these items that you reviewed, the knife, the exercise bands, can you tell us what your findings were when it came to the knife?
Yes, the knife did have limited detail, meaning that there were areas of friction ridge impressions, which is that's what we've referred to fingerprints, is the friction ridge skin is the skin that covers your palms and your fingers and your toes and your feet. The friction ridge skin is what leaves the impression on an object. So there was an area of friction ridge impression on that knife. So it was photographed further and giving an item number. Upon further analysis, there was not enough detail to do a comparison.
So when you photograph it for further analysis, why do you do that?
Do that in order to take a deeper look to see if there was enough characteristics or minutia to do a comparison to a known print.
So with a photograph, you can enhance it and look at it closer, correct?
Correct.
But after doing that, were you able to make any sort of opinions about that area on the knife?
Yes, there was not enough characteristics or minutia to do any comparison, so it was
it's not a capital
no
punishment.
value.
And as far as the exercise bands, fair to say you also did the same and examined those to try to identify if they had any friction ridge detail or anything of value that you could conduct a comparison on, right?
Yes.
And was there any on either the yellow band, the black band, or the blue band?
No, there was not enough to do, no value.
And after you're done looking for these delicate fingerprints, what do you do with the items next?
So the items are repackaged and they moved on to the forensic scientists to do their testing.
And usually that's the criminalistics unit first, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, as we discussed, you were also documenting as state police were executing a search warrant, correct?
Yes.
And you did that again with additional photographs?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a couple photographs, if that's okay. 3 photographs. That's the first one. It's a little hard to see, but do you see an item depicted in there? A square item?
I'm sorry, but where exactly?
Well, do you see that this photograph, a little washed out, but it depicts an area of the home?
Yes.
Or an item in the home?
Oh, yes.
The dresser?
Yes. Oh, yes, the dresser.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I have another photograph with a drawer open. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And then a third one, with an action item pulled out.
Yes.
And fair to say, when you're photographing things as they are found, you photograph where it comes from, as it's being examined, and then the item in and of itself.
Yes.
So these 3 photographs, would they depict the location of a brown journal?
Yes.
Okay. I would move to admit these as the next.
All right, those may be admitted.
This happened in 2023,
And
January.
So as far as the dresser, that was located in the basement of the home, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the item that was collected was not collected by you or the crime scene response trooper, but in fact by the state police detectives unit, to your knowledge.
Yes.
There is no lethal injection in the state of Massachusetts.
Right.
So basically, how long is your course that you take to become a crime scene technician for the state police?
So before you're certified for fingerprints, it's usually about a year.
So you're working in that crime scene services unit for a year while you're going to the school for it?
Yes, it's more of an internal training. You don't go to a specific school, but yes.
So you told us about your training. You told us about your experience. You told us about fingerprints. You told us how you seize items in the course of a search warrant. And then you told us about looking at the photographs and the items that would depict Friction Ridge, if any. But the bottom line is that you didn't get any fingerprints.
Correct.
And that you could have just said that, right? Just come on the witness stand and say, we didn't get any fingerprints.
It's a state.
So then you're talking about, as the state police investigating this case, you guys walk around and you have cameras and you take pictures, right?
Cameras.
Yes.
That's what you told us about. But how about when you're executing a search warrant? Are you supposed to be thorough in the course of your search for items?
I don't search for items, sir. Everything I do is,
Pictures, right?
yes, I document.
So if I went into the bedroom and if I found a bunch of drugs, in addition to the drugs that were found in the kitchen, and I found these in a nightstand with blood on top of the nightstand and the knife that you talked about, you would have photographed that, right?
Yes.
Never saw that, did you?
No.
I have no further questions.
Right. Redirect? All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Hillary Griffiths as its next witness, please.
We haven't even heard the defense yet, you guys.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Up right here, raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall take
Gail, that's essentially what happened this morning.
Thank you. You may have a seat, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Sorry, it's okay. Good afternoon. Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Hillary Griffiths,
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Griffiths.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
What do you do there?
I am a forensic scientist in the toxicology unit
How long have you been with the state police?
for 21 years.
And have you spent your entire career in the toxicology unit, or have you worked in other units?
Initially, I worked in the DNA unit and then in the Office of Alcohol Testing, but I have been in the toxicology unit since 2011.
What does the toxicology unit do at the crime lab?
We test biological specimens, primarily blood and urine and some other sample types for the presence of drugs, alcohol, and some poisons to aid in criminal and legal investigations.
Where does the samples, the blood and urine, come from before it gets to your lab?
They could come from often hospital collections of blood and urine. Occasionally, urine samples can be collected from a defendant at a police station. Also, we receive samples from the medical examiner's office.
So normally it comes through some law enforcement channel, right?
Yes.
And sometimes through the medical examiner's office.
Yes.
You don't have any direct involvement in the collection of the blood or urine from an individual, correct?
Correct.
You're just looking at the blood itself.
Yes.
Or the urine.
Yes.
Okay, so what kinds of testing is done in the toxicology unit? You mentioned alcohol and drugs and poison. So how does the toxicology unit handle those things?
We initially screen samples following a particular testing strategy depending on case type. And we will screen samples and then confirm whatever is found positive in the screening using a second methodology or repeating the initial methodology using a variety of different techniques.
And when a sample comes to your unit, can you explain to us how the personnel in that unit divides up the work?
Yes. Our samples are tested in a batch system. So each analyst is assigned a particular task for the month. And then any case that requires that test during that month is performed by that individual. So often cases could need anywhere from 3 to 10 different tests to be done. And so different individuals will conduct each different test.
And for any given case or any different lab number, is there an analyst that's kind of assigned at the end of it all to digest or analyze all of the data?
Yes, when all of the testing is completed for a case, an analyst takes responsibility for that case, and they will review all of the raw data that's generated by the different analysts involved. They'll review the case specific information, like the police report, the documentation on the evidence itself. They'll assess the case as a whole, and they'll generate a report containing their findings.
And do you receive some sort of specialized training to be part of the toxicology unit?
Yes.
And what training do you receive?
When I began working in the toxicology unit, I participated in approximately a year-long training program where I conducted literature reviews, attended lectures, to learn the theory behind the testing and the testing process itself, as well as the interpretation of the results. And then I practiced each of the techniques on mock cases, and then took tests to ensure that I understood the logic and the background behind the testing. I understood the interpretation, and I was able to test these mock cases and get the correct results prior to performing those methods on casework samples.
And you described to us that the work is done in a batch flow process so that you could be doing different things at various points. Are you trained to do each part of the process?
Yes.
And so ultimately you could interpret, but you don't always interpret with every single case that you work on.
Correct.
Now, in the toxicology unit, you mentioned that there are screening tests and there are confirmatory tests, and those are usually assigned differently in this batch process, correct?
They can be, yes.
What are generally the screen tests that are done when a case comes into the toxicology unit?
For the most part, all cases receive an ELISA screen, which is a very quick color screening test that looks for 8 different types of drugs. It's very sensitive but not very specific. So it basically says this type of drug might be present. Now go do follow-up testing to find out specifically what's present. They also all receive a general unknown screen, which looks for several hundred different prescription drugs, over-the-counter drugs, and drugs of abuse. Then depending on the case type, they can be screened for alcohol, and they can be screened, specific screening tests for GHB can be performed if the case type warrants that.
GHB, alcohol, I mean, really?
Overall, good.
You can continue.
And then depending on what is present from those screening tests, that will guide the follow-up testing.
And with the follow-up testing, that's the process of going through that secondary confirmatory testing, right?
Correct.
And in some instances with the screens, are you looking to get any sort of specific information about a particular drug or substance that might be present, or is it just a determination of whether something is detected or not detected?
It depends on the test itself and the sample. The general unknown screen only tells us if a substance is detected or not detected. The general unknown screen can be run as both a screening test and a confirmatory test. With other tests, the screening test would just be qualitative, and we would determine if a substance is present or not, such as when we test urine, we can only determine or report out if a substance is present or not. With some tests, when testing blood, we can determine a concentration and know how much of the drug is present.
And are there limitations at your lab as far as determining concentration of certain types of drugs in blood?
Yes.
And so what happens when your lab might have screened or detected a substance but doesn't have the ability to give a concentration? What do you do with that?
We can, if the substance is confirmed, so if we've tested it twice and verified that it's definitely present, we can report it out as just detected, as opposed to giving the concentration.
Do you often work with other independent outside laboratories to do additional testing that you can't as far as determining concentrations or levels?
Yes, if it's important for the case to know a concentration of a substance that we can't quantify ourselves, we can send it to a different laboratory that can perform that testing.
I'm going to draw your attention to a laboratory number 23-01723. Do you recall doing work on that particular lab number?
Yes.
Do you recall what your role was in that batch process for the lab number?
Yes. I performed the confirmation method for benzodiazepines on the urine sample and the quantitation method for benzodiazepines on the blood sample.
And in order to do, well, can you tell us a little bit about the benzodiazepine? What did you do as far as that particular test?
When testing both the blood and the urine, for the most part, the same method is used. We use a solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs from the rest of the biological material. Biological materials can have things like lipids and steroids and blood cells and bacteria and other things that can interfere with our testing. So we use this solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs and concentrate them to be able to run on our instrument. And then we run them on a LC-MS, which is a liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer that can separate the different drugs and identify specifically which one is present and how much is there.
Oh my God.
When
I
we're
gotta take
testing
this
blood
out.
samples, we can report out that value for how much is present. When testing urine samples by this method, although the method itself can determine how much is present, we don't report that out because concentrations in urine aren't really meaningful. They don't reflect any concentration that had previously been in the blood. They mostly just reflect how much of the drug was present in the urine. So we don't report that. There is an additional step that's needed when testing urine at the beginning of the method, but otherwise both the blood and the urine are tested in the same manner using the solid phase extraction and the LC-MS.
And in this case, with this laboratory number, the toxicology unit was in fact provided with 6 vials of blood and 1 vial of urine, correct?
There were 4 vials of blood and then 2 vials of serum plasma, which had started out as blood but were serum by the time we received them, and then 1 tube of urine.
Okay. And as far as the urine goes, in your role in this batch process, you conducted that benzodiazepine screen, correct?
Yes.
And it was positive?
Yes.
And then the further testing, were you able to detect any particular benzodiazepines in the urine?
I didn't conduct the initial benzodiazepine screen through the ELISA method, which was positive. Based on that positive result, I ran the confirmation method on the urine, which identified the specific drugs that were present. And that identified in urine nordiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, and lorazepam.
And based on your training experience when it comes to those substances, if it's detected in either blood or urine, does it mean that there are those 4 separate substances, or could they be derivatives of one particular drug?
Yes, each of those substances is available as its own drug. You can get prescriptions for them, you can purchase them. However, diazepam, that's more commonly used than nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, breaks down into those other 3 substances. So often when we detect nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, they actually are present in the body because diazepam or another benzodiazepine was initially taken and it broke down to those 3.
But as far as your testing is, when it comes to urine, you can't determine or quantify what it was or if it was one drug or multiple.
Correct.
Now, in this particular case, you indicated that there was also further testing done on the blood, correct?
Yes.
And was it as well for the benzodiazepines?
Yes.
And that was just because that was your role in the batch testing for this case?
Yes.
What were the results in the testing of the benzodiazepines in the blood?
The blood contained 8.8 nanograms per milliliter of diazepam and 20 nanograms per milliliter of nordiazepam and 4.8 nanograms per mil of oxazepam and 1.9 nanograms per mil of temazepam and 61 nanograms per mil of lorazepam.
And in your role in this testing process, you're just running the equipment, running the tests, and getting the data, correct?
There is some analysis of the data. I have to ensure that the controls performed appropriately, that the instrument was running properly, and make a decision based on the instrument data, what I consider to be positive or not. But then it's handed off to another analyst who generates the final report.
And in this case, were all the controls appropriate, all the equipment running effectively, and everything done according to the policies and procedures of the lab?
Ultimately, all of the relevant controls that were associated with the samples performed appropriately.
And what did you do with the information or the data that you received as a result of these tests? What did you do with it?
I put it together in a batch file that contained all the data for my analysis. It contained the case data for the samples that were run on that day, as well as all the control data that was run simultaneously, and other traceability type info, and gave it to another analyst who reviewed it to ensure that laboratory policies and procedures were followed, that the controls performed appropriately.
Please don't say the name
in order to report the
medications
results,
in the
and
chat.
that the results were scientifically accurate. And then after that analyst agreed with my findings, the data was put into the individual case files.
And in this case, the reporting analyst for the entire lab number of 23-01723 was in fact somebody by the name of Nicholas Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that there were other forensic scientists who did other testing for other types of drugs in the same test, but it wasn't part of your role or your batch?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
So the toxicology report you're familiar with was dated February 24th of 2023. Is that correct? Do you have it in front of you?
I can refer to it.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And you can keep it right there and look at it. And then it makes reference to your lab number, and then it talks about the specimens that you've indicated, which would be the toxicology blood times 4, serum plasma, you noted serum plasma, and then urine, right?
Yes.
And when you say serum plasma, what is that? Is that just a breakdown of the blood, or is it that was actual plasma that was submitted? How did that come about as opposed to the actual blood in items number 1, 2, and 3?
We received samples that were taken for medical reasons, and the sample that was initially drawn would have been blood, but the hospital would have separated the blood cells from the liquid portion of the sample prior to it being submitted to our lab. So when I received it, it was serum plasma, but it would have initially been blood.
Okay. And likewise with the urine, correct?
Yes.
And you received all of these items in indicating light blue top tube, potassium oxalate, sodium fluoride. That was just so prevent coagulation, right?
Yes.
And then looking down further, it says on the toxicology blood, you make reference to, as you indicated, the 8.8 diazepam, the nordiazepam, the oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, and you're putting down, would that be nanograms per milliliters, NG/ml?
Yes.
Okay. And it's kind of hard to follow through with that, so I'm going to approach you. This is a copy of the blood toxicology report that you're referring to, right? Sure, of course.
Yes.
And this is the tox report for Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes.
And it's making reference to incident date of January 24th of 23, correct?
Yes.
I'd offer this ruling.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Now, you can continue with the yes. You then make reference to organic bases and neutrals, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean?
That refers to, so the line above that, the organic acids and neutrals and the organic bases and neutrals refer to the results from the general unknown screen, which is another screen that was performed by a different analyst.
Okay, do you know who the analyst was?
Lisa Yell.
And would that be with the Department of the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates to the tox report, it also notes that, what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean, though? I just don't know.
This testing procedure separates the drugs present in the sample into drugs that are more basic in nature and drugs that are more acidic in nature. This test looks for several hundred types of drugs, and so in order to customize the extraction method to target certain drugs, the sample is divided into 2 fractions.
So in other words, it gives you a broader spectrum, if you will, of the drugs that would be in the person's sample of their blood, right?
Yes.
And that detected mirtazapine, right?
Yes.
Lamotrigine, right?
Yes.
Probably mispronouncing this. Quetiapine?
Quetiapine.
And quetiapine metabolite, right?
Yes.
As well as trazodone, right?
Correct.
And just tell me, what is a metabolite? What does that mean, quetiapine metabolite?
When we consume drugs, our body will break down the drug often into another molecule before it's being excreted. And sometimes our testing can detect these breakdown molecules as well. So this test detected both quetiapine as well as its breakdown product.
So there was, that would indicate that there was quetiapine that was in the blood, as well as a quetiapine metabolite or a breakdown over passage of time.
Yes.
Also, just you guys check for everything. There's no alcohol detected, right?
Correct.
No amphetamines detected, right?
Correct.
There was a benzo screen that was positive, which we've already talked about, correct?
Yes.
Buprenorphine screen, none detected, right?
Yes.
Cocaine and fentanyl, none, right?
Yes.
Methamphetamines, none. Correct?
Yes.
Opiates, none.
Yes.
Cannabinoids, that'd be weed, right?
I
None.
don't think she
It's the active molecule in there.
Okay. Diazepam, none.
Yes.
Nordiazepam detected.
Correct.
Oxazepam detected.
Yes.
Termazepam detected.
Yes.
Lorazepam detected, right?
Yes.
And then finally it says organic acids and neutrals, none detected, right?
Yes.
And then you talk about, and that would be the acids. Then you talk about the actual organic bases, and it lists all of the other items that we just went through. Trazodone metabolite, for example. So you have the trazodone plus the breakdown of the metabolite. You have the mirtazapine as well as mirtazapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Lamotrigine, quetiapine, and the quetiapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Now, you would also, in your direct examination, made reference to another lab that you all work with, apparently, or that you've had occasion to work with, right?
Occasionally, we have sent samples to another lab.
Okay. Would that be NMS Labs located in Horsham, Horsham, Pennsylvania?
NMS Labs, I don't recall the location of the lab.
Okay,
Oh
but you
my
know
God.
NMS Labs.
You guys
Pretty well
remember
known,
this
right?
lab?
You guys, right? And was a sample of Lindsay's blood
Please,
sent to
Taylor
that
Trial.
place as well?
Yes.
And were there results for that as a result of the examination?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm going to approach you with the report of toxicology report.
Got a sidebar?
Sure, Council.
They did not detect alcohol. So, interestingly enough, I was on Twitter while I went and grabbed myself a drink and stretched my leg out from the sciatica issues. And right now, it's definitely being felt that the state is underprepared. Like, that is the general consensus, and that's kind of like the look that the jurors are giving, because the defense goes up there after a doctor leaves the stand and the doctor has clearly said, like, they need to look at their notes. And these people are starting to really question, like, doesn't this person know the answer? And yes, like, this was 3 years ago, but this has made national news. If you were a part of it, you would remember it. You would remember every millisecond of it. I mean, I don't think that we're naive enough to really think that, "Oh, I'm a nurse and I deal with, uh, this all the time." No, you don't. No, you don't. You do not deal with a nationally watched trial that has implications on our legal system for centuries to come. Um,
All right. Redirect.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Let me sit down. Thank you.
Thank you.
yes, Steve. Today it is.
Yeah, come on.
The Commonwealth would call Lisa Yell as next witness, please.
Thank you so much.
Every person is different. Some people can spit out a kid and be just fine, and some people can lose their absolute minds. It's horrible. After seeing her diaries and hearing everything that we've heard, I wouldn't have made it as long as she did.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Come on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My name is Lisa Yell, spelled Yelle.
And what do you do for work?
I currently work at a biotech pharmacy company.
Did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab at some point?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you work for the crime lab?
For 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what unit were you working with at the crime lab?
The toxicology unit.
Okay. And more specifically, I guess, February of 2023, were you still in that unit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to draw your attention right to this particular case. We're talking about laboratory number 23-01723. Did you do any batch work on this particular case?
Yes, I did.
And what testing did you do in relation to the samples of this lab number?
It was a test that was known as the general unknown screen.
Can you tell the jury what the general unknown screen does, what it tests for?
Sure, that's a screening test for drugs. It essentially would test for hundreds of different prescription medications or drugs of abuse.
And in this particular test, the general unknown screen, is there a portion of testing in the lab for general unknowns that would allow you to quantify when certain substances are detected?
I agree, Marie.
The general unknown screen is not a quantifiable test. It's just an identification screen. So you wouldn't be able to attribute a specific level of the drug, but just the identification that it was present or not.
So it would be a detected or non-detected situation?
Correct.
And in this particular case, items 10-101 involved a vial of blood that was submitted to the laboratory, correct?
Yes.
And you did the general unknown screen for the blood?
Yes.
And what were the substances that were detected in that sample of blood?
Would I be able to reference?
Sure.
Just to ensure that I'm attributing everything?
Yep.
Any objections?
No, of course not. Sure.
So yeah, the people inside the courtroom,
183.
I guess Kevin's doing a really good job making it clear that the state did not prepare their witnesses and it's like kind of, I refer to a wet blanket. Like it's kind of like the wet blanket of the courtroom.
Yes.
So fair to say it's mirtazapine, lamotrigine,
Trazodone,
and quetiapine, and the quetiapine metabolite, correct?
Yes.
Just hearing that makes me
in
tired.
that particular screen of the blood, all you're able to tell is whether they're detected or not.
Correct.
In your work with testing for those items and running that general unknown screen, were there any issues with the controls in that test?
No, there weren't.
Were there any problems with the equipment in that test?
There was a syringe issue, which means essentially if you consider a needle that has a plunger on the top, it would have essentially gotten stuck at some point within the batch run, which could run for 24 to 48 hours. It's a very lengthy run. So once the error is notified, it's a very simple switch. You just pull the syringe out, place it back, place a new one back into that same spot, and then you would restart your run from that point forward, including a control, just to ensure that the instrument is still functioning the way that it should.
And so would that type of error that you observed in the equipment affect the results of the test?
Not in any way.
And in addition to the testing or running this general unknown screen on the blood, you also ran a general unknown screen on urine, which was identified as item 10-201, correct?
That's correct.
And were those same substances detected?
If anyone wants to answer Jen's question in the chat in terms of her age, I do not know that definitively. I know her birthday is on Sunday, and she was born in 1990. So she would be what, 30, turning 37, 36. Anyways, the thing that I was going to jump in here about is she started to get postpartum depression, not psychosis after her second child. That was the worst of the deliveries. That baby was breech, and third one was perfect delivery. So I'll let this play. We'll go over it now, or we'll go over it at lunch. I'm going to write it down on the thing that Rose helped buy.
Did in the urine?
Yes, they were.
And again, as far as those particular substances in the general unknown screen or unknown screen test for urine, are you able to quantify it in any way?
No.
Is it fair to say that there are other laboratories across the country that potentially could quantify those substances?
Yes.
And so in this case, are you aware that there were samples of the blood and that were sent to another lab because of those positive tests for those substances?
I am not aware.
Okay. You weren't the reporting analyst in this case, correct?
Correct, I was not.
So after you did those general unknown screens in the blood and the urine, what did you do with the information?
The testing, every independent sample receives its own summary sheet where you document any possible drugs that were detected. All of the sheets are submitted to what's called a batch review, so a secondary person will independently review everything and ensure that they drew the same conclusions that I did. Once both people have agreed, all of the paperwork that is generated is filed within the respective case files, and then that's later submitted to an analyst at random to author the report and review the entirety of the case.
And in this particular case for lab number 23-101723, you're aware that Nicholas Roberts was the reporting analyst, correct?
Correct.
And any decisions on any further testing were likely made through him in your experience?
Yes, it definitely would not have been part of the role for someone doing a portion of the testing within a case.
And as far as the particular substances that were detected, when you are running these tests, it doesn't tell you that there were several different drugs that were necessarily consumed by the individual, correct?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Well, are there certain substances that come up in these screens that could be attributable to the same type of drug?
You're welcome.
There are certain, we would call them parent drugs and metabolites. Once you ingest the medication, your body will begin to metabolize or break that drug down. So there could be metabolites that are related to the parent compound of the medication that was taken.
So where there were there were 5 positive or detected substances doesn't mean that there was 5 specific substances, especially where there was a metabolite detected, correct? I guess that.
I'm not sure I follow your
She
question
had
again.
already
That's
been
okay.
having episodes of it.
As far as these particular items or these particular substances that were detected in these screens, you weren't able to provide any further information for final review other than they were detected.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Rankin?
Basically, as the court knows, we agree to this. We stipulate to all of this. As far as the blood, the chain of custody, the testing, you didn't have any problems with the quality of the testing, right? It was good test.
It was a good test, correct?
Okay. So, and the results that have been described numerous times, there's the reference to metabolite, and there's 5 drugs. Doesn't mean there's 5 drugs. It could be 1 drug with a metabolite. All a metabolite means is that it's a breakdown of the same drug at some point, right?
Correct.
Like if you're smoking marijuana or something, you have carboxy-9 or whatever they call it. It can be some residue in your blood, right?
Yes, the way that.
From the breakdown.
Yes.
And the lab that the council was referring to, again, would be the, is it the NMS lab? You familiar with that, NMS?
I'm familiar with the lab. That lab does exist, yes.
Yeah. And what does that mean? Do you know what NMS means? Is it like national something?
I'm not familiar with the acronym.
All right, thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, Como?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, man. You step down. Thank you. Council, can I see it sidebar?
Or he wants to go to lunch. He either wants to go to lunch or maybe, just maybe, because the nicest weather in America today, believe it or not, is Boston and Columbus, Ohio. So maybe he's just saying, you know what? I think we're done here. Everyone should go home and enjoy the beautiful weather. And let's call it a day. Wow. Thank you, Sydney. You're so sweet. Yeah. Alaska, that's intense. That is intense. My neighbor moved from Columbus to Alaska to receive ketamine therapy because they were one of the very first states to legalize it. But she ended up loving it.
Afternoon recess at this point. I'm going to ask you to come back 2 o'clock. There's another couple of witnesses. I'm not even going to make a commitment. But we'll have a couple of witnesses this afternoon. We'll kind of see where we go. Okay? All right, thank you.
Okay.
Court, all right. Jury.
So,
Place on the chairs, please.
this is what I want to do. And seeing as how I'm the host of this here show, I would like to spend lunch watching Zoom court because I find it interesting. And these people always are crazy.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
And then around 10 minutes before,
I'm sure that this is the Brigham and Women's, the same thing that you have over here.
about 10 minutes before we need to be back. So at 1:50, we'll do a debrief because I wrote some notes. I just need to step away from this topic for a little bit. I'm sure you can understand. I've told you guys when you feel the need to step away, please do because it's heavy subject matter. And it's hard sometimes not to personalize subjects that you've been directly impacted by. And in that situation, it's best to just like take a breather, take a walk, make a cup of tea and go for a walk, as Bubbles would say. All right, let's put this on. Let me know if you have any issues. You shouldn't though.
Or some sort of indication someone was driving drunk that night?
I did not.
So you came upon this little Bell's car just in
Thank
your
you.
normal course of patrolling the city?
Correct.
It wasn't driving, it wasn't on a public road, correct?
Correct.
Nice.
And you had, again, there was no indications, there were any smart marks in the street you observed?
Not at the time, not that I can keep on.
And do you have your report with you?
I did.
Did you write that report?
I did write the report.
Are you familiar with what the report says?
Yes,
At some point in that report, did you indicate that Mr. Bell's car was found in a ditch?
I did.
This
I
is
showed you a video
Judge
earlier.
McNally
You still
out
believe the car
of
was in a ditch?
Michigan.
I would call it a ditch.
Okay.
I would call it a
It's on
ditch.
several parts of connected to the Wi-Fi. It would show the video.
I have no idea what they're talking about. That's the fun of it. Just court jumping.
Now, you took a video that was taken that was with your body camera, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as you're concerned, the night the body camera was on, that was working properly, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know of any issues with it?
Nope.
Nope.
And it's a
Aw.
fair, as far as you know, that's a fair indication of what was happening that evening, right? Right? Fair record of it?
Yes, sir.
Ooh. This judge is very animated. Like, you don't mess with this judge.
You have a question, Sean?
Yes, you may.
You want to see it first?
Yeah.
I've seen it. So, you see where the car is, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree on the left side of the car, there's a ditch there, correct?
He has pretty eyes.
Correct. Car's not in that ditch, is it?
Wait a second.
You want me to share your screen so we don't?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time doing it.
Oh, are you on Zoom?
What, my internet's not connected for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Let me call Shane.
Please, and let's go off the record. Yeah, let's go off the record. We'll call.
Sends it to me, I can screen share.
I'm sorry, Lisa.
If he sends it to me, I can screen share.
You want to send it to Lisa at 33court.com?
Welcome to the Market Shop on Housing. But may I grab my laptop?
Sorry,
May I grab my laptop? It could work on mine because I shared videos. and
whatever you guys want to do. Look, I'll just get off the bench here.
Okay.
You figure it out and I'll come back, okay? Stay seated, everybody.
Okay, I can zoom past this because I hello.
Thank you. Can you tell the judge go back? Yep.
Don't hit that button. Hit the play button. What did he do? What do we think that he did? Ran a stop sign. DUI.
Stay seated, please.
Over the back side.
All right. Go back on record. All right, we're back on record. LaBelle, you can proceed.
Oh shoot, he's asleep.
Just like it was. Steve. When you're coming up to, sorry, officer, as you're approaching, you can see in the video, you're approaching the defendant. There's a ditch there, but he's not in that ditch, correct?
There's snow right there, so
So that's, you would, we just figured that, so you would agree that that snow was there when you first made contact? Well, so first with the car, correct?
you refuse, sorry.
You first saw that snow would have been there when you first saw that car, the defendant's car as well, correct?
The snow?
Yes.
Yes,
So you would have been able to tell if he was in a ditch or not, correct?
I could.
But the video clearly showing he's not in a ditch.
I believe in the video, you can see tire tracks still lead to the actual driveway. I don't know if you can catch out of the right, it would be on the right side of the video.
But he's not in a ditch. We agree with that?
Yeah, totally correct. But what was his own opinion when he observed this in person, was that this person or this defendant was in a ditch or partly in a ditch? So it would be argumentative trying to.
Yeah, he has answered that 2 or 3 times.
What I would just say, credibility, we can take into account when you're making a ruling. That being said, it looks clear that the car is not in a ditch. It's
Okay, but you can argue that to the court, but you're asking him.
Fair enough.
And he said he's in a ditch 2 or 3 times, so you
Fair
can certainly argue that. Go ahead.
Besides where the defendant is parked, is he committing, or has the defendant at this point committed any crime you're aware of?
No, sir.
Has he committed any civil infraction you're aware of?
No, sir.
So you have really no reason to come in contact, is that correct?
I don't believe so.
Well, what can you articulate would be some sort of reasonable suspicion or some sort of probable cause to investigate here?
Reasonable suspicion, I mean, car's running, there's tire tracks into a driveway.
Can you go, wait a minute, stop. Can you go back? I want to see that picture again that was being played. Now show where was the roadway? Where was that at?
So angry. I love it.
Let me ask you this. Stop it in a second. Stop it. Right there. Stop it.
Stop it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that a tree or a telephone pole straight ahead there?
He's flag.
No, I'm not talking about, that's on the house. I'm looking at the right side of the roadway, officer. Can you tell what that is?
I believe that's a telephone pole.
All right. And he's off the roadway, right?
Right.
And that's Arsenal Road, left of the telephone pole, as you described it, going in which direction?
Northbound.
So he's on the east side of the road, off the road, correct?
That would be southbound, actually, I apologize.
Okay, so, okay, there's nothing to apologize about. I just want to picture this. Straight ahead is southbound, correct? As this is depicted at, where's the time on that? 2:12, right?
Right.
So if that's southbound, he is on the west side of the road.
Right.
He's off the road.
Right.
There's a ditch that runs parallel, is what you're telling me, to the telephone pole.
Right.
So you come upon this vehicle that's off the roadway, correct?
Right.
That's basically in a yard there, right?
Right.
So I'm not sure why you were answering his questions in the manner that you were. I mean, don't you think that provided reasonable suspicion to believe that somebody had at least committed a civil infraction of improper lane use?
Yeah, yes.
I love this judge. I
Okay,
love
go
it.
ahead.
Well, not rehabilitate, you know.
Well, I didn't rehabilitate him.
You answered the question for me, and then you just re-asked the questions.
So I can do what I want. We're not- Listen, I'm trying to just picture what went on here. I don't know how somebody can answer a question and say there's no civil infraction occurring when somebody's driven off the roadway. I mean, you can take it however you want. I would have done the same thing if she was asking questions. So go ahead, you finish your exam, but don't tell me I rehabilitated him. I have the right to ask questions. I have the right to understand what's going on here. He's off the road, right?
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
That being said, you don't know if he had permission to park in the person's yard, do you?
I do not.
Okay. You don't know if he was invited guest there, correct?
Correct.
So there was, again, no reason to come in contact with the defendant. He wasn't breaking any laws and hadn't done anything at that point that was considered criminal in nature, or, as far as you were concerned, done anything wrong.
I believe that I explained there were tire tracks going into a driveway. I saw a vehicle running in front of somebody's house in a yard, so that is why
But the car was not putting anyone in danger, correct?
the car wasn't, but the
There were,
intoxicated person that was.
there was, no one was, the car wasn't, there was nobody in immediate danger from that car, correct?
Correct.
There was nobody on the roadway, correct? That he could have potentially been hurt or put in danger, correct?
Not at that time.
Okay, so
There's vehicles traveling down that road at all hours of the day.
I need you to tell me where the tire tracks were.
The tire tracks,
Yeah, where did the tire tracks lead to?
the front yard. That is-
Okay, I thought you said into the driveway.
No, so there's a part of the body cam where you can see there's tire tracks down the driveway, and then he is off to the left of those.
The tire tracks did not lead from the street to where his vehicle was. Is that fair or not fair?
So what I'm trying to have a vision is as I'm pulling around this way, there's a driveway here, down the driveway, whoever lives at 26800 Arsenal, that's their driveway. I can see their tire tracks going all the way back to the end of their driveway. And then I see the Blue Ford Explorer off to the left in the front yard of 26800.
that being said, again, you did not witness him put anyone in danger, correct? I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
I just wanted to ask, so you stated, earlier it was stated that the defendant's vehicle was off the road. And there was some mention about his home and not knowing what it was supposed to be here. Is that a place you can park your vehicles off that road?
No.
Okay.
Bye, Stacy.
The car was running,
girlfriend.
right?
Correct.
His foot was on the brake, you said. Is that right?
I didn't observe the foot, I just
I'm sorry.
observed the vehicle now.
I'm sorry, you observed.
I didn't observe, the vehicle wasn't in park when I approached the window. I didn't observe his foot on the wrist.
The vehicle was running, right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say, maybe I misunderstood. Is it fair to say the vehicle was either in park, had to be in park then if his foot wasn't on the brake?
I just didn't look into the vehicle and look at his foot. I
Okay,
could just see the shifter wasn't in park.
the shifter was not in park?
When I observed him. When I knocked, when he came to, I instructed him to put the vehicle in the park.
Any other questions? Any other questions?
Just to clarify, so when you say you don't know what his foot would be brake, is it because you didn't see his foot or because of something else?
It's because I didn't see his foot.
Okay, so you don't know whether it's in the park or not,
I
or whether his foot was on the brake or not.
do not know whether his foot was on the brake.
Okay.
All right, you can step down, sir.
Okay, this is-
Okay. You don't have any. So what do you want to do? You moving to bind over or? Argue.
I think you're on that. You can take into account constitutional issues, and he clearly testified that he didn't have reason sufficient or probable cause to come in contact with the defendant. So there was no reason for that, for him to start an investigatory stop. No one was in danger. There was no criminal behavior afoot. He didn't observe it, and he couldn't articulate any particularized reason why he was coming into this defendant, other than he believed he might
He's
be
reaching.
intoxicated.
He's
So
reaching.
there's been nothing that they presented that shows that he had a legitimate reason to come in contact with him. So I'd actually deny the bind over.
And Your Honor, just in a brief response to the not taking argument, he also did say that his reason for the stop was because the officer found this suspicious that the car was at the end of the driveway. He also stated that that's not an area you can park your car, and he made mention of these tire marks that we weren't able to see, but were shown on the right side. He stated that the tire marks were straight, that his vehicle, the Blue Explorers, was off the left side. So he approached the vehicle to investigate. I also point out. that
Very
this
difficult to
incident in
understand.
January 1st, 2026, which is in 3 years as well, Your Honor. I believe that in itself is enough to at least conduct an investigation, see what's going on with this vehicle. So I believe that there is enough to bind up.
Do you have anything else?
You gotta go that this.
Oops.
To me, I don't care what he said. The car's in a ditch. It's off the road. It's running. Nobody's going to pull into a ditch. As far as I'm concerned, that qualifies as an accident.
Yeah.
And it might just be by circumstantial evidence because he didn't see tire tracks. There was no evidence that he saw tire tracks leading off the road into the ditch. But people don't park in a ditch filled with snow unless there's an accident. And once there's an accident, the officer has the right to investigate. The car was running. It was running. I was unclear, but it sounds like the vehicle was not in park, which to me tells me, and it doesn't really matter,
It's been one of those days.
that his foot had to be on the brake as well. If the car's not in park and it's running, I don't know what other explanation that there would be other than the fact that his foot's on the brake. So to me, this qualifies as an accident, and the officer had reasonable suspicion to believe that the defendant was in an accident. Again, a car off a road running in a ditch that's not on a driveway or anything else. There's no evidence here. The court's not about to speculate to say that he could have been an invited guest or he could have been something else. It's not a place where people park cars. It's an accident. So I don't care how he qualifies it. At the worst, it's at the very least, it's improper lane use. You don't park on right-of-ways in houses. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna bind over the defendant on the charge contained in the complaint and warrant. And if I'm wrong, I'll try never to be wrong again. But to me, this really, from all the cases that I read, I don't think that this is
I
a
know,
question,
right?
but that they had the right to believe, he had reasonable suspicion to believe the defendant was in an accident. I'm gonna bind the defendant over to the Wayne County Circuit Court. He's not in custody. I'm gonna make it August the 18th. August the 18th at 9 o'clock in the morning on the charge contained in the complaint and warrant. I'm otherwise continuing the bond.
Thank you.
And we'll go from there,
Why
okay?
didn't he just
So
like
they'll give you your notice
take
down
me
the hall,
out?
sir. Good luck to you. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Let's go back on Trammell if we can.
I don't understand why this guy thought.
Are we
he could
ready
take
on
this to court.
Trammell, Mr.?
I'll take my chances.
We're still in a breakout room, Judge.
He's great.
What does she want to do on Trammell?
Chuck, I still have to talk.
Oh, fine. No problem. No problem. I'll go on to Elizabeth Nicole Barta, 26G717-515.
Good morning, Judge Staff. John Graziani, appearing on behalf of Elizabeth Barr.
Ma'am, your name? All right, so you guys want me to adjourn this 2 more weeks?
That's correct.
I'm gonna adjourn it until August the 18th, and we'll make it at what time, Lisa?
Is that guy
10:30.
standing up?
10:30, you okay? You're all set, ma'am. You can go down the hall and get your notice, all right?
No.
Thank you.
Yes.
Take your time. Just let me know.
He's quite small.
Do I have any other exams that might be ready to go?
Exams for what? What? Uh-oh. Okay, here we're back in court.
So we should get.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you plead here on this charge, possible penalties are up to 1 year in jail.
Ooh.
1 year in jail, $2,000 in fines or 3 times the value of the property stolen plus cost. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're presumed innocent. They have to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to question their witnesses, to bring in your own, to use the subpoena powers of the court to bring in those witnesses and to testify or remain silent without having that silence held against you. Again, by pleading guilty, you're waiving all those rights. You're waiving your right to a jury trial. You're waiving the presumption of innocence and the requirement that they prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, to the charge, retail fraud in the 2nd degree. How do you wish to plead?
Guilty.
All right. Were you
What was it?
at 26100 Vreeland Road in the city of Flat Rock, County of Wayne on July the 1st of 26?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that was a Myers, correct?
Yes.
And did you take property that was offered for sale without paying for it with the intent to permanently deprive the owner that had a value of 200 or more, but less than $1,000?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what did you take?
Liquor.
Ooh.
All right. And how much was the value of the liquor?
I don't necessarily remember.
Was it in excess of $200?
It
Yes,
was an
Your Honor.
excess.
You stipulate?
I stipulate to that, sir.
And how did you get the did you walk past the register without paying for it?
Yes, sir.
Did you have it concealed somewhere?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where?
Like, where did I, in a bag?
So you put it in a bag inside of the cart or not?
Yeah, it was inside of, I had one in a bag and then the other in the cart.
Does it matter?
You
Like
walked
if you-
past the register without paying for it, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The store was open to the public, true?
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
I am currently on probation.
Were you on probation on July 1st?
Yeah, well, I had my warrant. That's why after I'd seen you, or it was a different judge, but
Just want to know if you were on probation or parole
Yes.
on the 1st of July of 26.
yes, Your Honor.
And you understand by pleading guilty here, this would be deemed a violation of that probation or parole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
And you understand you could be imprisoned on that charge as a result of this plea and conviction?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Judge, for the record, I did read her the advice of clients. Obviously, she's not in a position.
All right, I'll accept the plea to retail fraud second. I think I want a PSI in this case, and then we'll set it for sentencing.
Can you also grab?
For the record, she had 22 days in jail prior to getting Naomi's nest.
Okay. Don't let me forget about that. In Naomi's nest, 22 days jail before.
That's right, sir.
Okay, so let's set a sentence date. Let's set a sentence date. Lisa, and then we'll have probation get on there with her. I'm thinking the earliest one of the 18th.
Okay, August 18th at 8:30.
Okay, so August 18th at 8:30 will be your sentence date. I'm gonna have probation get on the screen with you there, on video with you. And
Better go have
they'll
some
interview
fun
you,
before
they'll
then.
prepare a report and recommendation, but your
jail.
lawyer will have the opportunity to review with you, okay?
Okay, will that be over Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too, Your Honor.
Michael Andrew Felsky, 26W703474.
Will be a lunch break. Good morning, Ron. Yeah, 580177 on behalf of Mr. Belsky. Sir, please state your name.
Michael Felsky. All right, the charges of assault, resistant, obstructing officer. Any preliminary matters from the people?
And I did put the defense counsel on notice that the people will be moving to add any other additional count, police officer, resisting, obstructing, and assaulting, causing.
There's a question. Is this her first offense? No, she was on probation. So, and she just pled guilty to stealing liquor. So, I don't know how Woodhaven or Wayne County handles that in Michigan, but I know that he's like a no nonsense judge. So, I don't know. She seemed polite enough.
Entry that's MCL 750.4793, and that count goes to Officer Lyles.
Right, and that is a 4-year. Okay, any other preliminary matters? Any objection? All witnesses with the exception of the officer in charge, which is who?
Mr. Mitchell?
Second.
Oh, no. Never mind. You're the first boss. Yeah.
So you don't have an officer in charge, or you do?
Hi.
All right, then all officers have to leave the courtroom.
Those are, I don't think they're on our day.
They're not?
What?
Okay. All right, so, well, I'm still ordering all officers, all individuals who are not testifying. Wait a minute, wait, I don't mean you have to leave. Anybody who may testify at today's exam or at trial has to leave. If he's the only one here, fine, bring him forth and we'll call it first witness. Okay, you can come on up here, sir. All right, good morning. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm under penalties of perjury. The testimony you'll give in these proceedings will be the whole true self you got. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, Officer Mitchell.
Good morning.
Officer Mitchell, could you swear your employee?
I'm currently employed with the city of Wood, and police department.
And what do you do with the police department?
I am a patrol officer for the police department.
And how long have you been a patrol officer for?
In the city of Woodhaven, about a year and a half now. Prior to that, I was in Rockwood for age 13.
Okay, so about
Can you just keep your voice up for me, please?
Yes.
You were in Rockwood for 13? Is that what you said?
Yeah, all over.
And you've been in here for thank you.
Thank you. And were you employed with Woodhaven Police Department on December 15, 2025? Were you working that day?
I was.
And were you working at 21869 West Road?
I'm sorry, what was?
21869 West Road?
Yes,
Is that in the city of Woodhaven, County of Wayne?
yes.
What's that location?
That is the Woodhaven Police Department.
And what is it that you were assigned to do that day?
That day I was assigned to regular sport patrol duties.
Okay, and what if anything happened that day that brings?
On December 15th, 25, came into our police department. Reporting that she believed her son was suicidal. She showed me,
Even before that, were you in uniform on that day?
yes, I was.
Was it full or modified?
It was the exact same uniform that I'm wearing now, except I didn't.
You stated that this female was reporting that her son had suicidal. Do you remember?
Correct.
Did she provide him a name of her son?
Yes,
Thank
Michael
you,
Dawson.
Dina.
Okay, and you said she was so.
I was about
She
to
was
Limp
showing me,
Bizkit
posts
snap.
on TikTok. One of the posts had a picture of a shotgun with the chamber open and then round in the
This
in the
got
chamber,
serious.
the barrel. And then it had a date, like a birth date, and then 2025, alluding to like a birth date to a death date. Yeah, kind of.
Objection, Your Honor, also for speculation.
Any response?
I was at a family barbecue.
He's doing more than testifying what he saw. He could say I saw 2 dates, but what he's doing is saying it's alluding to a birth date and a death date. He's speculating.
Rephrase the question,
Yeah.
please. I'll
What?
sustain that.
Thank you.
What is it that you saw?
On the post, there was a shotgun with the chamber open. With a round and chamber, 2 dates not superimposed on it. On the other picture, there was a quote, where it said,
Okay, guys, this happened on December 15th of last year. What do we think happened? That's like, did this guy get pew? Put it in the chat.
sorry, mom, but that will make me feel it.
Oh. And then, this individual that she named Michael Kelsey, at any point did you talk to this individual?
Yes, we were attempting to locate him. Myself, Officer Emery, Officer Baker, the sergeant, I was just a sergeant at the time. We were attempting to locate him through various means. I used our text to 911 system. She sent me a text message shortly after he called 911. Asked him why we were trying to contact him.
Mr. Kelsey calling with one?
Correct.
How did you know it was Mr. Kelsey at the other end of the line?
He identified himself as Mr. Kelsey.
Okay, no, even before the post that you saw, were you able to save these posts?
I was not. After I talked to him on the 911, I went back to save them, screenshot, and they were really good.
Okay, and what is it that Mr. Kelsey was telling you?
Well, I told him to come to our police station to talk to us. He then came to our station. Once he was in our parking lot, then we talked to him. He had said that he did make the posts.
He said what?
That he did make the posts on TikTok. He consented to a pat-down search. I believe it was on Officer Emery. Shotgun shells were located in his pocket.
Did you observe the shotgun shells?
They were fried shotgun shells.
Okay, and then you stated that there was, anything else did you observe?
I then asked him if there was any weapons, if he had some shotgun was in the trunk or that of the pickup truck.
Okay, were you able to remember the shotgun?
Yes, I was.
Okay, you stated earlier that there was, a post shown, was that shotgun in the post?
Yes, it was the shotgun that was posted on the TikTok post.
Okay, did you observe the shotgun in the back of the vehicle?
Yes,
And you stated that that was, that was a shotgun that appeared to be the one post?
yes.
Okay, what did you do with that shotgun?
I then secured the shotgun and
And then was it placed in that list?
yes.
Okay, and then what, anything else did you do after that?
After that,
I apologize, would you recognize Mr. Crosby on here today?
yes, he's currently sitting at the defendant's table, blue shirt.
What blue shirt is it?
They had a light blue shirt, right? Blue shirt.
And your honor, this time make the record reflect what says identify Mr. Crosby.
The record should so reflect.
Thank you. So at this point, you're in the parking lot with the officers, is the, Mr. Crosby, the individual who made the report, she's still alive at that location?
She wasn't present at the time because she did not want him to know that.
Objection, your honor, here's.
No, it's not a
All
hearsay.
right, wait a minute.
It is.
She wasn't saying, what?
Anything, we just goes as to why she lied.
Well, I'm gonna sustain the objection. Leave in the words that she wasn't there, and then the rest of it is deleted. In other words, I'm gonna strike the rest of his answer. So if you wanna ask the question a different way, you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. What, if anything else happened, Mr. Crosby? Do you recover this firearm?
And after we recovered the firearm, Ben did want to petition to the hospital, so he had an ambulance come. We told Ben that he was being taken to the hospital for a mental health evaluation. He then stated that he was not going to the hospital. He then took his hat off and set his hat down. The engineer of the car, the car was in my.
Was it, Mr. Crosby's truck, the one with the shotgun was found in?
Correct. In my experience, like removing the article, something like that, be symbolic that you are getting ready to fight.
What is your training experience with that sort of stuff?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask you both to keep your voices up. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm just getting
I think it's because the door is speaking to them. It's very distracting.
I don't know what it is, but I just need you both to keep your voices up. Thank you.
You stated that you have experience, with individuals who take their hat off if something is, symbolizes something to you. What is the experience that you've had?
Just previous experience with violent individuals, people that are fight, they'll remove like rings, they'll take a coat off, or take a hat off, they'll sort of things set them down.
Okay, you say that Mr. Belsky removed his hat.
Correct.
Is that like a Michigan thing?
That he was gonna fight us.
Okay, so what did you do after that?
That time I attempted to place him in handcuffs for his safety and for ours. Once I attempted to put him in handcuffs, he then began fighting us.
Okay, and at that point, was he being arrested or was he just being, what was happening?
He was being taken into protective custody, he was taken to the hospital for mental health evaluation.
Okay, you stated that he began fighting with us, who's us?
Officer Emery and Officer.
Okay, was it, 3 individuals, 3 officers assisting?
At this time, it was just myself, Officer Emery, and Officer.
How was he fighting you back?
He pulled away, I attempted to grab his arm, he then kind of launched towards Officer Baker. He was not allowing us to put him in handcuffs,
Were you giving commands?
yes.
Yes. Mr. Belsky.
Not exactly sure about watching my video exactly what verbiage that we were giving him, we were going to stop resisting and
How many times did you have to say that? Was it multiple or just once?
we told him multiple times he would not listen to our commands.
Were there other officers giving commands?
I completely all three of us.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
We escorted him down to the ground. He kept trying to get up, trying to push us off of him. We called for other guards and we were just holding him down until backup officers were able to arrive and assist us.
And then did backup officers arrive?
Yes.
Which officers arrived, do you remember?
There were several officers from the Trenton Police Department and Brownstown Police Department. From the Brownstown Police Department, I know that was Officer Olecki, I do believe, and Officer Malas.
Okay. And then, do you have any other officers around, or was it just those two?
From Brownstown, it was just those two, I believe, but there were maybe 3 or 4 others from Trenton. And it was Officer Duffy, who now works with the police department. She was with Trenton at the time. She arrived on scene, and there was an Officer Waltz from Trenton. I'm not sure who else from Trenton.
Okay, and then what else, if anything, did you do, with Mr. Helsky?
One of the officers arrived to assist in holding him down. We were able to secure him in handcuffs. But he was still being while handcuffed by both officers, thinking, trying to get back up.
How many officers assisted in, at that point with restraining Mr. Helsky?
There was several, I'm not sure the exact number. R3, Officer Galecki and Officer Miles were holding him down, so at least 5.
Okay, and you stated that what was he doing?
He was while handcuffed, he was still not listening to our commands, trying to get up and really us, trying to kind of kick on officers.
Oh, and were you still giving command at that point?
Yes, we're telling them to stay down and to relax.
Okay, and then were you able to successfully detain Mr. Helsky or put him in handcuffs?
Yes, he was secured in handcuffs and we did not calm down. Fire department, she did do administer medication as well.
Okay, so the fire department arrived as well?
Yes,
And you stated an ambulance was called, did an ambulance arrive as well?
yeah, it was a fire department property, it's the Woodhaven Fire Department.
Okay, did the ambulance take Mr. Helsky?
Yes, they took him to the hospital.
And then, do you recall if anything else happened while trying to help Mr. Helsky?
Yes, I don't
Yes,
believe.
Kev.
Or I don't recall if he was handcuffed at the time or not, maybe he wasn't handcuffed. Officer Lyles was trying to hold his legs down. And I witnessed him kind of kick back, Officer Lyles, and I observed Officer Lyles fall backwards onto his arm, his wrist.
And then, were any other officers, did you observe any other injuries on officers?
Yes, Officer Henry, I saw that get a bloody nose. And I believe Officer Baker had some sort of possibly finger injury, I'm not sure. Do you know for sure that Officer Henry had a bloody nose?
He stopped
Okay.
speaking into the
And
mic
then
again.
You also stated, well, do you recall how long did this altercation with Mr. Helsky take place? Was it seconds, was it minutes?
7 minutes.
7 minutes? Okay, and then did you play any other role in this case?
I petitioned him into the hospital.
Did you do anything else after that?
No, I did not, that I didn't know.
Okay, nothing further, thank you.
Gross.
Yes, thank you, Darren. Good morning, Officer Mitchell.
Morning.
I believe you indicated you were working road patrol that day, is that correct?
Correct,
But you were inside the police station when Ashley Zelsky arrived to make the report,
correct,
and you'd never met Ashley Zelsky before, correct?
correct,
And you did not know Michael Zelsky before that day, correct?
correct,
You had no prior experience with him, correct?
correct.
And when you took this report from Ashley Zelsky, were you wearing your body camera?
I don't know if it was activated or not because we were inside the station.
But you observed videos,
Yes,
and you didn't think to save those videos at that time?
my first concern was his safety and finding him, locating him, putting him out
Officer, I didn't ask what your first concern was. Did you think to save those videos at that time?
at the time that they came in. No.
Okay, did you think to turn on your body worn camera so those videos could be preserved?
If my body cam was not activated to that.
So she indicates that she is concerned over her son, correct?
Correct,
And then you made contact with Mr. Zelsky.
correct.
And that I believe you indicated was through a texting 911 thing.
Originally, texting, he never responded to the text, he called back.
Oh, so you asked Mr. Zelsky to come to the Woodhaven Police Department. And he complied.
Correct.
And he pulls up at the police department, you guys are outside.
Mhm.
Is that a
Is
yes?
that a yes?
Sorry,
And you talk with Mr. Zelsky, correct?
correct,
And within approximately 30 to 60 seconds of this interaction, you're already calling for EMS, correct?
immediately upon him coming into the parking lot, because he was gonna be petitioned to the hospital.
And this is before you had ever even spoke to Mr. Zelsky, correct?
Correct, his mom was.
This is before.
I like this attorney. She's keeping her voice up. This is good. Yeah. Going back to what I was typing in the chat, Dr. Phil, if you don't remember, there was that girl that was like, "Catch me outside. How about that?" And when she was on stage, he was like, "What? You want to fight the audience?"
Or you spoke to him, correct? Okay. So when Mr. Felsky arrives on scene, he's cooperative with you, correct?
Originally, yes.
He consents to a pat down.
Correct.
So you think he's lucid enough to ask for consent for a pat down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He's asked about any weapons in his car, correct?
Correct.
He provides you with an answer.
Correct.
He stands there the whole time.
Correct.
He answers your questions.
Correct.
He denies being suicidal.
I don't recall if he ever denied it. He admitted to making the posts on TikTok.
Okay, and let's talk about those posts. You weren't there when those videos were made, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea when those videos were taken, correct?
Correct, but he was
I love a good defense attorney. Seems like she's doing well so far.
wearing the same clothes.
Sir,
He shot them.
that's not what I asked you. Do you know when those videos were taken?
I did not.
Okay, and you can get a search warrant, correct? You're an officer?
Correct.
Did you do that for these videos?
I did not.
Okay, so you weren't with Mr. Felsky, you have no idea when these videos were taken.
Correct.
Oh my God.
In this hat situation, you said he sets his hat down on the hood of his car, correct? He continued to talk to you and answer your questions after he set his hat down.
Briefly, that was within 20 seconds of him fighting with us.
Well, let's walk through this. He sets his hat down on the hood of the car, correct?
Correct.
He's standing there. Correct.
Correct.
He's answering your questions, correct?
If there was even any asked, I'm not sure. But
What was seeing your body on camera refresh your recollection?
it would.
Wait a minute. I'd kind of like to have that on the screen. Can we do that?
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Do you have a plug or do you want me to log in through Zoom?
You can send it to Lisa and she'll do it. How's that?
Lisa
Okay, so
sounds
video
like a
file, so it'll take
gem.
a while to send.
How long?
If she logs into Zoom, she can share her screen.
I didn't hear you, Lisa.
If she logs into Zoom, then
I
she
can
can
share my
share her
screen.
screen.
Okay. You do it that way.
What are we doing, Your Honor?
Your mediating judge.
Yeah, 448. What is it? 448 2931
Yep.
415 2931.
Frankie came home from work sick yesterday. By the time I got home, and I had forgotten my phone at home when I went and met up with the elders, as I call them, the old dudes. And I like walked in and I took one look at him and I was like, oh no, you're sick. Get out of here. Yeah.
418-415-2931.
448.
Oh, 440. Sorry. That's nice.
If you watch any of the ketamine therapy videos, he's in those. And he's mostly talking to Steve. He really likes Steve. Okay, here we go. Guys, ready for this epicness? Yeah. My immune system is shot.
Thanks for my dog. So what's you're thinking? I think you're thinking what's in the back of that truck there. It's so fucking something.
And for the record, I'm starting at 13 seconds.
No, you made some comments that are concerning. So you're just gonna.
Did you get?
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
When does the fighting start? Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Officer, did that refresh your recollection or flash?
Yes.
Wait a minute, why am I,
It's me, Judge, because I got a lot of letters in now. Or
okay,
if I mute it, maybe that'll help. Did that fix it?
yeah, I didn't hear,
Okay, perfect. So you were asking him questions, correct?
I believe there was 2 questions, yes.
And he stood there giving you answers, correct?
Argumentatively, yes.
I didn't ask about the types of questions. Did he stand there giving you answers, yes or no?
Yes.
And you went to reach for him first, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so at the time he's standing there, you go to reach for him.
Correct.
And I believe you indicated that you actually filed the petition, that correct?
Correct.
And that's because the family declined it. That is-
His mother did not want him to be upset with him.
I didn't ask for the reason why. Is it because the family declined at the hospital?
Correct.
Thank you. And did you follow up to see if Mr. Felsky was released the next morning?
I did not.
Okay, would it surprise you to know that he was?
No.
And I believe you observed interactions between Mr. Felsky and I believe you said Officer Lyles, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe any interactions between Mr. Felsky and Officer, is it Enright?
Yes.
Okay, did you observe Officer Emery, dry stun Mr. Felsky?
Drive son.
Dry stun with his taser?
I don't believe he was tased on. I could be incorrect, but to my knowledge, no, you have to talk to officer.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
redirect?
Officer Mitchell, you stated to family to find him out on Mr. Felsky petition. Why is it that you want to petition him?
For his safety, for his mental health.
Okay, you also stated earlier that he did indicate that he made those posts.
Correct.
Okay, was that when you were just speaking to him?
That when we were speaking in the front parking lot, he did admit to be social media posts.
Okay, and then you also stated that, how was it that you know that those posts that he made were posted in mind that day?
He was wearing the same clothes.
Objection, Your Honor, that's a mischaracterization of prior testimony, just because someone indicates that they're the same clothes, that doesn't
Do you
mean that they're
guys
taking
hear
same
the
days,
Michigan
wear the same
accent?
outfit. That's not a testimony that was elicited. He said when I asked him on cross, if he knew when these were taken, he said no. He can say that he observed the same clothes, but that doesn't mean they're close in proximity. That's making assumptions.
Do you have any reason,
Not even close, Kevin.
what evidence did you have that leads you to believe, besides the clothes, if any, that the posts were made on the same day?
So the posts themselves, I don't know when he took the picture, but when they're posted on TikTok, there's a date, and it was that date.
The date of December 15th of 25.
Bottom of the post, it'll say it's at 25/15-15.
Okay,
So they could have been taken prior, however, they were posted.
thank you.
And then you also stated earlier that they were deleted,
Correct.
and when were they deleted?
In between, us making contact with him and the mom. Prior to speaking with him on the 911 call and telling him that I wanted to talk to him, they were still on TikTok. After, I talked to him and said that I wanted to talk to him. They were.
And then I also wanted to mention, you stated earlier you asked 2 questions. Do you recall what Mr. Felsky's response were to your questions?
I'm sorry, question is what?
There was footage played.
Oh,
Yeah, what is it that you asked Mr. Felsky?
He's annoying.
I believe it. It was just telling him that he was going to the hospital. They stated no, he wasn't.
Okay, and then you also, in the video, you also saw, Mr. Felsky, were you able to observe Mr. Felsky reach for something?
Yes, he was reaching in his pocket he grabbed out car keys, which would also be indicative of trying to flee and be safe.
Objection, Your Honor. He is saying it's indicative of something. It calls for speculation. He's making an assumption. People hold their keys for a variety of reasons.
Your Honor, I would also state back with the fact that he said, no, I'm not going here, and no, I'm not doing this, and his car is right behind him, and that's exactly what he turned around. But I don't believe that at that point, it's speculation, it's more of an inference.
So let's take the whole picture then, Your Honor, because this is an individual who was asked to come to the police station and did, who stood there and was talking, who we've heard on cross that this officer reached for him first. He was continuing to stand there. So it's making an assumption, Your Honor, that he's taking his keys out. We didn't hear this officer saying that Felski turned to run first. That's not what happened.
Well, he took his keys out. That's admissible.
But providing an explanation. is suspect.
I'll strike that for him. You can argue that, Ms. Morrow.
And then, why is it that you reached for Mr. Felski?
I wanted to secure him in handcuffs for his safety and for our safety. The move of the hat, being argumentative, saying it's not going to the hospital. It's to not want him to be fighting.
It was Mr. Felski free to go.
At that time, he was.
Okay. No.
Any other questions, Ms. Belcher?
Officer Mitchell, going back to the interaction with Mr. Felski and these posts. You asked Mr. Felski about uploading the takedown post, correct?
I asked him if he made a post and he admitted that he did that.
Right, and then he provided explanation, right? He said they had absolutely nothing. It's quite literally TikTok. That's what he said in response, correct?
Right.
And then you asked him more about the suicidal statements, correct?
I believe so,
And
yes.
he says it's quite literally a video. It's a video. Correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
You can step down.
Judge, I have one more question based on that. And then, Officer Mitchell, after hearing the explanations, why is it that you still want to petition Mr. Felski?
People lie to us.
Your Honor, that's outside of the scope. I didn't get into why we were petitioning on. I asked about.
No, I think that's fair. Overruled. Answer
Sorry.
the question.
People lie to us. If Bob feels that he's a danger to himself, she would know him a lot better than I would. So he's gonna tell me, no, I'm fine. I think this one would know.
Okay.
You can step down. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Oh,
Yeah.
hold on.
These two are. Yeah, you're not used to.
I don't know yet.
Sorry. I was trying to figure out where I had some alcohol wipes so I could
You
wipe
come on right
down
up here, officer.
my Flonase from my
Raise your right
husband.
hand. You solemnly swear affirm under penalties of perjury that the testimony you will give in these proceedings will be the whole true self you got.
But he
Have a
did
seat,
it
Please. You
already.
may proceed.
Thank you. And good morning, Officer Lyles.
Good morning.
Officer Lyles, could you tell us where you're employed?
I'm employed with the Brownstown Police Department.
What do you do across town?
I'm a police officer.
How long have you been an officer?
I've been a police officer for about 9 years. But I've worked at the Brownstown Police Department for a little over a year.
Okay, were you employed as an officer on December 15th, 2025?
I was.
Were you working that day?
I was.
Were you in uniform that day?
I was.
What kind of uniform were you in?
I was in a full Class B uniform. When I was there with the work police across my back, a metal badge on my chest, and patches on my shoulders.
And at some point, did your duties take you out of your 21869 West Grove?
Yes,
That the city of Woodhaven, County of Wayne?
it is.
What was that location?
That's the Woodhaven Police Department.
And what brought you to that location?
We were dispatched to the Woodhaven Police Department to assist the Woodhaven officers that were actively fighting with a subject. It was originally relayed to us that he may have been armed with a firearm and that they were actively fighting and were unable to take custody and needed our assistance.
Okay, when you stated we, who's we?
Brownstown officers.
I apologize. You said we were dispatched. We were
Yeah.
your officer?
No, I'm sorry. The Brownstown officers that were working that day were all dispatched.
Okay. And then were you dispatched with a partner or were you just working alone?
No, I rode solo.
Okay. And when you arrived, could you tell us what you observed?
When I arrived, I observed the 3 Woodhaven officers attempting to take Mr. Felski into custody. they were sitting on top of him and unable to get his arms out from underneath him. There was another Brownstown officer that was there ahead of me who was also trying to extract Mr. Kelsey's arms. When I arrived, I took up the head control position, because that's where there was no.
Would you recognize this individual who saw him today? Why don't you take a look around the corner and point out and please tell me that individual is wearing right now?
Sitting at the defense table wearing blue polo shirts.
Your Honor, this time they were in the front door, he says that.
Record should so reflect. What other officer from Woodhead or Brownstown was there?
Officer Black.
So you stated that you took the, what we call a head position?
Yeah, head control, correct.
Head control, I apologize. What is it that you were doing?
It's a defensive tactic, position that we're trained in.
Oh.
To utilize the head control so that a person can't use their head to resist. If a person's spine is in line, they can have
Okay,
maximum
I gotta
use of
stop it.
their limb.
We gotta go. We got to go. I'm so sorry. We have to watch the trial and do the things. I apologize. We will come back if there is time. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Let me know if you enjoyed the court proceedings. I figured that would be a good way to utilize time during lunch hours when I quite frankly feel depleted and exhausted.
Camera is pointed right now, but as soon as it moves, we will take you back into that courtroom live for more testimony. Prosecution says they do have a couple more witnesses. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Court TV.
Isn't that her name? Okay, so from what I understand, the stipulations that happened this morning. If you were here at 9 a.m., there was a period of like 40 minutes that the attorneys and the judge and the defendant were together talking. There was white noise. Nobody knew what was going on. The jurors were not in the room. And it turned out that when the camera clicked on, the judge was talking to Lindsay Clancy about her decision to she like agreed to stipulate on some issues. Well, Kevin Reddington has stood up twice now and has said that he does not stipulate to any of the DNA, the blood testing, or the chain of custody issues. So perhaps that's where I'm thinking that the stipulation was, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I would need some more time to go over it, but as I'm sure you can understand, I don't have much time when I'm chatting with you fine folks and trying to talk during said show. So that is what I could deduce from this morning. Also, I thought it was an interesting topic when someone said, was Lindsay doctor shopping? Doctor shopping to me is searching for, A of all, a doctor that will give you the answers that you want to hear. Like kind of like a Munchausen's thing. Like, anyways, or a doctor who will prescribe you medication willy-nilly, and you won't have to go through a bunch of hoops with a regular physician. Or, like in my case and so many others, I think what we do is we feel like our doctors are not hearing us, not seeing us, they're not advocating for us. And at that point, you are not being chained to a certain physician. You are more than welcome to go find a different doctor, and I highly recommend doing so. Because at that point, the doctor has made it clear that they do not have your best interests in mind. They are either, I don't know if it's they're too busy or they just don't believe you, but I think that as an advocate myself and someone who is very active with, off the top of my mind, Arthritis Foundation, that's something we tell people, like, your doctors can be wrong. That scared me.
Duxbury, Massachusetts, a quiet seaside town, was shattered by an unthinkable tragedy. Lindsay Clancy, a young nurse, devoted wife, and mother of 3, was seen as the picture of perfection. But police say behind the smiles and family photos, darkness took hold. On a cold January night, investigators say she strangled her children, Cora, Dawson, and baby Callan. All that before attempting to take her own life. Clancy's husband, Patrick, returned home to a scene of unimaginable horror. Now, the once trusted nurse faces murder charges, as her defense claims she suffered from severe postpartum psychosis. Prosecutors call it calculated. Her attorneys say it's a symptom of a mind lost to illness.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Did the cocktail of drugs in Lindsay Clancy's system, combined with her declining mental health, cause her to kill her children? The prosecution says no. Lindsay Clancy journaled her struggles with her kids and took their lives on purpose. But the defense says that just pointed to the postpartum depression that turned into psychosis. The court is on a lunch break. We expect to hear a couple of more witnesses today. In case you missed it, though, this morning we heard from the defendant really in court for the first time.
Here we go.
At trial, the Commonwealth, as I said to you before, has the burden of proving you are guilty of each element of the charges against you. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up your right to force the Commonwealth to prove the facts that are contained in these stipulations. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also at trial.
Now, these were stipulations she was agreeing to, not a plea of guilt or innocence or anything like that. This was about chain of custody and whether or not the prosecution would have to bring up more witnesses to prove it, or is she agreeing that, yes, these samples are legitimate? The prosecution, again, continues to present its case, day 6, arguing that she deliberately killed her 3 children, while her defense maintains that she is not criminally responsible due to her mental illness. While we are waiting for court to resume, let's take another look at some important testimony that came out about the defendant's state of mind. The jurors were read entries from Lindsay Clancy's journal that was discovered by a detective. Take a listen.
Trooper Mello, just in relation to now what's been marked as Exhibit 151, the Brown Journal, and just noting that when the journal opens to the first page, there's no dates on it, correct?
Correct.
And in those first few pages, just highlighting page 1, you reviewed these handwritten entries, and at some point in this paragraph, it says, obsessed with his sleep and nap schedule like to the minute. It says hearing him cry for 1+ hours and not intervening just about killed me. I even said the words, "I want to die" to Pat while he was crying. After that, I became obsessed with his sleep and nap schedule like to the minute. That's one of the entries you reviewed and noted.
Yes.
Page 2 says, I also feel like I did it wrong because I did it when he was overtired, so it made it harder. Now I have horrible insomnia and anxiety. You recall reviewing that in the journal?
Correct, yes.
Page 4 of the journal says, why else I feel guilty. He's not really hitting his milestones. Again, that's a page that's not dated in this journal, correct?
Correct.
Page 8.
No one else is supposed to read these.
I'm completely overwhelmed trying to take care of the 3 kids. I feel like I'm drowning every day. Again, another page that's not dated.
Correct.
And
At
we're
some
not
point,
seeing
there
all
are
of
some
them.
dated pages in this journal, fair to say, right?
Yes.
And there's one on November 18th. And November 18th, that page reads, "It's like I'm so desperate to get a mental break from taking care of everyone that my mind is trying to make something physically wrong with me." You recall reviewing that in the journal?
Yes.
Now, in addition to the Brown Journal, when you were back at the office, you also had the occasion to review some of the other journals collected, right?
Correct.
This journal I'm holding up, exhibit number 147, is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And again, this is a journal that has handwritten notes in it, very similar to the handwriting in the Brown Journal you reviewed.
Yes.
And fair to say, the entries in this notebook only span a few pages and only go from October 13th as the first entry and the last one being January 18th, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, the husband was extremely helpful.
And this third journal that you reviewed after the search warrant, exhibit number 50, the yellow journal with Callan Clancy's name on it. You recall that?
I don't want to stop this, though.
And you are aware Callan Clancy was
talk
one of
over
the
it.
children.
Yes.
And in this instance, did you see similar handwriting from the other 2 journals that you reviewed?
Yes, I believe there was 2 separate.
Okay. At some point in this, these entries, you began to notice there were other handwriting.
Correct.
At the time you were looking at this, did you know who the other handwriting was?
At the time,
or
no.
who it belonged to? Okay. And fair to say, reviewing the contents of it, it's a pretty detailed list of a schedule for the baby.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I would like to address it. I'm playing a interesting dance where here.
Well, let's bring in our guest, trial attorney Jessica Lettingham, who
Okay. So, okay. So Patrick was extremely helpful. He wanted the doctors to do more. He wanted the doctors to listen. He was worried that perhaps they were not taking her seriously enough. And so he started attending the appointments with her in person instead of virtually. He has been her biggest advocate throughout all of this. He has said, this isn't the woman that I married. She tried so hard to get help, and I ask that you guys forgive her. I have. The woman that I married would have never done this to our children. She lived to be a mom. She loved motherhood. And I think I think we can all agree that something really snapped in her when she wasn't getting help. First and foremost, she was changing the medications at the doctor's recommendations. And there was this period where they had a nanny, and the nanny was helping tremendously. And it was agreed to by Patrick, her husband, that they would get the nanny because Lindsay was expected to go back to work. Is this no, they're not. Because Lindsay was meant to go back to work. And so once it was determined that Lindsay was so not okay and couldn't go back to work, they decided to fire the nanny. And I think she just had a unbelievable amount of stress on herself as a mom, as a wife, as someone dealing with mental illness. And oh, I didn't write it up there. Oh, maybe I did. I wrote down insanity. What does it mean? And I'll bring that up during the break. But people, are so quick to say, if I were in that position, I would have dealt with myself and not my children. Ideally, like that would have been ideal here. The ideal would have been her getting help, period, full stop. But if we're making up a alternate universe that doesn't even exist, yeah, that's a great way to put it. But the voice in her head was absolutely real to her. That voice was telling her she had to do this. She had to do it. And that's just what makes it so devastating. Oh, I mean, this is testimony from yesterday.
It's a bellyache. It's miserable. I feel like the other kids are going to get him sick all winter long. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
I always feel strongly against sleep training. I feel like it's abusive to let the baby cry.
Ooh,
And not
okay,
respond,
Jeremy.
but I made
Let me
the
know how it
decision.
goes.
I did it with Cal. It is way too much crying. It's incredibly stressful. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
He's okay. He will be okay. It's not harmful in any way. The doctor said it was okay. Plenty of people sleep train their kids at that age. It's necessary as a third child, is what she wrote, right?
Correct.
I feel incredibly sad
No,
and guilty
they're
about
not
not
back.
breastfeeding anymore. That was the one thing I could do to help his immune system, and I can tell he really doesn't like the formula.
I know that Stacy has had quite a battle with mental health. She can share that. She doesn't have to share that. But I think out of everyone that I've seen in this chat, I take Stacy's word.
Taking care of everyone. My mind is trying to make something physically wrong
Like-
with me. My mind never shuts off.
like
It's
gold.
constantly thinking.
I feel
of
so
the
bad
next
for
thing
that girl and
someone
what
needs.
she
I can't
shared.
shut it off. I desperately want to go back to work, but now I don't know how I'm going to function, and it worries me. Wrote that, right?
Correct.
There were two pages that were blank that she didn't even write on. And
I
then on the
don't know
third
when the
entry,
defense will be up.
affirmations. She wrote affirmations on November 22nd of 2022. I am calm. I will remain calm today. There is nothing that needs to be on my mind. The weight is lifted from my mind. I will sleep tonight. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
Continuing on into November, I slept well last night. I will sleep again tonight. Today will be a great day. I will go.
Nancy, all parties are present, including the
There
defendant,
we go.
excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, can I see it sidebar just for a second?
Yeah, I did read that men can get like a male version of it. And I kind of wonder if believe it or not, my own dad went through it. It seems like my dad was way more of a nervous wreck when I was born than my mom. And he gained over 100 pounds that he didn't lose until he had bariatric surgery when I was in high school. And he became an alcoholic. Now that I'm saying a lot of these things out loud, I'm realizing it was just a really it was a stark change, I'm told, from the way that my dad used to be until And then when I was born, it was like totally different. But with postpartum, you grow out of it, right? Like your levels get normalized again. I think he just started to go down a slippery slope and it just didn't stop. But I don't know, I don't think you can not justify, but like I don't think you can spot a certain situation, be like, oh, that's it. I know it. I know it. Like, as someone who's not trained in it. It's just awful. It's horrible as someone who's me, really struggled in the area of mental health. Like it takes it all out of you. It takes everything to get out of bed. And then you're sleepy and you can't sleep. And this wasn't postpartum depression though, Tyler. This was psychosis. That's totally different. That I mean, literally hallucinations and auditory voices that she believed were 100% real. That is some scary shit. Period. What are they arguing over? Maybe because of the stipulations from this morning. And nobody's like doubting that she should pay for this situation. I can't even say that. It's just where she's best fit. There is no death penalty there. Keep in mind, her ex-husband has been her biggest supporter. Because he saw what she went through every day. We did not.
All right, George Ender. This court's now in session. Be seated, please.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including 18 jurors.
All right. Again, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're going to do at this point, we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's presentation of the evidence. And Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, before calling a witness, the Commonwealth would like to move to enter 3 stipulations as the next 3 exhibits. The first regarding postmortem toxicology.
Actually, before we get there, let me just give a little explanation
I forgot to
about stipulation.
address that. I'm sorry.
So, members of the jury, what you're going to hear is what's called a stipulation. All right, and what a stipulation is an agreement between the parties, agreement as to facts. Now, keep in mind that the Commonwealth has the burden of proof for every fact and in the elements in this case. All right, so but the defendant has stipulated, and the Commonwealth has stipulated to these specific facts.
So
all
not
right? And
true.
the
You know what?
stipulation,
That's so unfair, and that's quite frankly, that's disrespectful to say. No one who's experienced mental health crisis situations would ever put that on someone else. So I would rethink the way that you put that. Please and thank
is
you.
basically may be accepted by you as facts and can be relied
It's
upon,
hilarious that you think you know
along with
all of
other
this.
facts that you find during the course of the evidence. All right. And so with that, counsel.
Thank you. So the next exhibit is a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing of Cora Clancy. The 184. As the next exhibit, a stipulation regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Dawson Clancy.
Oh, thank God.
185. And the third stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing, for Callan Clancy.
All right, thank you.
Because meth is
Your
so
Honor,
much
defense
similar
requested,
to
refer the court
psychosis.
for
Like, get out of here.
I do you want,
Thank you.
all right. All right, so members of the jury, I'm going to read you what these stipulations are. But keep in mind, you'll have these, since they've been entered as exhibits, you'll have them with you back in the deliberations, during the deliberations, all right, back in the jury room. So you'll have these, but let me just read these to you so you can kind of have this as the case is going forward, all right? So exhibit 184 is a stipulation regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Cora Clancy. In the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to postmortem toxicology testing conducted for Cora Clancy. Number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedure, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. Two, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. And three, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-01875, Cora Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette and Natalie Law conducted screening analysis on item 1-01, which was the heart blood of Cora Clancy. B, Hannah Knowles conducted batch review analysis of screening tests conducted by Massette and Law. C, Marissa Dreyer and Seth Utter conducted further analysis on items 1-1-01. D, Emily McCall and Jacob O'Connell conducted batch review analysis of testing by Dreyer and Utter respectively. E, Tashi Washington conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And F, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible postmortem toxicology testing.
I think
so that's the stipulation on
you're good, Flower.
Exhibit 184 regarding the testing related to Cora Clancy.
I think she meant to say the other person's name, but the other person is no longer here.
Exhibit 185 is a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing relating to Dawson Clancy. And so, number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedure, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. Two, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. Three, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-01874, which was Dawson Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette and Natalie Law conducted screening analysis on item 1-1-01, which was the heart blood of Dawson Clancy. B, Hannah Knowles conducted batch review analysis of screening tests conducted by Bissett and Law. C, Marissa Dreyer and Seth Utter conducted further analysis on item 1-1-01. D, Emily McCall and Jacob O'Connell conducted batch review analysis of testing by Dreyer and Utter respectively. E, Tashi Washington conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And F, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible post-mortem toxicology testing. All right, and that's the exhibit regarding Dawson Clancy. All right. And then the last stipulation at this time is Exhibit 186. And that stipulation is regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Callan Clancy. Number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedures, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing, processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. 2, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. 3, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-0214, which was for Callan Clancy.
Can you guys hear it? Did it just knock the sound off?
Laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette was a screening analyst for item 1-1-01, which was blood from Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth. B, Natalie Law and Marissa Dreyer conducted further analysis on item 1-1-01. C, Hannah Knowles and Emily McCall conducted batch review analysis of item 1-1-01. D, Seth Utter conducted analysis on item 1-1-07, which was blood from Boston Children's Hospital. And 1-1-04, which was urine from Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital, Plymouth. E, Nathaniel Almeida conducted batch review analysis on item 1-1-07. And F, Robert Anderson conducted batch review analysis on item 1-1-04. He also conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And G, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible post-mortem toxicology testing.
I wouldn't want to hear this
stipulations at this time, keeping in mind that you'll have those with you and everything that's contained.
But I was right.
With you back in the jury room. Okay. All right. Come on.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Alicia Zimmerman.
Thank you guys for the jewels. Any donations? If you do give to Cash App or Venmo, let me know in the chat because I don't see it until after, and I like to thank people. So, and remember the memberships are always available. Thank you.
We solemnly swear that the testimony we have given subject to the court, we are adjourned. The matter now coming between the Commonwealth and the Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am.
Bunch of stuff, please.
All right. Well, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
All right. Come on.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Alicia Zimmerman.
Would you mind spelling your last name for the record?
Zimmerman. ERMANN.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where do you work at the crime lab?
I'm in the toxicology unit.
And what's your role there?
I'm a forensic scientist too.
How long have you been with the crime lab?
Since August 2014.
And in order to work in the toxicology unit, did you receive some specialized training and education?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University, and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the Virginia Commonwealth University. I also completed the toxicology's unit training program, which included wet lab work, literature review, competency exams, and written exams.
And in your role as a forensic scientist too at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab Toxicology Unit, you're familiar with the batch review testing?
Yes.
And as part of that process of working, the workflow being in batches, is it fair to say at various points, different members of the unit are assigned to different tasks within the toxicology unit? And at some point, you might be doing work on a case where you're actually asked to author a report at the end of the testing. Is that fair to say?
Yes, if you're authorized.
And are you authorized to issue reports?
Yes.
And what kind of toxicology testing are you authorized to issue reports for?
I'm authorized for postmortem investigation.
Now, as it pertains to postmortem investigation in the toxicology unit, where do samples come from?
So the samples are submitted from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the Evidence Control Unit in Sudbury. They then assign a unique LIMS number. It's a Laboratory Information Management System number, and a corresponding barcode to the evidence. They then transport the evidence to our unit in Maynard, and then we put the evidence into our custody, sample the evidence, and assign testing to it.
And so when a sample comes to you,
I put it on
in
the
a postmortem
screen.
situation, that's because somebody has passed away, correct?
Correct.
And there doesn't always have to be a corresponding state police crime lab investigation.
No, our cases are separate.
So your case comes to you and gets a separate lab number from the crime lab.
Correct.
And it also is tracked by a lab number or a case number from the medical examiner's office, correct? And so when you receive in the postmortem toxicology samples, do you sometimes receive blood?
Yes.
At times, do you also receive urine samples?
Yes.
What types of screening tests does the postmortem toxicology testing, what are the screening tests used in those instances, or those cases, I should say?
So every case that we receive gets 3 preliminary screening tests. The first one is a volatile analysis. The second one is an 8-panel of commonly abused drugs by enzyme-linked immunoabsorbent assay, also known as ELISA. And then the third thing we do is a general unknown screen by gas chromatography mass spectrometry, and that looks for illicit and pharmaceutical drugs.
Now, in a circumstance where the decedent or the person who died is a child, there are additional screens that can be done?
Yes.
And what's the additional screen in a child case?
If the decedent is equal to or less than, less than or equal to 11 years old, we also perform an ELISA pediatric panel, a general unknown screen for acidic and neutral drugs, and a vitreous chemistry analysis.
Now, in cases where your unit receives these samples from the medical examiner and a screening test is done, if no substance is detected in either of those 3 screens, or if in a pediatric case, that 4th screen, what happens?
No further testing is performed.
And so if you are the reporting analyst in those cases, you would simply note none detected?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to a case that was submitted by the medical examiner in January of 2023. I think your unit might have reviewed the evidence in February of 2023.
Can we just not say
familiar with
the
the
name
case
of
involving 3
medications,
different
please?
postmortem toxicology testing, but all related?
They are 3 separate reports.
Right, but you're aware that the children that were the subjects were related?
Yes.
Okay. So just referring to first what's identified as the state police lab number 23-2141 involving the decedent Callan Clancy. You recall receiving several items in the postmortem toxicology unit to test?
Yes.
And it included toxicology blood that was taken from the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
As well as blood that was collected from the Children's Hospital in Boston.
Yes.
And urine also collected from the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth.
Yes.
And were screens done on the samples, namely the blood from BID Plymouth, the urine from BID Plymouth, and the blood from Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Were any substances detected on those 3 screens and the pediatric screen that you've just described to the jury?
No, they were not.
And as far as the next case, which would be laboratory number 23-01875, the decedent being Cora Clancy, you received some heart blood from the medical examiner's office post-mortem, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that, were those screening tests conducted in this case for Cora?
Yes.
And were there any substances detected?
No, we did not detect anything.
And as far as laboratory number 23-01874, which is the decedent Dawson Clancy, your unit received an item 1-101 of heart blood from Dawson Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And that was also post-mortem?
Yes.
And were those screening tests, those same 3 tests plus the pediatric test run for Dawson?
Correct.
Were any substances detected?
No, they were not.
And so where in each one of these 3 separate cases there was no detection of any substances, did you do anything further other than issue a report saying none detected?
No. I reviewed the data and then I issued the report with the none detected results.
If there had been any positive findings, additional testing would have been conducted, correct?
Yes, if we receive a positive screen, we will either perform confirmatory analysis or quantitative analysis, depending on the testing.
And just as it pertains to these 3 cases, the samples received for Callan Clancy, why did they come from a different source than the other 2?
So the medical examiner sends us the samples. If the decedent is in the hospital prior to the autopsy, they will typically send us those hospital samples as well. They prefer to have the hospital samples tested because that date and time is usually prior to the decedent's death, and we can sometimes determine what sort of drugs or poisons may have been in that decedent's body prior to their death and before drugs may have been given at the hospital.
And once these tests are conducted in the postmortem toxicology unit, the results, where are they sent to?
They are sent to the medical examiner to go with their report.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Attorney Reddington. Questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
When you're a content creator, I really don't like to call myself that, but when you're a content creator, you agree under terms and conditions that you will, if you have a chat, you will be in control of your chat. Like there's certain things that can't be said. You can't promote violence, any of that unnecessary stuff. I've had a situation recently where I was demonetized because people were saying things in the chat that the YouTube bots really don't know how to take the context of. And I don't want to, I just want you guys to believe me on this because I don't want to waste any time not on court. So I'll try to, if you have any other questions, just let me know in the chat. But that's like the best way to put it, what Rose said. I can't control what goes on in court, but I can control what goes on in my chat room. And I could go through and I could write out all of those words that I can't have, but that would require so much time. So much time. That is all. Thank you. Scott, are you in here?
Right here, raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear that the testimony and evidence you shall give to the court and the jury is not about to be with unattached. Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Crook, Sherri, last name Crook.
What do you do for work?
I'm a supervisor in the crime scene response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in Lakeville.
And how long have you held that position at the lab?
I've been a supervisor in that unit approximately 18 years, and I've worked at the lab for 26 years.
Can you describe for us your educational
He's
background,
helped me a
please?
lot.
I have a bachelor's of science in biology from UMass Dartmouth and a master's of science in criminal justice from Westfield State College.
And if you could just describe for us the nature of your work and your duties at the lab.
So my main job is a supervisor in the crime scene response unit. As a supervisor, I am a liaison for the state when crime scenes occur and a forensic scientist is needed. So I answer calls, figure out what type of services are needed. I then get forensic scientists to respond to areas. I oversee generally the southern region, which would be Plymouth County, Cape and Islands, Norfolk, Bristol County, but I do take calls for the entire state. I oversee the forensic scientists that respond to my area. I technically review reports. I also am involved in the criminalistics unit where I test and examine physical evidence for the presence of biological fluids. This would be blood, semen, and saliva, and trace materials, hairs, fibers, gunshot residues. These cases include fatal and non-fatal beatings, stabbings, shootings, sexual assaults, and motor vehicle accidents. We do the testing in the lab, similar to the testing at crime scenes.
And what type of training have you had to be qualified to be a forensic scientist in all these different areas at the lab?
So when I first began, I've always worked in the criminalistics unit. I went through a training process where I first observed trained chemists in the analysis of evidence. I then performed this analysis under the strict supervision of my supervisor. At the completion of each area that I was testing in, I took written and oral competency exams. So there's several areas in blood, semen, saliva that we take tests on to prove our proficiency.
And have you passed all of these competency tests?
I have.
And have you passed all of your proficiency tests?
I have.
Does your casework go through any type of review process?
It does. It goes through a technical review as well as an administrative review.
And have you had any specialized training in the field of forensics?
I have.
And what type of training?
So I first had training in the lab, and then I have had external training that has included bloodstain pattern analysis training, crime scene reconstruction training, and a microscope class.
And are you affiliated with any professional organizations?
I am. I'm a member of the IABPA, which is the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts.
And you've testified in court many times in the Commonwealth, correct?
I have.
Going back to what you talked about bloodstain pattern analysis, can you describe the training you've had in that field in particular?
So it first began with taking a 40-hour course in the basics of bloodstain pattern analysis. That was used in my original training at the laboratory. It consisted of a 40-hour course where we do experimentations, look at blood stains, and prepare reports, as well as taking an exam at the end. So that was my original course that I took. I've since taken 7 other additional courses that include another basic bloodstain class. I've taken advanced bloodstain pattern classes. I've taken fluid dynamics of bloodstains, and I've also taken bloodstain classes on fabrics.
Now, do you undergo any continuing education after all of that training on bloodstain pattern analysis?
I do.
Can you describe that?
So we continually get training every year. We have to do at least 8 hours, which could be training from readings, attending a course, attending workshops that we have through the IABPA, some sort of educational trainings.
And is blood stain pattern analysis, that discipline, is it accredited?
It is.
How so?
It was accredited through our lab during our accreditation in 2008. It became accredited for the Mass State Police Lab.
And is it still currently accredited?
It is.
And do you have to take proficiency tests specifically in blood stain pattern analysis?
I do.
How often?
Take a yearly test from an outside vendor agency.
And have you passed all of those tests?
I have.
You guys are crazy.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about blood stain pattern analysis?
I have.
And how many times have you done that?
I've testified as an expert more than 10 times in Plymouth County, Bristol County, Norfolk County, and Cape and Islands.
What is a blood stain?
A blood stain is a deposit of blood on a surface.
And what would be a blood stain pattern?
A blood stain pattern is stains on the surface by which we look at it and identify how it was created.
So could you describe for us what blood stain pattern analysis is?
So blood stain pattern analysis is the examination of blood stains and blood stain patterns by which that they are deposited on a surface. We can give information about how the blood was deposited as well as how the incident occurred to deposit those blood stains.
And are there different blood stains and blood stain patterns? And are there terms ascribed to those that tell you what kind of patterns they are or what kind of blood stains they are?
There are.
And what are some of the features and characteristics that you look at when you're performing your analysis to determine the type of stain or pattern?
So we look at specifically the size, shape, and the distribution of those stains. With looking at that information, we can tell you the how, what, when, where, and how things were created by looking at those stains. That information, the size, shape, and distribution will answer some of those questions.
Can you tell the direction of a blood stain pattern?
You sometimes can, yes.
And how do you go about doing that, and why is that important?
So in some stains, there is an identifying feature that we look for. It's called a tail. So when blood flies through the air and lands on a surface, it usually will land in an oval shape, an elliptical shape that may cause it to have a tail. The tail is an extension of that elliptical shape. We use that to identify the direction that the blood is traveling. So the tail will point in the direction that the blood was flying when it landed on a surface. So we can tell by that tail where that stain may have originated from.
And are there different categories of stains?
Yes, there are.
And what would those be?
We describe them as passive stains, transfer stains, and dynamic stains.
And could you define what those are?
Sure. So passive stains are stains where only the force of gravity is acting upon that stain. Some of the examples would be a drip stain, a flow, or a blood pool. We have transfer stains, which are stains that are created when a bloody object or body comes into contact with another surface, transferring that stain there. We have smears or wipes. And then for dynamic stains are where a outside force has been acted upon the blood, a forceful force that has projected the blood onto a surface, either by projecting it out or compression that projects the blood out. In that case, we have projected blood pattern down a surface, or if there's a large accumulation of blood, it'll create like a stream going down to where gravity is.
And are there some blood stains where no determination can be made?
Yes.
And how so?
So we have some blood stains that just don't give us enough information by their size, shape, or distribution. So sometimes we can just generally call them red-brown stains. When we do our examination, depending on what we're examining and how we're examining it, say it's a blurry photo, we may just call it a red-brown stain because we cannot identify anything from the features because the photo is bad.
And how are blood stains typically documented at a crime scene?
So there's a trained forensic scientist that is at every scene that we document as far as bloodstain pattern analysis. They are trained in documenting the stains as far as a sketch. We also document them with ruler tape. We want to know how high up stains are from the floor, and we also use very small ruler tape with individual stains. That tape is used to show the size. It is then photoed by crime scene services. They'll do a far away shot so we can get the whole information in one shot. They will do a medium and then a close-up of stains so we can get the sizes of the stains. Those photos are used for documentation and reviewing when we do our exam.
And do you do your interpretation and analysis at the scene or through photographs?
So with those photographs, we do the examination back at the laboratory.
I want to show you some things on the screen here. Are you familiar with this slide here?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
So that is a slide that pictures of drip stains that I've used during my trainings to show how those stains were formed when it hits at a different angle. So depending on how it hits on an angle is how it will form. So the bottom stains, which are more circular, will fall at a 90-degree angle. And as you get to more of elliptical shapes, they fall at different higher angles when they hit the target surface.
With these that are shown here, labeled drip stains, these are all drip stains. It's just how they fall at different angles.
Correct.
Mark this as the next exhibit.
Any objection? All right, that may be admitted.
187. I'm showing you this next slide. Are you familiar with this slide?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that?
So this is pictures of spatter stains. So this is blood that is in flight. Some force acted on the blood to cause it to fly. And you can see the elliptical shapes that it has created.
And when you say elliptical, you're talking about kind of the oval shape.
I'm talking about the oval shape, and as also how I described the tail. Some of them are evident on the bottom side of those elliptical shapes, showing the direction when they hit the target they were moving.
So where the tail, so looking at this slide here, this small middle photo at the top, where the tail seems to be at the bottom. What does that tell you about the direction of that stain?
So if I may refer to the one on the right, it's a little bit more descriptive. So the one on the right, may I stand?
Yes, please.
She would never get out.
If you look at these stains, they are elliptical in shape,
in a
and they all have an extension which we call the tail.
Facility.
So they're hitting the wall, and the tail is pointing in the direction that it is moving. So we have the elliptical shape and then the extension. So they are going from a left to right in a downward direction.
I could have this marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
188.
Thank you.
She would be in a she would
And
be
showing you
institutionalized.
this next slide. Are you familiar with this?
I am.
And what are we seeing here?
So this is an example of a projected pattern, which is one of those dynamic stains. On the left is an arterial spurt. So there was an artery cut, say it was in the arm. With the compression of that blood, it is projected out
here
and it has landed on the wall in a curvy linear fashion.
And you said, did you say that's on the left?
On the left, yes.
And what about on the right?
That is the blood when it hits the ground on the right.
So on the left, it's hitting the wall, and then on the right, it's dripping down to the ground.
Well, it's projecting out and hitting the ground. It's not dripping onto the ground. It's coming out of the blood source and hitting the ground.
Okay, so would it be accurate to state that for a spraying type of flow of blood, say from an artery, that's on the left is what it would look like as it hits a wall, and on the right is what it looks like hitting
Arterial
the
spray.
floor.
Correct.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted.
189. Now, were you asked to do blood stain pattern analysis on this case?
I was.
And what did you use in terms of materials to conduct that analysis?
I used photographs that were supplied from crime scene services. I utilized reports that were written by Maureen Hartnett, the chemist.
And were there stains that were labeled by letter?
They were.
Okay. Did you label them by those letters, or did you use the letters that were in the prior reports?
I used the letters that they were labeled in the prior reports.
And so to start with, did you look at what was labeled stain A on the floor of the basement at 47 Summer Street?
I did.
And showing you this page here, what are we looking at here?
So this is a page of my notes when I was doing my exam. So it has a picture of the stains themselves and then all of the identifying factors written in my handwriting when I was doing my examination.
And when you did your examination on this item, what did you determine about the blood stain?
So that is a red-brown stain on the carpet in the basement. It was deemed a saturation stain with transfer stain surrounding it. So you have the center stain that's darker red. That is the saturation stain. And then surrounding it, there is lighter red-brown staining that was a transfer from that saturation stain across the carpet.
And you're not able to say how that transfer happened, correct?
I am not.
But basically, looking here, this larger area in the middle of the bottom photo, that's the original saturation stain where it's soaked into the carpet.
Yes.
And then at some point, something touched this saturation stain and then touched to the side of it.
If I may.
You may, sure.
So this is the saturation stain in the center, and then surrounding is the lighter red-brown. That is the transfer as something moved across the actual saturation stain.
And what about the mark to the left there?
I think that's just another portion of the saturation stain.
Move to submit this as the next
All
exhibit.
right, that may be admitted.
190.
Did you also look at some blood stains on the floor of the master bedroom?
I did.
And specifically referring to stain B, showing you what's been marked SJC. SJC, are those your initials?
They are.
E12. These are also from your notes, is that correct?
They are.
And is this from the master bedroom floor between the mirror and the bed?
It is.
Okay. And what did you learn from your analysis of this item?
So from my analysis in looking at the stains, there's a couple of different things going on here. So they're the round circular stains, which are on the outside, are drip stains. So that is blood coming from a bloodletting event and going to the ground just due to gravity. The stains that are overlapping are considered a drip pattern. So standing there for a period of time, the blood is dripping.
Sorry, I had to get out.
Into itself,
Get out.
causing the overlapping stains as well as the small stains that are all surrounding it. Over here on the right side, there is some movement through the some of the red-brown stains, causing them to have lateral determination, and so those would be smear stains. So they're originally drip stains that were smeared through.
And showing you E13 from your notes, is this a close-up of that same area?
It is.
And if you could just point out again for us in this lower photo what we're looking at here.
So this is just a close-up of it. showing some of the drip stains that are singular by themselves, and then the drip pattern itself, so that is blood dripping into blood. And then the top one that's not in view will have a close-up of the smear stains. So movement through those blood stains.
We should have E12 as the next exhibit and E13 as the following.
All right, that may be admitted.
I mean, yeah, if you're in a state of psychosis,
191 and 192.
up is down and down is up.
And just for clarification, showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit 159. That's that same area for E12 and E13.
It is. The staining on the ground is right in front of the mirror, and the bottom portion is the bed, so between the mirror and the bed.
Here, let me write this in the chat.
Now showing you what's been marked previously as exhibit 161. Is that the mirror we were just discussing?
Yeah.
Yes.
And did you do an analysis on the
You're okay.
blood stains on the mirror?
I did.
Showing you what's been
Yes.
marked as E14 in your report. I'm just going to zoom in here to the top photo. Now the stains have been marked there with a ruler, correct, as you described previously?
Correct, yes.
And then in the lower left, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this is a close-up of the stains from the top picture with the ruler attached.
And what, if anything, were you able to determine about these blood stains on the mirror?
So the bloodstains themselves were elliptical in shape, so it did give me some information. There was a larger amount of blood, so you can see on the stains that it starts to go down the mirror. That's due to gravity, so we call that flow. Because they were elliptical in shape, there are two different categories that they could go into, which would be a drip stain that just landed at an angle, or actually a spatter stain, which is a blood in flight. Because I couldn't tell the difference, but I did limit it down to either a drip stain that fell at an angle or a spatter stain that
Very small
was
hand.
forced onto that mirror. So I couldn't come to a definite conclusion. So I brought it down to either a drip stain or a spatter stain.
So would it be accurate to say it could either be from someone being near the mirror bleeding and blood dropping on it, or someone with blood, or an instrument or something with blood on it moving and spattering the blood on it?
Correct, either of those motions.
We could have E14 as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
193. Showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit 162. With the bedroom windowsill.
Correct.
And showing you a close-up at 163. Did you examine this blood stain?
I did, identified as stain D.
And what did you determine based on your training experience about this blood stain?
This blood stain didn't give us too much information. It was irregular in shape, so I couldn't tell exactly what it came from, but I did classify it as a transfer stain. So something bloody, having a red-brown stain, coming into contact with a non-bloody surface, leaving that
Ooh.
stain there.
Nice.
So a transfer stain on the windowsill.
Did you also examine the nightstand in that same bedroom?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 164.
Yes,
Um,
I think you are
is this the
correct,
area that you
Marie.
examined?
I examined the whole area, so a picture that shows the whole knife and then the area surrounding it.
Stacy, that's so cool, by the way. Like, that's badass. Steve, why are you doing that?
Showing you another photo. Is this the entire area that you examined?
It is.
And can you tell us what, if anything, you determined from examining the bloodstains on the nightstand?
So I identified 2 different types of blood stains in that area. To point on the bottom portion here, as well as the top, they are circular stains. Those would be drip stains, so blood coming from a bloody area due to gravity falling onto the nightstand, causing the circular stains. So those would be drip stains. I also identified the linear blood stain up at the top, which is to the right of the knife. So that is a transfer stain from the knife itself. The bloody edge of the knife came in contact with the nightstand and left that stain there. Once that stain was left there, it has since been moved, whether someone knocked into the table or actually pushed the knife over, I can't tell you, but it was originally in the position where it left that linear stain. So drip stains and then a linear red-brown stain.
And are you able to determine that that was the original position of the knife based on the fact that the line tracks the shape and size of the knife's edge?
I wouldn't say that it's an original location, but it is a location that that knife was at for a period of time for that blood to transfer onto the table.
Because you can't tell the order of when these blood stains happen, correct?
At our lab, we don't necessarily do an order in our examination. There are some things we can tell you an order to. So I know at some point that it was on the table where that linear stain is and has since moved from there. But I can't tell you if that was the original location that it landed.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit, please.
May be admitted.
194.
No, I appreciate you writing that. Don't worry about it. The oldest was 5. Damn it, Steve. You are rage baiting me and you are doing a good job.
What's been marked SGC E17 from your notes. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So that was stain F, which is a red-brown stain in the snow below the windows of the bedroom.
And what, if anything, were you able to, what are you able to tell us about this stain based on your training and experience?
There's not much information that I can tell you from that stain. It's a diluted red-brown stain. It's irregular in shape, so I just classified it as a red-brown stain.
That's weird.
So that's an example of what you had told us previously in your testimony, that sometimes you just don't know.
Correct. The pictures were sufficient to see areas of the stain. There's just not a lot of information in the stain itself to determine what it is.
We could have E17 marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted.
Did you also look
Yes.
at some stains on the floor of the master bedroom entrance?
I did.
showing you a photograph here.
Thank
Do you
you.
recognize what you see here?
I do.
And what is that?
So those are red-brown stains at the doorway to the entrance of the bedroom.
And at some point in time, we'll strike that. What, if anything, can you tell us about these blood stains?
So the pictures that were taken were never taken with a ruler tape, but the pictures are good enough that it gave me information on how those stains were formed. So I was able to determine that those are drip stains on the floor.
And just zooming in on those a little bit. Again, what we have here, similar to some of the other stains you call drip stains, that's that circular spot of blood.
Yes, circular stain where gravity took a hold of some sort of blood and brought it to the floor, causing those circular stains.
And as you described earlier, is that consistent with the blood falling at a 90-degree angle?
Correct.
So straight down?
Correct.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Excuse me. Did you also look at what's depicted here in Exhibit 46?
I did.
And looking at what you've marked in your notes as E21, are these 3 photos of that same area?
They are.
Okay. What can you tell us about what you observed when you looked at these blood stains?
So these stains were further up on the side of the bed from the area that was between the bed and the mirror. Similar to the stains that were between the bed and the mirror are stains up here, which are circular in nature. So they're drip stains.
Thank you so
and then
much.
an area where the drip stains fell into each other, causing another drip pattern. This is a drip pattern with singular drip stains in an area between the bed.
And showing you another photograph, does this depict that same area, but also going over towards to the right of the nightstand?
It does. So this is the area on the left side of the bed. Down below it is the area that was between the bed and the mirror, and the window is up over here. So you can see the singular drip stains, you can see the drip pattern where blood is dripping into blood, and then all of the smaller stains are the satellite stains that occur when the blood is hitting and causing it to fly.
Are you able to look at the stains here and the drip pattern and tell whether there was any movement or in what direction the movement was?
We can't tell what type of movement there was because they're circular stains. The only thing we can say about this is for a drip pattern to be formed, there has to be a stationary blood source. So you have to say it was your finger. You would have to stand there for a while and allow the blood to drip out into each other, causing that drip pattern. So we know, or I've deemed that there was a period of time that the blood source was in a stationary position, causing that drip pattern.
And the amount of time that it would take for that amount of blood to pool, would that be dependent on the wound and how it was bleeding at the time?
Correct.
And you can't tell that from the photograph, correct?
Cannot.
We could have this photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
197. To show you some photos of the exterior of the house, what's been marked as exhibit 106. What's been marked as exhibit 105 and 108. Are these areas or photographs that you examined as part of your analysis?
They are.
He was at the beginning of the trial, but they have a newborn, he and his
Showing
wife.
you what you've marked E19 from your notes. What can you tell us about the patterns we're seeing here on the shingles on the exterior of the home?
So these are photos of the red-brown stains on the shingles between the second and first floor window. A far away view up in the top left,
Yep.
and then closer pictures thrown up to show the red-brown stains. There were two areas, and then there was some excess of blood. You can actually see it dripping down.
I'm going to object to the concept of blood because we all know that that was never tested.
It actually was tested.
All right, can I see over here?
Here, I'll put it on the screen what the case is about. Okay, so yes, he does. Wait, Flower, are you listening? Or are you just... Does anyone know if Flower's listening? Because I'm not gonna... Okay, all right. So the the wild thing is that, like I've said several times, he's been so outspoken about her. I just don't think he can be in the courtroom right now, especially with some of that evidence, like the path results, and it's awful. It's horrible. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Are you guys having a good day? I'm sorry, Rose.
All right, tree Sprague.
Thank you. And so we, in the upper left-hand corner here, we have the upper window and the lower window, correct?
Correct.
All right, and I'm going to zoom in here on this upper right-hand photo. What are we seeing here?
So those are areas of red-brown staining on the shingles between the second floor window and the first floor window.
And what, if anything, can you tell us about this red-brown staining on the shingles underneath that open window, based on your training experience?
So those two areas, which were to the left and the right below the window, were identified as transfer stains. So a bloody object coming in contact with a surface, leaving the blood stain there.
So that would have to be an actual, something with blood on it touching that shingle, those shingles.
Correct.
And showing you below that, the small photo to the right, what is depicted there?
So this is an area of the transfer stain where there was an accumulation of blood that was coming off as a droplet off the bottom of the shingle.
And showing you E20 from your notes, perhaps a little bit clearer here. The top right photo is that same area of red-brown staining that you saw under in the photos underneath the open window.
It is. So the one on
Get up and point it out with the court permission. Sure.
So the window is up above. So to the right, looking at the window, is an area of the red-brown staining. To the left is the other area of red-brown staining. That left one had the accumulation of blood that was a droplet coming off the shingle.
And the two photos at the bottom there?
Those were a blow up of the right-hand side red-brown stain. As you can see my arrows, they're pointing to the picture above, just showing a close-up of the stains.
We could mark E19 as the next exhibit and then E20.
All right. Any objection? No. Like that may be admitted. Or they may be admitted.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 105. And zooming in here on the open window and the orange ball there at the bottom, the red-brown staining right above that. Did you examine photos of that?
I did.
And showing you your notes E18. Is that a close-up of that red-brown staining on the open windowsill?
It is.
And what, if anything, can you tell us, based on your training experience, about this area?
So similar to the stain that was on the inside of the window on the windowsill, this stain on the outside didn't give me enough information to say the size or shape. So the only thing I could come to the conclusion was that it was a transfer stain. So some sort of bloody object coming in contact with a surface causing the transfer of that blood.
And are you able to tell the direction of that blood or how it was applied or anything like that?
There's not enough information in that stain to give that conclusion.
So basically all you can tell us is that something with blood on it touched that windowsill and left blood, something with a red-brown stain on it touched that windowsill and left a red-brown stain.
Correct.
It just sucks because Rose just moved there like 2 weeks ago.
And then showing you what's previously been marked as exhibit 108. The top of the first floor windowsill. Did you examine those red-brown stains?
I did not.
I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a couple of questions. You are, is it correct, you're a trained scientist? Is that what you're referred to, or?
I'm classified as a forensic scientist at the supervisory level.
Okay. And Maureen Hartnett would be classified as what?
She's a forensic scientist as well. The step below me, forensic scientist
scientist 2.
Okay. And is she the one that does testing on objects or items or substances to see if they're a particular, for example, blood?
She does do that. She is also trained in documentation of blood stains. So generally, that's why we do a lot of our examination through photos. So a forensic scientist too could be at the scene, do all of the documentation, make sure the photos are taken, and then those are examined back at the laboratory by in our case in Massachusetts, it's all supervisors in the crime scene response unit that do blood stain pattern analysis. We are also all trained in the identification of those biological fluids, doing a screening test as well as confirmatory tests for blood.
I don't want to be referred to as grumpy, but I'm just going to ask if you can just kind of keep your answers down a little bit to like maybe a yes and a sentence after that.
Okay.
That's a fair question.
Okay. So when you go to a crime scene, you're usually with a team. In other words, like Maureen Hatton might be there, right?
Correct.
And other state troopers might be there searching the area, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that you are doing is relying, if you will, on your associates or other people that are working that particular crime scene to do appropriate and adequate testing of substances, right?
Correct.
So for example, and again, when you're investigating on a murder case and you're dealing with substances that are deposited, for example, in that bedroom, the master bedroom, it's not appropriate, if you will, to speculate that something is blood, and that's why it's referred to as a red-brown stain, right?
Metallic.
Correct. We use.
But your experience is such that you have a wealth of knowledge as to the ability to draw an inference as to what it might be, right?
We're not able to look at a red-brown stain and call it blood. We call it by adjectives, so it would be deemed as a red-brown stain. We have to wait until we do a confirmatory test to say whether we call it human blood or not.
So when you say a confirmatory test, you're referring to the fact that you have a screening test.
One subscriber left.
Would determine if it's possibly blood, right?
Correct.
Then it goes to the next phase, which would be a confirmatory test, which Ms. Hartnett would do, right?
Correct.
And then you go to the determination as to whether it's animal or human. It might be a primate blood, but it could be a human blood, and then you determine that it's human blood, right?
The next step after Maureen is actual DNA, so it will tell you whether it's human or not human and whose blood it actually is.
Okay. So we know that there was a transfer stain from the inside of the house, if you will, onto that ledge on the right-hand side of the window, right?
I believe it was on the left-hand side.
Okay, so as
Same.
you're looking out the window, it's your understanding that the smudge, if you will, that was on that window was on the left-hand side?
I believe so.
Looking at Exhibit 106, that shows this first floor window, right?
Correct.
And then farther up, it shows the second floor window, right?
Correct.
So if one was standing on the inside of the master bedroom and leaned on it with blood on their hand or red substance,
You're so
it would be on the
welcome.
right-hand side of that ledge on the window, right?
Correct. The one on the outside was on the right-hand side. The one on the inside, I believe, was on the left-hand side.
Now, you know that that was not tested, right?
I don't know if it was tested.
All right, you don't know what it is, right?
I called it a red-brown stain.
But the bottom line is, in your experience, looking at that bedroom with all of what you determined in the investigation to be blood, the inference that you would draw is that that's blood from somebody's hand, right?
Correct. And that is what is stated in my report. We infer that it is blood that we are examining.
Okay. So it shows In Exhibit 105, the same window with a little hornet ball or that substance that was injected, like insulation is what I think you described it. That also has red brown substance on it, correct?
I don't know from that picture. I only looked at the stain that was on the windowsill.
Right. Did you look at all that object? Because
I did not, just,
okay. Would you agree that underneath that window?
But
would
it could be
two
primate blood.
equidistant, if you will, red-brown stains on the shingles, right?
correct.
And that would be an object or something that has blood, or you don't know if it's blood, a red-brown stain on hands or something that was a transfer onto that side of the house, right?
Correct.
Huh.
Other areas of the bedroom, for example, counsel showed you the door coming into the bedroom and there were two drop marks of the red-brown stains. You know, those were never even tested. I'm just saying, this is a murder case. It was never tested, right? But you're assuming that would be blood, right?
I don't know whether they were tested, but I deemed those that they were blood in my examination.
And blood on the doorknob itself too, so that from the inside of the bedroom going up, right?
The windowsill?
No, the doorknob.
I don't know of any red brown stains on the doorknob.
Okay.
I've missed
Now the knife, photograph of the knife, and I know you recall that.
No, thank God there was
it
no
has
family
that
pet.
linear stain that you referred to that you were able to observe, correct?
Correct.
And looking at Exhibit 162, that would show
Yeah,
the
well,
left
come on out.
side that you were referring to as to the red marks or the blood, if you will, on the window, right?
Correct. That was the left side interior of the window that I examined.
I can't correct it when I say, I was talking about the other side, but it's in both. It's on the right hand and the other side.
Correct.
So that would be, again, drawing an inference, would be somewhat conceivable with a person with blood on their hands leaning on the window. This portion of the hand out here, this portion of the hand on the inside, leaving the transfer, right?
A hand or some sort of bloody object, yes.
Right. And the knife also has the transfer that you can see. Now, is that coagulated blood,
In which area?
But with a knife, I mean, you see that linear line? It almost looks like the knife was put down with blood on it, and then it coagulated, or it got sticky, I guess, and then it was moved again. Is that?
So I wouldn't call it coagulation. So if you're referring to these
Yes,
areas
the
right
linear
here,
line, yeah.
those were red-brown circular stains that were actually on top of the linear. I could not determine what they came from, so I did not give them any sort of
Okay.
bloodstain pattern terminology, but they were on top of the linear line.
All right, and you would agree with me that one of the inferences that would possibly be drawn is that something banged into it or moved it, one or the other.
Yes, correct, to get that original linear
Oh.
line and then for the knife to be in a different position.
That's how they keep the
Now,
record. They talk into a thing.
Photograph in
Actually,
Exhibit 45.
I feel like more than one person probably has this question, which is what is that person doing talking into this mouthpiece? It's this person right here where the red and white boxes. They're literally just listening to what's being said and repeating it, and it's like instead of a stenographer typing it, they talk into it and it like transcribes. So some courthouses do this in America. I still feel like we see more stenographers like typing, but that's, yeah, Massachusetts. Definitely remember that from Karen Reed. Oy vey.
Is the mirror.
Correct.
And then you were referring to the drip marks on the mirror, right? I'm having trouble here again, but
Hey guys, please don't forget to double tap your
So I refer
screens
to
to
them
like.
either as drip stains or spatter stains because I was not able.
That would be consistent with some type of a violent movement, would it not? I mean, if the person's cutting their throat, for example, that
And
would
subscribe.
cast off onto the mirror, or leaning, I guess you said at an angle.
So it would be either due to gravity or due to blood in flight. So a force applied, sending that blood to land on there, or drip due to gravity.
And blood in flight, the inference would be that it's cast off, if you will, from the knife, going in a particular direction towards the mirror, right?
It would be a spatter stain coming off of any sort of blood source, whether it be the tip of a knife, a cut on the hand, something in flight.
Go ahead, Your Honor, thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you. So you were asked about the documentation and collection of samples of red-brown stains at a scene, and that there is an initial test done at the scene typically to determine if it might be blood, correct?
Correct.
And what kind of test is that?
We do a screening test called the Kastle-Meyer test. So it identifies possible blood. It does not identify whether it's human or animal, though.
And when that test is positive, but you have a limited sample, you sometimes skip the confirmatory step and send it right to DNA for testing.
Correct. If it's a limited sample, so a smaller stain, like something like a spatter stain, we may not do the in-between step, which is our confirmatory test, because we don't want to use up any portion that we've collected. So we would go right to DNA for that testing if it's a smaller sample.
And then the DNA testing can tell you if that red-brown stain is from a human and potentially which human it's from.
Yeah, we identify who it is from. We don't identify as human because we only do a human DNA test.
And defense counsel asked you about the red-brown stains on the windowsill, the one on the exterior and the interior, and asked if it could be from someone leaning out the window, correct?
Correct.
Could it also be from someone hanging out the window holding on to in those spots?
Correct.
Okay, guys, please read the
If somebody was
screen.
significantly from cuts on their wrist to the extent that one of the marks on the shingle you said had a drip on it, right?
So depending on the amount of blood where that contact is coming into place is what is deposited.
So if somebody was going to climb out the window and hang on the ledge and then like do a Spider-Man and go down the side of the shingles, they would leave a smear going all the way down on the shingles, wouldn't they?
If they came in contact the entire way down, yes, there would be a transfer all the way down.
Any further?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. May step down.
Thank you.
And counsel, could I just talk to you?
Yeah.
Second, sidebar.
He wants to wrap it up. Which, like I understand wanting to wrap it up earlier that rather than later when you have 18 freaking jurors. Imagine how many of those people have kids and like evening activities, you know what I'm saying? All right. So the majority of everyone, that literally made no sense, Lacey. The majority of the people that have commented in the chat are asking that we do it tomorrow morning at 8:30. Before we leave though, I will show you the insanity information. I do want to read through an article that I found, and tomorrow I'm going to show you guys again. Actually, rewind. Tomorrow court ends at 1:00 Eastern. So tomorrow will be a short day. And what else? I don't know. I just got this energy. Thank God.
Rather than start another witness and break it up, I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow, all right? I don't think we'd finish with this next witness anyway. So I'm going to excuse you. Now, tomorrow's schedule, we are not going to be sitting in the afternoon. All right, I can tell you that. So, so I'm going to ask you to be here at 9 o'clock. Remember, I'm going to ask you those same questions, same instructions. Don't talk about this. Don't do any research. Don't watch anything. Don't listen to anything about this. I appreciate all the work you've done so far. I appreciate.
Don't even look in the mirror.
And so I'm going to ask you to follow those and continue to follow those instructions. And I'll see you tomorrow morning, and we'll get right back to the case. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good. Please close the door.
Don't leave yet. And remember, if you are leaving, don't forget to like and subscribe. And then if you are leaving, we start tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Be here or be incredibly lame because you're missing out. And I appreciate you guys hanging with me today. I have not felt well, and I'm a bit more irritable than I normally am.
All right. So anything we need to address at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So like I said, the schedule tomorrow will start at 9 o'clock. We'll go until 1 o'clock, and then we will not sit tomorrow afternoon. So with that, everybody has a nice evening. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you.
Let's stand in recess.
That is the face of someone who doesn't care about tomorrow. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. That is the face of someone who is living their own personal hell on earth. Okay, so insanity. Let's go for it. We're just going to cover a few things. Not very long. I promise. Okay. So of course this is happening. Hey Scott, can you please explain to the chat why it is that YouTube won't ding me for like the people in court saying words like schmurder or the names of specific medications, but it will ding me if the chat is saying it. Hopefully he's listening. This is the guy that I told you is like he knows all the things about YouTube. So, I mean, I don't blame this at all. I really don't. I think that he needed to move on with his life. And I think he can still love her and not be in love with her. I mean, he has made it abundantly clear that he supports her because he saw firsthand every day because he worked from home. He saw what was going on and how badly she wanted help and to get better. I'm going to show you guys a photo, but apparently I didn't save it to my computer, so I just have to save this really quick, and I'll show it to you guys. Save on the desktop. Okay. Yeah, he forgives. He doesn't forget, which my problem is forgiving and forgetting. Okay. So what is postpartum psychosis? Postpartum psychosis, PPP, is a mental health emergency. This condition affects a person's sense of reality, causing hallucinations, delusions, paranoia, or other behavioral changes. In severe cases, people with PPP may attempt to harm themselves or their newborns. This condition is treatable, and early treatment increases the odds of a good outcome. period. Like that's I think the biggest takeaway here is that if the doctors had spent that time listening to the words, listening to the patient, and what was behind the words, I really I swear it on my life. I feel that strongly about it. I don't think we would be here. Not a chance. As someone who has a chronic illness, as someone who has dealt with severe mental health issues in the past, this I've seen this. I've seen this happen. Hold on. I need to go back. Oh gosh, you guys said so much. Yeah, I do need to do that, but I also don't need to shop. Yeah. I agree with that statement wholeheartedly. Yeah, that's my problem. Well, the thing is, and I think that's actually an important part to mention. I have right now 3 people come to top of mind that really want to see me do bad. They don't want to see me succeed. And they know how much this means to me because I've put my professional life aside to do this with the hopes of being able to make a living off of reporting ethical true crime and being able to do it in person, not just in my nice little chair. That's why I've been taking the steps to get my press passes and all of that. But I know that they know that's the best way to get at me. And so as long as I follow the rules, then I have no reason for my channel to be taken down. You know what I'm saying? So we got to follow the rules. Yeah, my husband can't either. Yeah, I'm super loyal. I'm super loyal, I'm super forgiving, I'm super like, "Oh, it's okay, it was just a one-time thing." Bye, Sydney, have a nice nap. That's so nice of you, thank you. Yeah, I'm all we can do is pray for them, and I know that sounds crazy to those who, may not believe, but these people are in my prayers because I know that they're severely unhappy. I know that there's a reason that they're doing this, and, I don't even think it's religion, I think it's all the therapy that I've done. I mean, at one point, you guys, I was in therapy 3 times a week. Well, no, let me rephrase that. Twice a week, but one of them was group therapy for 2 hours every Monday, and then, Thursdays for an hour. So, I was in therapy for 3 hours a week. And it's because I really wanted to change, and I was really struggling. And I can say that it worked so well that now I have issues, like, forgiving and forgetting and moving on when I should probably be a little bit more cognizant. And then issues with trying to help people that I know are train wrecks. But I genuinely, I am the nicest person that I know. I really am. And that's not just something I say. I actually don't think it's that great of a thing to say. Like, but it can be to my detriment. So oh yeah, I mean, like I am so loyal. To this day, I haven't shared information that at least one of these people um I have on them. And I would never, no matter what. I am I mean it when I make a promise to someone. And sharing screenshots and sharing personal information, that's just not how I roll. And if you do that to me now, I'm not going to forget that, because that's the way to really have Crazy Lacey show up. All right, that brings me to a good point. Scott, he must not be listening because I asked him that question. But if you want to type him and ask him about the copyright stuff. Anyways, if you want to support the channel in these endeavors, like, I can tell you verbatim what the expenses are going towards this month. Gas for the hearings. And if I go to the trial, because the trial is September 15th. So gas and my the cost of an actual camera that I can live stream from at court, and just parking in the garage at the courthouse. And they rip you off for that. It's ridiculous. But that's what it's going towards this month. Now next month, there is a trial. It's the trial of Caleb Flynn. He was it's known as the American Idol schmurder. And Caleb says that a masked intruder came into his home while he and his wife and 2 children were sleeping, and just unalived her with a you-know-what. And I have the opportunity to go for at least one day of that. So I plan on doing that. And that's about 70 to 90 minutes away from my house. So that's a bit longer of a drive and a commitment. And if I want to do multiple days, then I'll need to find a Red Roof Inn to stay at. As long as I have internet, a shower, and a bed, we're good. And that's what memberships go towards. So it's very helpful. Yes. The trial on the 15th of September is the Caleb Flynn trial out of Tip City, Ohio. And then the hearing this month is for the very publicized trial, or case rather, of Monique and Spencer Tepe. Spencer was a dentist. Monique was his wife, and they were sleeping in their beds on December 30th of 2025, and they also had 2 children there that were theirs, and he didn't show up for work the next day. His coworkers went and checked on him, and they saw that they were not with us anymore. After a lot of investigation and some serious police work, they were able to make an arrest. The arrest was her ex-husband of many years ago, who is also a vascular surgeon and lives in Chicago. And there are a lot of people connected to that case, friends, family, that have been providing me with information while it's been going on. But I can't use my platform right now to share that information before discovery is released in that case. So the guy's name is Michael McKee. Michael McKee has the absolute best attorney I've ever seen, next to Alan Jackson. And if you know Alan Jackson from Karen Reed, I mean, she's like that, but she is a pit bull. She is incredible, and she's gotten a lot of people off. So, it's going to someone said to me last night, I don't think that's going to go to trial. I don't think that you hire that woman who is known for getting schmurderers off if you don't plan on going to trial. Just saying. Oh, yay, I got 200 likes. Thank you. Karen Reed, the Karen Reed trial with her defense attorney was Alan Jackson, Action Jackson. And he, in my opinion, is a absolutely fantastic defense attorney, but Michael McKee hired the female version of Alan Jackson, and she just so happens to be here in Columbus, Ohio. So very, very big case, and especially because there are 2 people involved. So thankfully, he did not harm their children or their dog. Never the dogs, right? But I have my press pass for that entire case. I requested, when I sent in my request for the hearing, I put a side note in there at the recommendation of the clerk of court's office, and I said, I request for this hold on, Riley. No. I request for this press pass to last me through the entirety of the trial and all the proceedings, and they approved it. So that was good, because a lot of times you have to just keep redoing for every day, and it's a whole thing. So all of your support, that's what it goes towards. It goes towards helping me move this on the road so that I can provide you with opportunities to ask questions that mainstream media doesn't ask, and provide myself. The biggest part is, reclaiming true crime. I feel like some really crazy people have turned it into an absolute circus, and it's so unfortunate because it has the ability to do such great things. and help so many people and put out the families and the victims of families and the victims themselves, their stories. And so often that's done through like Dateline, but Dateline or Netflix, I've interviewed several people who've been involved with schmurders that have Netflix shows. Just go back and look at my videos, and they'll tell you Netflix doesn't tell the whole story. Neither does Dateline. I mean, this is a really great opportunity. It's for the people, by the people, and we're going to do it in a way that is not demeaning or harmful to those involved. So I think it is a great opportunity, and I think that my professionalism and my kindness will help this. And you guys have just really shown that this is a community, and I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful. I my analytics for yesterday's stream were unbelievable. Same for today. Like I can't even. So yesterday when we started the stream, we were at 2,569 subs. Today when we started, we were at 2,646 subs. And as of right this moment, we are at 2,705 subs. So if you become a member, just know not only do you get access to all the members only stuff, but you're a part of something. I'm obviously doing something right. I mean, like, you guys are here, and I'm so thankful. I know I keep saying it, but I plan on riding this until the wheels come off. I appreciate all of you guys. So, with that being said, tomorrow we will do a bit more of a debrief. 8:30 a.m. Eastern. And if you're like in Arizona or Texas or California, just watch when we finish court tomorrow, which will be early. Just rewind and you'll be all set. But think of questions that you might have in the interim that I can answer tomorrow. That would be helpful because it's, I jump on here 30 minutes before court starts so that we have this time to spend together and I can answer questions. So I appreciate you guys contributing and engaging in the chat. That's such a big thing. And if you're still watching, there is something that you could do that does not cost money, which I didn't mention. It costs $7 a month to be a member. And I'm about to have it on the screen. But the thing that doesn't cost money that is extremely helpful is not only liking, subscribing, sharing, but hyping. And before we go, I'm going to show you how to hype. Okay, let's share screen. Present, share screen. Okay. All right. Just in case you've ever wanted to watch bears in Alaska getting salmon, there's this stream. All right. So we go here, we go to my channel, and we go to the go to this. I'm wondering if I can't do it because it's my own. Hold on. Midwest Safety. Let's go to this. I've only done this on my phone. I messed up, guys. And I can't show you from my phone. Okay, we'll do that tomorrow morning as well. I'm sorry. That's embarrassing. Yeah, we're going to have to do it tomorrow. I didn't mean to try to hype myself, but I went to the other page and I don't see it on there. I always see it when I'm on my phone. It's at the top of the chat when the stream has ended. So it has to be a live stream. And whenever I look at my phone, where it says like comments, there are usually 3 dots right there. And if you like scroll to the next dot, you have the opportunity to hype it. And that's that for some reason that helps with the algorithm. I'm new to the hyping. I know I sound like such an amateur. Oh, it's only on phones and tablets. Okay, well, that makes sense. Okay, we will do that tomorrow morning, but I'm going to stop rambling. Tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, I will see you guys here for a short court day. And I hope you guys have a great night. I appreciate your kindness and your the way that you treat one another. It speaks volumes about the community that we're building, and it's everything that I want. So thank you guys, and take care of each other and yourselves. Okay? Okay. I'll see you soon. Ta-ta for now. Thank you, mods.